I'm just like... The choice of words, Deep Sea Fish. I thought that was just like crazy rich people in general. Bootlegger. Once assistant gets booted for Gemini, you're clocking out. And then doing what? You know, I'll say this, Skull Eye. I try not to pay attention. Like, genuinely. Like, there are aspects of politics and world order and things that I follow very closely, because I think it's very important. But when it comes to things that haven't happened, I choose just not to care, because my life is going to end inevitably, and we're all going to die. And if that happens because all of society decides to self-immolate, that's not my problem or my decision, really. And really, I just... Life just goes on, and if you spend all of your time worrying about something that hasn't happened, it's not going to benefit you in any real functional way. You're like, it hasn't started yet? Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, like, you know, I was showing off the video of the snowbirds that I took yesterday, right? Because they flew over and, you know, they're jets flying in formation, flying low. And they're fucking cool if you like planes. But, like, you know, this was not the first time they buzzed the city. Like, I was carrying a box with a network switch in it, so I was walking pretty slowly. But this wasn't the first time they flew low over the city, and they flew way lower than this a couple of times. They were only a couple hundred meters up the first time I saw them. And, like, I saw people, like, practically hit the deck when they came through. Not literally, but, like, there were some people that looked freaked out. And, like, I don't know. Unless you live in an active war zone, in which case, good fucking luck, guys. Stay safe out there. Just... If you spend all your time fixating on that, you'll never get through life. You'll die of a heart attack. And that's not helping anybody, so... And even if you are, like, in a situation like that, just gotta get through the day. Like, I know some people who've lived their entire lives paranoid about nuclear bombs going off. Also, Ghost in YouTube chat, those are the snowbirds. Show planes. Because there's an air show happening here. I think not this weekend, but the weekend after. Anyway, so they're practicing. But to that end, I have to say, if a nuclear bomb goes off, I just hope I'm on top of a mountain to see it coming. Because quite frankly, I don't care. Like, that is like the most irrelevant thing ever. Because if a bomb goes off, you're not getting out. Life's over then. Just make the most of what you got until that point. We overestimate what can be done in a day, but we underestimate what can be done in a year. Don't give up or quit contributing. I mean, quit contributing occasionally if you need to. But pay enough attention that when your voice matters, you can make it heard. Not everybody needs to be contributing at all times. And if you need to step away for your own mental, like, sanity, do that. You hope we get that 50s swing music. I'll just be like, God damn it! I don't know. I said this once before, which is just, I hope I get a 10-minute warning so I can put on a good record. Like, I would just turn all my, I would, like, probably call my parents, turn all the computers off, and then just, like, probably put on March for Pax Romana right now, which is a psychedelic porn crumpets song, and just blast it full volume. See how loud I can push my speakers. Because I've never actually even tried to max it out. I'm not gonna say, you know, I like how the username screams it audibly. A nuke would be kind of chill. But your username is screams it audibly, Meg. There's a bit. Actually, you know, I could also just put on, I could also just put on my REM tapes and just listen to It's the End of the World as We Know It. Cricket in YouTube chat. Do I listen to any King Gizzard, the Lizard Wizard? I've seen them live now. I almost saw them twice, but unfortunately I've only seen them once. So yes. Late to the news, you just found out about Ozzy. Are you a fan? Calling me a fan of Ozzy Osbourne is kind of disingenuous. I don't dislike any of his music. I've never frequently listened to any of his music. I had 2 opportunities to see him live over the years because I'm a fan of loud music. So there was a few shows he was supposed to headline at, and I was always like excited to see him. But every time those shows came around, he either had to drop out at last minute or cancel for some reason because he was getting old. This was like 2017, 18, 19 era. And I was never really bummed because it was always like, whatever. Like, you know, I like some of his songs, but it's fine. I respect the living hell out of the guy. I listened to most of Dreamer last night, which I think is maybe my favorite Osbourne-specific album. Paranoid is my favorite era of Sabbath, and I don't... How do I put it? I don't think it's fair to say that I'm a fan of Ozzy Osbourne, but I've always had no real issues with his music. Your pretty best. Everyone needs an opinion on everything. We can chill. Everyone does not need an opinion on everything. We can chill. No, that's fine. I mean, I want to say thank you, Fog, for the 93 months. But yeah, when it comes to Ozzy, I think dude lived the best life he could. I think he could have been a bit of a better person, but I don't think he needed to be. He wasn't the worst person, that's for sure. And I'm glad he got to play that last show. Yeah, Fog just resubscribed for 93 months here in the Twitch chat. Square Dude ad in the YouTube chat. I will say, like, the video that I found, was it last night? Yeah, it was last night. When I was looking to see, like, some footage of Ozzy performing, because it, I don't know, I'd seen footage of him performing, but there was nothing I ever really, like, there's a lot of concert videos of older artists, like Iron Maiden and people who've been around for a while, that I really like, that I will just, like, kind of routinely watch every couple months. And a lot of Woodstock performances and stuff. And I found the one Ozzy performance recording that I really like. It's, I think, 2003. And it's Ozzy performing on Fremont Street in Las Vegas during Vegas having the X Games. So there's just skateboarders everywhere. Might be my favorite recording of Ozzy playing. Because it's just like... He could still sing properly. And it's just skateboarders jumping over him. Fire everywhere. It's really cool. And it's nice to, I don't know, glad that still exists. He got to play his last show and, you know, died on his, in a way that would make him happy. Like, there's a quote flying around that I saw yesterday after stream, which was from Ozzy, which was like a week before Back to the Beginning, which was that final show that he did with Sabbath, where tons of bands performed and every single band covered a Sabbath song, and or a Ozzy song, and the quote is basically just like, if I make it to that show and I get to do the whole thing one last time and perform and go home, I'll die a happy man. So he died a happy man. But somehow he got a real one. Yeah, that's just... You know, people go on about the time that Ozzy bit the head off of a bat. And yeah, that's fucked up. It really is. It really genuinely is. But you know what to me is actually more fucked up than that? The shit that ZZ Top pulled in their early tours. Like, rock and roll was wild at one point in time. Like, it is... Yes, I know that he thought it was a prop bat, but like, he still gets, like, shit for that. Whereas, like, ZZ Top had, like, cows on stage for multiple shows. Like, that's a traumatic experience for that poor cow. Like, you're just torturing this cow. What are you doing? Like, they just had, like, fucking ranch animals on tour with them. Like, what? Well, Gigi Allen is, like... Can I just say that Gigi Allen is just a heroin addict who knew how to write some music, who got into fights with people and got a bit of a music reputation for beating people up? Like, I don't even know if that's like, if that's like in the same ballpark kind of deal. I didn't need to read that text, Platonic Cave Dwellers, so thanks for sharing. Things I didn't need to know. All I know is that Max Sabbath still exists, and whenever they play Paranoid, because they're a Black Sabbath cover band, Ozzy Osbourne did. Screams inaudibly. And they always bite a McChicken in half, so... So, yeah, I don't know. Was it alive? Go look it up. I don't want to talk about it. This is like... If we're sitting here talking about Ozzy, can we just remember the cool parts of Ozzy and what he did for music, and not the fact that he ate a bat once on stage? Like, of all the controversies you could have as an artist, that's not... Like, come on, guys. He thought he was biting a prop. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I hit a bunny rabbit on my bicycle once. I still feel bad about it. But you know what? Life goes on. You know you made it as a musician when there's a JoJo stand named after you or your band. True? No. Not for the bunny? Yeah. A car Shadow was in hit a seagull once? That's grim. Funny, but maybe not at the same time. Yeah. Anyway. Pretty tame these days compared to the scandals in the government. Yeah, I don't know. Like, Ozzy got hit with a lot of the Satanic Panic stuff. And, like, even before that, like... And it's really funny, like, actually listening to those old albums that got all the controversy surrounding them. And, like, looking at Ozzy Osbourne and Black Sabbath performing at Woodstock in, like, 69 and 1970. Wearing, like, hippie attire. Performing to, like, a crowd of hippies. But playing, like, early metal. By all counts, right? And, like, going like, okay, now I kind of see why controversies built up around these guys as, like, being this scary, evil thing, when in reality it's just like, no. No, people were just, like, used to a very different thing. Yeah, I hit it on my mountain bike, screams inaudibly. I have two bikes. I got a street bike and a mountain bike. I hit it on my mountain bike, and the brakes on that thing aren't great. But it's not a new mountain bike though. It's like, you know, oh, they're running an ad. Ah, shit. But yeah, I don't know. Especially when it comes to like even other musicians from the era, Ozzy Osbourne is far from the most controversial. He was just one of the first ones to get hit with all that controversy. I mean, Dungeons and Dragons is obviously satanic. How do you think people get all those creative ideas? Clearly they've sold their souls to the devil. Jeff Bezos is trying to sell you a AA battery that can remove Twitch ads. What? I mean, if you want to remove Twitch ads, you subscribe to the channel or buy Amazon Prime and subscribe with that, or use Twitch Turbo. I don't know about how a battery would do that. What? The wizard did not ask how big the room is. They cast Fireball. Everybody's dead. You and the whole party are now toast. Hi, on time. I'm blind. Kitty Fun in YouTube chat says they're on time. Oh, Turbo is the battery. Right. Also, I'm still convinced, like, everybody's like, Jeff Bezos and this and that on Twitch. I'm still genuinely convinced that Jeff Bezos doesn't know that Twitch exists. Welcome back. In regards to bikes, I hit it on my mountain bike, which has like outer rim brakes. I don't have disc brakes on any of my bikes. My mountain bike I got for free, so I'll take it. Outdated brakes and all. I did upgrade the pads since then though, and then yeah, he's too busy trying to become Dr. Evil, right? And the other bike I have, which is a road bike, it's a Marinoni, which also doesn't have disc brakes. It's got rim brakes, but it that thing, I'm really happy I didn't hit it on that because I wouldn't want to clean bunny out of my rims. I really like that bike. It's like the mountain bike is the one that I park places that are risky, or like, there's a chance someone might steal parts of it because, like, worst case scenario, I lose a free bike. Whereas the nice bike, unless I'm parking it in a valet or a lockbox, I'm not bringing it with me. I'm very cautious, or somebody's house. Like, I'm very cautious with that bike. You know, that was my family and Pokemon. Not Pokemon. Harry Potter, actually. Although maybe they were right about something. In hindsight. But no, growing up, I was... My parents put us in church. And as an adult, I've now learned that that was largely one of my grandmother's doings. Like, basically, she would disown my parents if they didn't send us to church. But like, because of that, we were pretty limitless with what we were allowed to read and do and mess with the exception of maybe video games. My parents were pretty litigious about the ratings. Like, when you were over 13, you could buy T-rated games. I was very excited when I was 13. But they got pretty lax about it for M-rated games when I was like in my teens, though. But when it came to books and like movies, if there was stuff that were like iffy in the church, they just wouldn't give us the opportunity to watch or read that stuff. Not out of like, they didn't want us to read it, but because they were concerned, like, we would tell other kids, and then the other kids would tell their parents, and we'd come back to hunt them. Like, it was literally a, The books are still largely fine. There's some weird dog whistles in them, in hindsight, but I don't know. Harry Potter's whatever. Very Satanic Panic? I remember not being allowed to play Halo because the church said that it was teaching children, or some member of the church, not the church, but some member of the church, was, like, put on a talk about how it was teaching kids to be violent. My mom's just like, yeah, we're gonna make sure that doesn't get in the house just so that I don't have to deal with it. And then I remember showing my mom Halo like 4 years later and her going, those ladies were nuts. I'm just looking at it going like, like it's a spaceman shooting purple thing, and they go purple on ground. It's about as violent as Star Wars. It was like your main interests and stuff, and you fucking hated that places. Okay. I used to have a community garden plot, which I don't have anymore since I moved. And there was an elderly gentleman named Giles, very 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 Francais. Would mutter under his breath for about 45 minutes if you asked him if he was from Quebec. He would get very mad at you if you presumed he was from nowhere but Petty. But he, weird man, very strange man. Kind of miss him, but he very very strange man. He went to church, and he mentioned at one point, he's like, "Oh, do you go to any of the churches around town?" And I asked him, no, and I said, no, I haven't been to church in like better part of 12, 13, 14 years now, maybe longer, with the exception of weddings. He was like, oh, yeah. I was like, yeah, well, they have a lot of dumb stuff to say, and was just like going on about how he kind of made it clear that he doesn't like the church. But then commented on the fact that they have really, really good coffee and cookies, and there's a lot of people that are like kind of fun to talk to. And so he's like, you know, you just get a membership. You show up at like the last 5 minutes of the sermon on Sunday and skip all the singing, and then you get to eat coffee and biscuits and free sandwiches. I'm like, maybe I'm starting to understand this a bit. Like when you're retired, you're like in your 60s and you got fuck all to do. Like, maybe I can see. It's like, you know, it's a community hub with free sandwiches. Have to drop a donation in the dono bin every now and again, maybe. I mean, you know, I know very non-religious people who don't like zombies. So, I don't know how we got here, but... I shoot the grunt body, Blue shoots out. Not quite look mom, but like... No, it was more of a me as an adult showing my mom Halo and being like, this is what I wasn't allowed to play when I was a kid. She's like, well, it is guns. It was like the one thing she did say, and then like I pulled out a needler and she's like, okay, that's pretty silly. I used to also, I like zombies. Zombies are fun. I recall, not the first, but one of the first M-rated games my parents let me buy with my own money. Was Just Cause 2. And I remember, like, my dad saying, I want to watch a couple minutes of this. Like, just to see what it is that you bought. I was like, okay. I don't know what image he had in his head, if he thought that I'd bought Manhunt or some shit. And, like, he watched for about a minute of, like, you know, that game is grappling hooks and jumping on cars, right? I mean, like, flying over a bridge, grappling hooking down to a car, throwing a bunch of grenades behind the car and blowing up a bunch of military vehicles that were chasing me, and then grappling hooking to a jet and throwing a dude out of the jet and then flying away. And my dad is like, okay, this is stupid. Like, this is really dumb. I think Just Cause games is, like, the right kind of junk food in the right portions. But I think they kind of outstayed their welcome by the last one. Maybe in the last two. But Just Cause 2 and, to a point, Just Cause 3, if you can get it cheap, are very silly, fun sandboxes for a while. Down in YouTube chat, first-time chatter, you say that she... I've got you hooked on the grind. Well, welcome to the Dwarf Forts. But they say that their parents... banned you from the Spawn games and Marilyn Manson music. You know, they might... Okay. Metal Fuse, thank you very much for the 7th month. Appreciate you, mate. Sorry to, like, keep the off-topic discussion rolling, but I like Marilyn Manson music. Like, genuinely. His last album's kind of sucks, but, like, there are portions of Marilyn Manson's discography that are funky and fun and loud and not great, but, like, fun music. Like, I don't like the drugs, but the drugs like me kind of shit. Like, it's just fun. That being said, I'm not a parent, so raise your kids the way you want to raise your kids. don't know if I would want my kid listening to Marilyn Manson for no real reasoning outside of dude's kind of a sadistic fuck, and you kind of need to know that going in, you know? Like, I've seen Marilyn live. He's fun. He puts on a good show. He's a fun performer. But like, for the same reason, I don't think I would want a kid of mine listening to like Rob Zombie. Like, you know, when you're a teen, like fucking do what you want, right? But like, if we're talking about like somebody under the age of 16, even 14, probably actually, like after that, like fucking do whatever. But like, as a little kid, I would try and avoid playing that around them. He's just, sure, he's a very boring, kind of shitty person in real life, platonic. That's all I have to say. Like, I don't know, I'd be cautious about the songs, even like there are songs in in his discography that I'd be like, yeah, no, that's fine, just listen to this. But like, kind of in the same way, like I would be cautious about which Slipknot songs to show a kid, you know? Like, I like Slipknot. Slipknot's fun. It's good music to dance to. It's very silly. But like, maybe don't show a child Custer, you know? I don't know if I need a kid walking around chanting cut me up and fuck me up. Like, that's not, maybe, like, even Pulse of the Maggots is, like, better than that. Like, we are the new Diabolic. It's fun, but, you know. Yeah, maybe don't listen to People Equal Shit. Although there's some good lessons in People Equal Shit, right? Ugh. Iowa's such a fucking good album. I need to listen to Slipknot again. It's been a long time. Slipknot's fun. I will say that for the rest of my life. So what I'm saying is, you need to get the kids into Stone Sour. You need to get the kids into Stone Sour. So that they can be on that hip Slipknot track, so by the time they get old enough to listen to the psychosocials of the world. Good parenting is hard. I think good parenting is impossible. Like, once again, I'm not a parent. I have very little aspirations to be a parent. But I think good parenting is impossible. I think you can just do the best you can with what you got. Rob Zombie song title made Twitch ask if you wanted to post it. It's just don't ever worry about that. Just click through it. You were listening to Slipknot when you were 10. You didn't really know the English back then, though. True. I do also think, like, their earlier albums, the lyrics are not Custer. You know? Like, there's... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this fucking dude's a problem now, but, like... Or turned out to be more of a problem than initially, or... Slowly became more of a problem as he got older, but I used to listen to a lot of Disturbed when I was younger. Like, when I was not 10, but, like, when I was, like, 12, 13, I was listening to, like, Disturbed and 3 Days Grace, early Trivium. I was listening to Atreyu and Bless the Fall, and, The Devil Wears Prada, and all kinds of fun shit. Underoath. And now David Draymond's out there, like, signing bombs going into Gaza, which is just, ugh. Travis in YouTube chat says, I met Marilyn Manson once. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure he's chill as fuck. What happened with Disturbed? Disturbed's fine. David Draymond's just kind of a dumbass. Like, really, that's all it is. Like, it's... That's basically it. Like, that's the whole sentence. It's like, Disturbed's fine. David Draymond's just a bit of a dipshit, I guess. But I still like Indestructible. You know what's funny? I don't hate that Sound of Silence cover. I don't hate that, because, like, I've heard bad covers of that song. That is not the worst cover I've heard of that song, and it's, like, actually, in my opinion, pretty well done. That being said, I do understand why people hate it. It's, to me, if you're gonna hate Disturbed for a cover, you can hate them for a cover. But that's not the cover you should hate them for. You should hate them for their cover of Shout. Or their cover of Land of Confusion. Because both of those covers are worse, in my opinion. They've been doing that their whole career. That was just the one that stuck with people. But yeah, no, David Draymond's just a piece of shit. That's basically it. How's the dwarfing today? I'm going to try and finish the fort today. Now, I wouldn't go that far. YouTube chat's saying it's better than the OG, but... yeah, they covered that. Shout 2000. Shout, shout, let it all out. It was like I what album is that even on? Let me go look it up. Because they did cover it, but I'm trying to remember if it's on the second or third album. Like Tears for Fears Shout. That song. It might actually be on the original album. Yeah, it's on The Sickness. Like their first album. Shout 2000. Which means that came out in like 2002? I mean, I'll tell you this. I fucking hate Five Finger Death Punch. With the exception of one song. Okay? Wrecking Ball. And the reason I like it is because whenever somebody thinks I'm putting that song on, they expect me to be putting on Miley Cyrus. And I can just be like, no, I'm a motherfucking Wrecking Ball. Also, that song was in the first MotorStorm game. I've got some Simon and Garfunkel records. I've got some Simon and Garfunkel. My parents gave them to me. But the idea sounds like a horrible mix. Here's the thing. It's not good. Because, Shout is a very hopeful song. And I think that the era of, well, David Draymond being a wingnut in the modern time makes that song worse. Way worse. But it's kind of like, I'll put it this way. It's kind of like Nine Inch Nails' Hurt is like a very angry, almost self-hating song. And the very popular cover, Hurt, is melancholic and sad. And it's kind of that big of a vibe shift between that and the original, where it's like, this is a very melancholic, angry, distressed song, instead of the original, maybe we can have world peace, question mark, song. So yeah, I don't know. These are the dwarves I've dreamed about. Come on, I'm talking to you. Come on, dig down, Eurist, you dingbat. All right, speaking of dingbats, let's play some Dwarf Fort, shall we? Hey, Chad, quick, think fast. What's your favorite song by Ozzy Osbourne? Because I need to make my camera disappear for a second. I made a statue of a human biting a bat. Or devouring a bat, more specifically. I have a goal for this fort, which I've had for a while, which is I'm going to build something in hell. I wanted to put a library in hell, actually. I've changed that goal to I want to put that statue in hell. Period. So that's my goal. And also, I would like to shout this out again because I think this is really cool. Right here, this is a Steam community file. This happens to be an actual tile set for current Dwarf Fortress. So there's links if you want to go take a look. They're looking for contributors, which is why I'm kind of spotlighting this. So if you want to help, they have a Discord link. The people working on this are a bunch of people from the Bay 12 forums that have been around for forever. And it might look familiar because I think they're using a familiar starting point to some of you, but it's all open assets, and it would be really nice to have a completed, functional, alternative tile set. The thing that I'll show real quick is this. This is some video of it that I recorded last night. It is missing some assets, so some things are not complete. Like, you'll see, like, random tree bits and stuff. But they are getting there. And it is fully playable, and it's not going to crash your game or anything. You'll just occasionally see stuff from the official tile set. So if this interests, like, you see, like, the underground trees still have that. They're also missing moss and stuff. But, like, it's playable. You can play it. So if you're looking for a very different color palette for Dwarf Fort, this is much more reminiscent to old school tile sets from what I've seen so far. So yeah. And also because they're looking for contributors, I'm trying to spotlight it a little bit. So yeah, I plopped the link in the YouTube chat and in the Twitch chat. It's also just called, let me grab this again. Right here. Neodwarf. It's not a square tile set, if that's what you're asking. The engine can't, like, incorporate it, or what's the word? Use it. It is a conversion of the modern graphical tile set. Ow. So it's not square ASCII, if that's what you're asking. But it would be compatible with the free version, I presume. You just need to turn the graphics on. All right. Let's play. Although, actually, maybe that's something I should do, is, like, load it up in the free version and make a video on how to do that. It devolves into somewhat repulsive crap. It's, like, not solidly repulsive, but not even a good steaming pile. I just think it's really funny because, like, their cover of Sound of Silence is just very simple, and I think it's actually okay for what it is. That cover, I think, is kind of objectively significantly worse, but nobody ever talks about it, and it bothers me a little bit. Not that much, but enough. Anyway, this is something that we were working on towards the end of yesterday. This is a structure that I am going to use to siphon as many, if not all, of demons out of hell as I can. What we're going to do is, right here is a tunnel, and over here is my statue of Ozzy. It's a statue of a human, and it's a human consuming a bat, or devouring a bat, and raising a scepter, and withering away. Yeah, so that's us. But over here we have this tunnel going down to here. And down at the bottom of this, you know, we got a dead dwarf rip. It's unfortunate. We'll have to deal with that. But this is how far down we've made it. Realistically, I think we have to go down to about here. Maybe a little before. Here, definitely. But we need to get down to, like, layer 73. Currently, we're on layer 69. It's not that much further down to go. So the plan for today is to get the population up, double the number of Marksdorf squads, ideally. Finish up the entry and exit bridges and ceiling bridges. And then try and get too deep. It's made of black bronze. I wanted to go with black bronze because I figured it would fit the color palette a little bit more. And then in front of it is an instrument made of iron. Or it's made of graphite, but it includes iron. But we're making adamantine right here. These are all constantly extracting strands, although I think I need to up the production of the strands once again. Once again, need to up the production of the strands because I've just got too many of them. Let's bump that up to 30. But we are extracting the strands right there and then making wafers. Over here, most of these spots are just repeatedly making wafers. So we've got quite a good chunk of wafers that are coming along constantly. Over here, we are making stuff out of iron, amongst other things, and preparing. So that's what we're currently working on. The living dwarves in the fort currently are Hippo, John Dwarf Fortress, Smidley, Cricket, Badger Demon, who killed a Badger Demon, Lucy, we got Killed a Style, Moreb, my third scam caller today. I might get a new phone number. I'm starting to get tired of this. Killed a Style, Moreb, One Sock, Two Sock. We've got Rydern, Nano, Insulina. We've got Denbis. We've got Owl Terror, who killed a demon named Owl Terror. Bismuth. We got Wolf. We got Rove Beetle, Love Monkey, who killed Hate Monkey, another demon. We've got Sanic. We've got Wood Eye, who killed a Forgotten Beast with a wooden bolt. We've got Merlin Buff. We've got Agatha the Queen. Bastet, who's trying to attend a meeting. We've got Triple A, the vampire. And we've got Lil Timmy, who's not the littlest Timmy anymore. We got a littler Timmy. And we got Dig Dugo, a scholar. If you missed your name, I may have missed it in the list. Otherwise, you're probably dead. John Dwarf Fortress. The John Dwarf Fortress, yeah. Make a check. Someone like, you know, someone just taking off, yeah. Yeah. So, do I have a dwarf putting an object in tomb? Do I have a task set for that? Okay, we do in fact have a recover wounded. But the question is, do I have a tomb task? We did have a fight towards the end of the last stream. Let's just fly down here real quick. Got a bunch of empty coffins that are assigned to people who died and didn't get a coffin, which is a shame. Do I have extras? Yes, I do. Would you look at this? Lovely extra coffins. These jet coffins, speaking of coffins taken off. This coffin's blasting off again. Burial. I didn't see. There's going to be an ad playing in a minute. I will pause the game during the ad. Just making sure these all get assigned to something. There we go. Start a massive fight in your fort. The dwarf has been idyllic. The fort has been idyllic, so what the heck is this? She got rained on 9 years back. Is she a tavern keeper? Or do you have a tavern keeper? Because brawling under the influence is a pretty big problem when it breaks out. Just a stonecutter? Huh. Weird. Does she have any particular need that's unmet? Maybe she's just a violent, mean individual. BUI, brawling under the influence. We're gonna have to give this dwarf here a BUI. Of default color names like purple, orange, green, etc. That's their highest skill. So the skills are color-coded. I'm presuming you're not in an ad. If you're not in an ad, just type in Y. Or the letter Y. But the jobs are color-coded. So they... When the ad breaks, I will pause. The jobs are color-coded, so miners and stoneworkers are kind of a gray. Woodworkers are kind of a yellow. Stone masons and brickmakers basically are kind of a white. Animal workers are green, so like hunters, trappers. Metalsmiths are like this like gray color. Management and nobles are purple. Gem cutters are green. You know. Have you ever tried to extract adamantine string? Turnix? I do actually need to downsize my clothing industry a bit. It's just for output. It's a very slow job. It takes a very long time to complete strand extraction. So, the red ones are vampires, or the like basically it's the they're split by category. You can turn off this coloration if you just want to see the color of their clothes, but it's a little harder to see who's what job at a glance. But like, yeah, their clothing color and everything is basically like kind of an artifact of the game being an ASCII game, because when it was ASCII, like their whole sprite changes color when their job changes. But like, it's just for visual clarity of what their job is at a glance. But yeah, extracting metal strands is a very slow task. They're basically turning rock into thread, and it happens so slowly that it's just easier to sit here and like just have a bunch of jobs so that they all run through at once, because it's all just metal extraction. There was an ad running, Dijon, and I asked if you were in an ad, so chat was confirming whether or not you were in an ad, because there was an ad break happening. But I gather you weren't. All right, let's dig through this, dig through this, dig through this, dig through this, because we in the end game, folks. And let's also dig through this. And we'll dig through this eventually as well. Maybe just channel this down into here. Probably not, actually. Just wait until the lava disappears a little bit. But yeah, I always have large numbers of craft workshopped in areas that I'm trying to get a specific task done quickly. But right now, this is the highest priority, is just getting all of this done. Because the idea of this is a 2-level high, basically see-through structure. The dwarves can see all the way across this, more or less. And so demons will come into here and try and traverse through this. And the hope and idea is that they get stuck and my dwarves are able to just unload and open fire. That is the perfect ideal of what will happen with this. And the dwarves being able to just unload will hopefully make the place relatively secure. And down here, needs a wall across it. And down here, and we'll just do that. All 3 wide. Needs this. The last thing I need for this, really, is just a giant ammo storage area. Have I turned DF into a tower defense game? No. That's just kind of what hell is. Not just yet, but soon. The main menu is tied to the shape and display of your monitors. Currently, I'm actually playing on the Proton version because the last patch introduced some graphical errors with the default tile set, and I was too lazy to figure out why. Like some UI elements were missing. But yeah, it's tied to the display of your monitors, Phil was in YouTube chat. So like, if my 2 side monitors are set to vertical, it screws up the background. If they're not set to vertical, the background's fine. I don't know why. It's just a weird artifact of the Linux version. Like if I'm only using 1 monitor, background fine. If I have 2 monitors, background weird. 3 monitors, background fine. 3 monitors, but 2 of them are vertical, background fucked. Well, the thing is, so YouTube chat's saying Deadly Dust would like to have a word. This is the area they can go through. So there's going to be a gap this big that they can't get to my dwarves. So if there's just chronic amounts of Deadly Dust, that could happen, yes. Ideally, my dwarves will be able to keep enough of a distance that it won't be a huge issue. That's the hope. That's the hope. Blind thinks of anything. Blind's done this and failed a number of times, so I don't know if I think of everything, but I've certainly had many opportunities to screw this up. And once you've had many opportunities to screw something up, I think that makes it... forces you to think about things. Blind learns from his mistakes. Sure, I'll take that. Speaking of mistakes, the mistake I made today was not using the toilet before I started playing Dwarf Forts. I'll be back.
Bring out your dead!
Is that interesting?
Nuclear vessels.
Toto? Yes. It's called a
All right.
race, okay? We went to car racing.
I've got tons of force pauses. What are you talking about?
Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Hangman, hello, it's good to see you. What allow demons to dig? Settle on a glacier. Disco Dwarf Dork. And let me tell you this. Sunbirths was a fort that I ran. If you go to the end of Sunbirths in the VODs, which I recommend you do, watch the last VOD of it. I break into hell, and that fortress was built on a aquifer, as well as a very, 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 very large glacier. And the demons flying around in the glacier caused chunks of it to collapse. It's pretty cool, but like, because half the demons were made of fire, so they just flew directly through the walls and shit. The Forgotten Beast, Sethal Kaskalmuthor, has come. A great serpent with lidless eyes. I'm probably not going to fight this, but we'll go take a look at it. It has curving horns and a bloated body. Its yellow-green scales are large and set far apart. Beware its fire. Yeah, we're going to ignore this one. Especially because it's stuck. Well, maybe not. I don't know. Not a huge threat to me, but does look pretty cool. He do got that foya on the dance flow is what he got. So, yeah. Time to go and crest some furniture. And if anybody has a dwarf in this fort and you'd like me to check in on it, do just let me know, and I will do my best to go check in. Seems like there's a bunch of unhoused dwarves. Let's get them housed. You don't need a house. You're a vampire. What the hell? These dwarves need to learn to be more greedy and claim some bedrooms. I realize I gave that vampire back his home, but... All of these socks. Look at all of these socks. Let's just get all this dumped as well. Just to speed up the process. Big Bad Badger Mole died right before the stream ended. Yeah, it's very unfortunate, very sad. Got eaten by a demon, or got his face caved in by a demon. Unfortunately, I can't keep every dwarf alive as much as I try. Although I will say, not the worst way to go. Vindile, hello. Like, maybe not the first way I'd want to go, but, you know, you could do worse. Okay, so I need another lever up here. As I slowly expand this. Still quite brutal. Yeah, that's for sure. My cart's attack. I don't think you're alive either. Yeah, You died, I think it was the stream after you got named. Again, to a demon incursion or a Forgotten Beast was one of the two. I've sealed off all the caverns now because the Forgotten Beasts got a bit too constant. What about Little Gumbo? Little Gumbo went insane and I think died to a goblin fight, actually. Little Gumbo lived for quite some time and actually ended up tantruming for a number of years until, you know, being in the wrong place at the wrong time and turning into goblin pincushion. Most of the dwarves have died in this fort. The actual, like, still existing population is pretty minimal. I mean, we've had some that have stuck around for a while, like Wolf stuck around somehow. And some dwarves have managed to stay alive, but they are very much not the norm. The number of dwarves that we've lost vastly outweigh the number that were here when we began. Also, I'm just going to go eat some livestock here. Butcher some livestock here real quick. Dead Dulkin is definitely dead. You did name a dude that my dwarves were actively killing with swords. And other sharp things. So, I would say yes. Dead Dulkin went in with the expectation of dying soon. And did in fact die soon. Also, this was the area that I need to rebuild. It's just, there's too much of everything. I desperately needed clothing a while ago and like ramped up my clothing industry way more than it needed. So now I'm trying to pull that back a bit. Well, not way more than it needed. We needed it at the time, but we've got the supply of cloth now. I did see a dwarf the other day, yesterday, Dulkin, who was very disturbed having seen Dead Dulkin die. For those of you who don't know, Dead Dulkin was a troll that ended up in the middle of my fort somehow, and I don't know how he got there. But suddenly there was a troll in the middle of my fort, and everybody was fighting with this troll. And Dulkin named the troll as my dwarves were killing the troll. Dead Dulkin. And so, Dead Dulkin is dead. And there was much rejoicing. Oh, also realizing I'm kind of screwing this up a little bit. Nah, fuck it. I can widen the hallway. And also, maybe over here is where I could put the ammo deposit. Yeah, let's just do it that way. Let's see where my dwarves are digging currently. They're all up here. Works. Makes sense. Also, YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the YouTube stream. Yeah, I'm kind of expecting that to happen. Robber man, when it comes to the demons, like, I think every time I've invaded hell in recent memory, I've just kind of gotten lazy towards the end and forgotten to patch something, but today is the one day this week I don't have a time restriction. Like, I don't have to pick something up. Like, I've been really busy recently, especially in the evenings, with, like, having to pick up stuff for either for the office or for the apartment or, like, go to things in the evenings, which is not a bad thing, I guess. But today is, like, the one day I don't have something I need to go do. So I'm going to try and finish this fort today. Yesterday I had to walk to the post office and pick up my network switch. So I now have all of the pieces I need. I just need to put it together and install probably FreeNAS. Not sure yet exactly what I'm going to put on it, but I'll get all that stuff set up this weekend probably. Home Lab is like a gross exaggeration, but no, I bought a little NAS enclosure and the most overkill network switch of all time. The reason I bought the most overkill network switch of all time is because it was cheaper than buying a logical one. So I bought it used on eBay. I don't know. To me, a home lab, you're going to be self-hosting stuff. I'm not positive I'm going to self-host stuff. It's mostly just going to be an editing NAS and like a backup rig. We'll see. One thing at a time. But like, yeah, I have a rack mount and a few other things. I have 64 terabytes of hard drive space now, though, on that. Well, it's actually technically 68. TrueNAS, FreeNAS, blah, 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 blah. Software. I don't want to use the software that it came with because I bought a Ugreen enclosure and I don't want to use their software. So you have 6 terabytes and it feels like a lot. You know, I have about 10 terabytes in this computer right now, but the hard drives are all very old. And I think it's 14 total, including the M.2 drives. And this computer's totally fine, but I want this computer to be stable and I want it to last. And it's making me less enthusiastic about editing on this computer, especially because I'm recording right now. Like this. That's my recording. Like, I'm recording for YouTube videos. I record about 35 to 40 gigabytes of footage a day for videos. So per stream, I'm installing a non-trivial or storing a non-trivial amount of footage. And I'm not even recording in 4K or anything. I'm just recording 1080p. It's not the highest bitrate. I could go higher if I wanted. 30 to 40 gigabytes of footage per day. And so because like I'm keeping all of that for YouTube videos, I want to be able to have like at least 2 years worth of past recordings. And this computer is starting to get full and I've got 2 4 terabyte external drives. One of them is almost full of footage. So in about a year, I've recorded maybe 5 terabytes of footage. So 64 terabytes is going to be fucking tons. Not really too concerned about that. What mostly all that this enables me to do is it enables me to keep storing and keep editing without worrying about burning out the drives in my mission critical. I need this for work PC. You know, that's the big deal for me. And the impetus behind all of this. Backup plan in case of demons? Foibles? In YouTube chat? So, I don't know. I mean, I always get a little iffy about talking about spending money, but, like, I think anybody who runs a private business or a business where you are the sole proprietor or a small business of any form, really, probably understands and realizes that tax deductions are important. And I'm not going to TwitchCon this year. I'm not going to PAX this year. I'm not traveling at all for work this year. And so I need something to use as a tax deduction. Have you thought about investing in a small server? That is the entire discussion and what I did, Brian. I don't know when you came into the conversation on the YouTube side, but it's a meter that way with 64 terabytes in it. That is the basis of this entire discussion. I already did. It's also not really a server. It's more just a NAS. But a NAS is a server, but not all servers are a NAS, if that makes sense. It's gonna server me the data when I need it, if you know what I mean. You're a description of software. So this is my issue with the home lab stuff, probably, Jody, is you get the most insufferable, like, well, actually, nerds going, well, it's not this, it's a this. And so, you know what, don't gatekeep this shit. It's expensive. Let me call it what the fuck I want. Watch me rename my server from Capybara to server just to spite. How about you server some bitch? Yeah, I don't know. No, it's just a NAS. It's just a little NAS enclosure with 10 gigabit out. Actually, exactly. What level of compressions do you store videos at for long-term storage? Nothing crazy. I get them down by about 20% and zip them. I zip the finished project files for the videos with everything sorted. But yeah, I don't know how far back long-term storage for me is ever really going to go. Let's see what we're actually making for armor right now. We're just extracting adamantine. 45 wafers. I'm gonna... go over here. Okay. Jet. 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 And then I'm thinking, going to do a stairway down here and dig out this. And this is going to be where I store the ammo. We just loaded the game. Why do I need to save it? How about instead of saving the game, I will name this door Lock Robber Man. I'll give you a name instead of a save game. Because I don't want to sit here and save the game for a good chunk of time, because we're pretty stable currently. Obi, right there. I'm not certain if I want to have this area exposed or not. I kind of actually maybe think I should dig through these and fill that in. Let's actually just dig through all of this. Just replace it all. Stairway to hell. Just a little walkway to hell, you know, as one does. As one does. The other area that I need to seal up is this. So you up here. Let's just jump up to this side. Let's see, did this all get hooked up? Okay, they're hooking up the second one right now. It's already hooked up to Lock Robber Man, but they're hooking up the other one. Have to go to a work meeting, enjoy the meeting. Hopefully it's not one of those meetings that could have been an email. But yeah. Also, I've been naming all of my computers after rodents. So this is rat, this computer. The laptop is mouse. The media PC that's plugged into the TV is marmot. And the server is going to be capybara. Kind of running out of, like, fun named rodents, but we'll get there. Morning, Lennox. I don't want to name one Beaver. Because at that point, it would change the naming convention because I'd immediately just name it Wayona. You vote Pika? Oh, true. Pika would be if and when I set up a Raspberry Pi again. If I ever build a Pi hole again, I will name it Pika. How's that? Although that does... I've been told by everybody from Brazil that that means penis, so... Rabbit? Rabbit's pretty good. Yeah. Rabbit's also pretty good. Squirrel! Well, squirrel is what if I ever get like a long-term cold storage thing for like, you know, heavy backing up and archival stuff, that I would name squirrel, because you're squirreling away stuff, right? But yeah, when I was younger, I used to always name my computers after Transformers. As an adult, I've learned that I don't actually know that much about Transformers, so I kind of ran out of Transformers that I liked. And also that feels kind of dumb as an adult, so I'm happy with the rodents. Do we have an artifact chair of some sorts? No, but we have an adamantine throne. There's some tables, though. I don't think so. Hold on, let me double check. It's been a while. I have been in this fort for 30 years. Okay, no, we do actually have an artifact throne. It's this one. It's not that great, though. I mean, Dragon Roost, the adamantine throne, is way nicer, but... We got a table. Great. 2 tables and a grate. I really like the bucket, though. The bucket's pretty A+. You want to name the artifact throne after you? I can't, actually. How about I give you the pedestal for the second most valuable artifact in the fort, the adamantine spear? Because the throne cannot be renamed. I'll take it? Okay. I'm trying to think of, like, how to pun your name. Because your name is Raging Cave, right? So this is a pedestal. So this would be, like, Raging Display. Raging Display. Cave. In lowercase brackets if you want them. And on top of you is an adamantine spear. All craft workmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned native gold cabochons and decorated with forgotten beast bone and bloodthorn and encircled with bands of forgotten beast bone and native gold cabochons and single cut sapphires. This object is adorned with hanging rings of dacite and menaces with spikes of adamantine and red diamond. Is your dwarf still alive? I'm going to say no. That's my first assumption. Yes, you are not still alive. Again, you either died to a demon at some point along the way, a forgotten beast, or one of the sieges. It's been a lot. Most dwarves have... If you had a dwarf, they're probably dead. Sorry. It's all my fault. I know. Getting a few dwarves with new stuff. Getting a good few dwarves wielding new stuff. I don't... Okay, just to confirm, chat. Is there any benefit to making adamantine crossbows? So I'm like kind of really tempted to make adamantine crossbows just because of the flex, but at the same time, more agilitiness. Yeah, in theory it would. I'm just wondering if they even need it, Troll. Let's do it. I'm gonna queue up 10. Because I want to see how many bricks they use. I know I could just, like, find out by looking at the wiki, but... True, yeah. But, I mean, bonus to reload speed would be good as well. It's weird that metal bars can be set to be melted down, because they don't melt them down, do they? Like, I've never actually seen them melt down bars. So I don't know why they can be set to be melt down, because it doesn't really make much sense to me. And that only quality matters. I'm still going to make 10. I'm also going to make some adamantine bolts. Oopsies. Was that a ballista arrow that I clicked? Yes, I did. I'm also going to pause. Go to here. Then I'm going to go down into here. Yeah, built this. It's going to take a while to bring those boulders in, but I want to clean those boulders out, so. There's barely even an advantage to making metal crossbows. I want it for the flexing factor, but yeah. I'm also kind of tempted to make some adamantine pickaxes. Kind of tempted. Kind of tempted. I do know that there's, like, no benefit to making adamantine quivers, but, like, again, it's just kind of cool, you know? It's like, I have it, so why not do the flex? That's right there. Adamantine loincloth. Now, see that? Now we're just getting gaudy here. I think that might be a bit much even for yours truly. All right, let's also mine out this. And I don't trust this, so I will smooth it. Adamantine picks, yeah. Like pickaxes. For the dwarves. Can you not make those? Yeah, you can. Let's make 6. Got forge adamantine crossbows going. But, you know, there was a video or a while there. Chat, I'm blanking on his username. My brain has been fucky this morning. Twitch streamer. He's from Finland, I think. Plays Dwarf Fortress sometimes. Has goblin emotes, and a lot of you are sub to him. What's his name? I was forgetting his name yesterday, and I feel bad forgetting it. I shouldn't. Somebody here knows who I'm talking about. Anyway, he was streaming in version 47 before Premium released. And, Hazaza, yeah, that's it. Hazaza. Perfect, you got it. Hazaza was streaming before version 50 came out, on version 47. And he had a pillar of adamantine. So, like, one of those giant spires of, like, adamantine coming out of the ceiling of a map. And just built this road out of adamantine. It was just like using adamantine bricks to build a road. Okay, they only use 3. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. There we go. So I guess Insulina is going to go most likely get one of those in a moment. I mean, they've been working to extract the strands. I think they've earned it. So those are 3. Is anybody making a pick just yet? Picks haven't been queued up just yet. Just want to see how many... If it's just 3, then yeah, that's fine. This is going to leave us with stuff to spare, too. Oh. We've unleashed an echo of forgotten divine retribution. Looks like they just dug through the fortifications there. What is it? Slayer of Dreams, Pikeman. A large, scaly humanoid. It has a short trunk, and it reminds those that look upon it of their most unpleasant memories. Ooh, so it's a sleep paralysis demon. Its ivory scales are small and set far apart. It was created by the human god Akmot. Lancer sneaks and is part with dreams and nightmares. It really is a sleep paralysis demon. Dream Slayer. Sounds like a power metal album. Run away, dwarf! And it's flammable! Get fucked on, demon! What are you wielding? It's got a faceted metal cap. It's got shining cloth stuff. Jagged metal pike. Lol. That's actually very funny. That is an angel, yes. Absolutely, that is an angel. I'm being a bit generalizing. I'm generalizing a bit when I'm saying demon. But yeah, it was a human god related angel. We can go down here and dig out all this and then do another line. Although, not all angels are demons, but all demons are angels. Just saying. It certainly did slay his hopes and dreams, yeah. They don't always catch fire, so it's kind of funny when that does happen. Okay, this I can mine through. And let's just go pick. Dwarves are picking up equipment. Presuming they're going to go get the... Actually, hold on. Something I want to do real quick. I kind of wish I could do ammo for all of them simultaneously, but... I'm going to remove wooden bolts from this squad and give them adamantine bolts specifically and tell them to not use it for anything. I just want them to have them equipped. Yeah. Sometimes they are. They're not always immune to fire. Demons are usually immune to fire. You ever made an artifact that's adorned with fish? No. No, I have not. You mean like, as in they used fish parts to decorate it? Or... Like a pike adorned with a pike? Oh! A pike adorned with a pike. Oh. Okay. Oh, it's literally just one. Wait, no, never mind. I was misreading. Bolts are just one, which is totally fine. All right, let's move bolt storage to down here. Because that's something I need to move. We're just going to do iron and adamantine bolts. Ammo. Bolts. Yes. Yes. Yeah, let's just do everything. And then set this stockpile up here to go away. Well, actually, maybe set this to give. Nah, we'll just get rid of it. They'll just move it. Then all of this stuff is going to be moved down there. That is the plan. I'm going to stop storing squad gear down here. And instead, I'm going to go to right here. And I'm going to make a barracks. And I'm going to get them all to store gear there. Oops. Yes. And I'm going to add in some more flooring. Of which I'm running out a lot of. And now we wait. What's up, Ben Kenobi? But yeah, you could absolutely have a pike with an image of a pike on it. Perhaps, or do you perhaps know if you can update the version of the mod to applied to the world without having to generate a new one? No. No. No, you can't. Because I would assume that would require changing the base of the world. Unless it's like just if it's like a type of creature that populates the world type of mod, no. If it's just like a graphical thing, then maybe. But generally the common assumption is no. Because there's just way too much that is leaning on World Gen functioning for a lot of that stuff to function. So if you want that to function and like give you the output that you're hoping for, you do need... I'm gonna unassign all these dwarves from mining real quick. So they all drop their pickaxes, and then I'll reassign them. And see how many of them go and get new pickaxes. Like you. Are you gonna go? Okay, fine. I will do this. Pick. Copper and bronze picks. Melt those down. Or actually, fuck it. We'll just get rid of them. And then I will go here. Tell all these dwarves to drop them. And I will go here and tell all these dwarves to grab pickaxes. There you go. And then I will go here and I will go pick. And I will set these back to just melting. Because I would like them to go get some nicer picks. Yeah, no, it's very much a, like... It's something that I think is a little sad, or maybe like people's misunderstanding of how games work in a lot of cases, because I often see people saying like, when is the bug, like they refer to it as a bug often, of not being able to get new features in worlds when new things are added to the game, and updating mods without generating a new world. Like, when's this bug going to be fixed? As if, like, it's something that's fixable. And it's like, the fundamental way that world generation for Dwarf Fortress works makes that quite literally impossible. It's just the way the game is. And it's one of those, like, I don't know how to communicate that to people without just making the game sound bad, but, like, that's how world gen works. People are just used to very different types of character creation and world generation in games. So chat room, today's going to be a lot of what we've seen a lot recently, which has just been me slowly working towards this overarching goal. So I'm very open to just passing off ideas and chatting, because I know that, like, it's been a lot of the same in this fort, but I want to actually complete this once in the several years. So thanks for sticking with me and continuing to watch the stream. This is a crowdfunded channel. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for people supporting the channel. And I do have a daily minimum. And let's just say, if I were to say the daily minimum, I would just state the number minus $8 that I need to make. So if you're watching this, you have a Prime sub around, think about me. Because I'm totaling at under $10 on today's revenue so far. And we've been live for what? 2 hours and 20 minutes? That's all I gotta say. If you have a hat next to your name, thanks for keeping that sub alive. And helping keep this channel funded, because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. Let's keep digging. Going deeper. As one must when you're a dwarf. Let's maybe go down from up here, actually. Regular subs is fine, too. In fact, I would actually say regular subs are better. I just don't like asking people for money. So I bring up Prime subs because it's money that you've already spent. And I feel a little bit better about that. But, channel's got to stay funded somehow, so. It doesn't always give you the announcement depending on your browser settings, so if you refresh the scene, Cuglorf, it'll make it pop up. But you probably need to refresh the screen. How about open-faced subs? You know what? I'm here for an open-faced sub sandwich. As long as it's not Subway, I'm here for that. Subway is just a little mid and kind of too expensive for what it is. Kind of loses me in a lot of cases. I should be able to dig through that too, but I guess it's just not being done yet. So we got a couple dwarves now running around with adamantine picks, which are way faster to dig. Down here we need to smooth a bunch of this and fortify a bunch of that. I'm just going to dig through this. So it'll be fine, right? That'll be fine, right? What'll possibly go wrong? Those can also be dug through. Got another dwarf over here who's probably very happy with their pickaxe. And how much is this worth? 3,606. Nice. Coglorf, thanks for the 7th month. Welcome back, mate. Appreciate you for the couple bucks and helping keep the channel funded. As Zolalar, the Weaver, has been possessed. I want to say that's one of my military dwarves, actually. Uh-oh. There to be ghosts. Did I get this one done? Nope. What's the name of that dwarf? Cyril Nish. Thought that ghost had a strange mood. Wouldn't that be something? I had a ghost once kill a strange mood. I had a dwarf that, yeah, it is one of my military dwarves. I had a dwarf go into a strange mood as a... And then a ghost appeared, and the ghost toppled the workshop that dwarf claimed as they were claiming it, and that killed the strange mood. You know, I've heard stories and read creepypastas about Lavender Tower. I have no idea what that thing actually is. Yeah, you know, honestly, if given the option between having to start a new, because like I'm taking this from the YouTube chat, if given the option between having to start a new world every time there was an update, or like certain updates not coming in unless you generate a new world, I would take the latter, because at the very least, like, you don't always get the new content in the world, but the game keeps working. Like, there's so many city builders that are like, oh, it's patch day, time to throw out all of your work for the last 5 projects, or back up the whole game. Those are your 2 options. And honestly, I much prefer what we end up getting with Dwarf Fortress. It's just, I don't know, it seems so much more fair to your time. Like, yeah, eventually your world will atrophy as time goes on, but like, worst case scenario even, like, you're... I'm gonna dig up to here so that I can seal off a lot of this. I also need to put something right there. Actually, no I don't. I'll just block that off. Checked out the main mod that you're using and they added a bunch of cool new civilizations, magic and shit. Yeah, I know that you're gonna need to generate a new world for. Because basically, like, what mods are is like that. The way they function for Dwarf Fortress is it's just telling the world gen half of the game to generate something different that the default game doesn't tell it to generate. So you're basically just like adding in new things for it to throw into the primordial soup of world gen, which is pretty fucking cool. But like, you know, it does then limit you to, once you click generate, that's what you have until you click generate again, right? Drew Scriver, hello. It's good to see you. Yeah, you know, I'm kind of with you. I mean, this is still pre like the Beast graphics update, right? So I don't have the Forgotten Beasts in this world either. So I'm kind of in the same boat to a degree. I'm just gonna block that in, fill that in, I guess. Let's get a lot of these dwarves digging quicker. I kind of wish I could update the equipment on miners. It kind of feels like I should be able to do that, but... oh well. Muthcat. Okay, let's jump to that strange mood. See what you're going for. Pretty deep down, that. Can't say that. Causative mutations, Hangman. But, Drew, how are you doing today? Unfortunately, your dwarf is still no longer with us, but I'm sure your dwarf is in a better place now. You get to hang out with Ozzy. Seems pretty okay. So, chat, you guys think I'm going to be able to hold back the defenses of hell with all of this stupid prep? I'm genuinely wondering. I don't know. For me, personally. I like to think that it's possible or plausible or something I could achieve, but I don't know. We'll have to see soon. At some point. Because we're getting there. We are indeed getting there. Do that and then 2 glass furnaces in case I need one. Do they have a cave troll? The goblins probably do. You know, that might be one of my favorite scenes from a movie ever. It's just, they have a cave troll. Just everything about that sequence is mwah, perfect. Perfect. I love it. Is your day kind of coming to a close, Drew? Or are you just kind of vibing? But still not enough to hold off hell. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now, right? Like, I'm very, very close. But, you know, you never quite know until you break into the depths, and I don't really know what's down there.
Curson cheered. X100.
Thanks for the $1, Curson. Appreciate you. It's the first bit of the stream. I'll have you know. Probably just added 10% onto my pay for the day. So thank you. I'm never actually that worried about hitting daily minimums while streaming. But, you know. It's one of those, hopefully we hit it eventually. And I'll get annoying at around 2 p.m. if we don't. Is one single perfect sequence except for the scene where Frodo is losing it after Morgul blade wound. You know, Chad, I have a question. This is probably a place with lots of people who like Lord of the Rings. I don't really consider myself a fan of Lord of the Rings, but I've read the books and I've seen the movies. I haven't seen the extended editions. I do not like the Hobbit movies at all. But I have read the book. To which I have to ask the question. What's your favorite of the 3 movies? Not the TV shows, nothing else, not the expanded nonsense, just the first 3 movies. I think the Twin Towers is my favorite. Like 2 towers. Purely because of the sequence with the Ents. Like that. Return of the King. Because I think for me it's the 2 towers. Like all of the practical all of the practical effects of everything and just the giant fucking trees walking around. I don't know. Some of the coolest sequences of wizards in it. Gandalf coming back. Gotta be Fellowship. I'm kind of amazed how many people are liking 2 Towers, because I feel like when I was younger, 2 Towers was kind of... I seem to recall a lot of people saying it was boring and stuff like that, and me kind of going, really? What? You're nuts. How could you find that boring? Let's get that other ghost dealt with. So I guess I'm a little bit... Oh, I'm happy. We're in an ad break, so I will pause until the ads are done. Each one is meant to be watched together for you, but each one has its merits. Totally. I mean, I would say the same thing about The Matrix, but also The Matrix 2 is the best one, so. And I say that just to cause spice. It's like saying I like pineapple on pizza, which I do, but like with The Matrix, you can't beat that highway scene, okay? The whole highway sequence makes that movie for me. Quite literally, actually, that is the reason I like the second one. First one is actually the best. Don't worry, I'm not that crazy. But I do really like the second one. Oopsies, did I not click that? There we go. Whose second favorite Matrix is 4? I really like Matrix 4. Like, it's kind of a weird juxtaposition to the other ones, so I kind of don't really think of it as part of the trilogy. But I do actually really like Just Cause 4. Or not Just Cause 4. The Matrix 4. I really like The Matrix 4. Like, I think that's a fun movie. I think that game gets a bit of a bad... Like, I think a lot of people went into that movie planning to hate it. It's one of those movies where it's like... But yeah, I really like that movie. I think that movie's fun. It is weird that Jeff Keighley's in it. Just as somebody who follows the video game industry, that part's weird. Like, just surprise... fucking Game Awards. Bones, yes, probably, right? The Matrix at the whole highway scene was actually shot on a cut. Yeah, that's why it's cool. And it's like one of the last scenes you'll see in a big budget action movie that was filmed like that. The Matrix 2 is a very good anime. It's not a great movie, though. It also needed an editor. Same with The Matrix 3. Those movies just got too long at a point. Like, they tried to do too much with not enough. The second and third Matrix could have been one movie, and I think it would have been a better movie for it. There isn't a Hobbit movie. They never made one. What I'm saying is every rendition of The Hobbit as a movie I've seen has been fucking terrible. I unironically hated those recent movies. Those movies are garbage. Absolute fucking trash. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot, maybe not a lot, but a good number of franchises out there that do things purely to annoy their fans. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna cheat. Because I like this dwarf too much, and I'm not gonna fucking let them die. If you catch on fire again, I will kill you. But... sorry. Check the stone for heat. What devilry is this? Where'd that go? Oh. Okay, that was close. Where was I? I was talking. I have like one redeeming feature, and it's the music. There is a... So I'm not crazy enough to actually watch fan re-edits, but there's a fan re-edit of the 3 Hobbit movies edited into one, like, 3-hour movie. I'm not going to watch it because I honestly don't care enough. But I'm mildly interested. I want to know if someone could salvage that into something that I wouldn't hate. But I'd probably still hate it. Yeah, because the first Hobbit movie flopped. This is me being sarcastic, by the way. Yeah, because the first Hobbit movies flopped so hard that they just decided to not make the other 3. This is me talking to somebody in YouTube chat about saying, I heard that they made one, but strangely, they just kind of stopped after. Actually, I will say there is one redeeming feature of The Hobbit. The casting is pretty inspired. And Smaug's voice is phenomenal. Like, I'm not even a fan of that TV show. That is just a good round of casting. Like, that's about it. That is about it. That's kind of where, yeah, me and my interest in that ends, though. Are there people resting? No. See a bunch of give water tasks. I'm like, uh-oh. It's gotta be people in prison then. Who are we giving water to, though? But yeah, no, I'm pretty far out from a lot of modern movies as well. I don't know about you guys, but like, it's not that I wish they made them like they used to. Like, I'm not one of those people. I just kind of don't watch a lot of movies anymore. So I guess maybe actually the real reality for me at this point. Like, I do watch movies, but the movies I watch are like stuff I already know that I'm going to like either various horror films or like old school action movies and stuff. Like, I kind of know what I like, and I just kind of watch that. I just kind of don't bother with much other thing anymore. Hawkeye, now there's a movie. Man, I haven't heard that mentioned in this chat in a moment. It's been a minute since I've seen that written down in that order. I don't know, that movie's kind of problematic in a lot of ways. Where's that strange mood? Got diorite. Okay. The Matrix was the last movie that I was like looking forward to that I went to go see. I'm familiar with this movie and I've seen it, I think. Bruce in YouTube chat. YouTube chat is talking about the first feature-length movie adaptation of Lord of the Rings was a 1978 animated film directed by Ralph Bakshi. Covered parts of the Fellowship, the Ring, and the Two Towers. Yeah, I think I've seen that, but that's not the point or basis of any of this discussion. Seeing as Dune Part 3. I did watch Dune Part 2, finally. I'm still mad they didn't market that first one as a trilogy, but it's fine. For like 5 years. I'm going to say you're not missing much. Although, I will miss cinemas if they ever go away completely. And not because I like going to go see big movies in cinemas. Although I think the type of cinema I will actually miss probably will be fine and stick around. Which is, I really like... There we go. It's all getting going. I really like indie cinema. Like, I think the most fun I've had at a movie in recent memory was I went to the Rio in Vancouver, which Ryan Reynolds single-handedly stopped from closing, and watched Color Out of Space there, which was, or is, I guess, a Nicolas Cage adaptation of, like, the book by Lovecraft, right? So it's a Lovecraft book. And it's not great, but fuck me, I had fun at that movie. There's just something about going to indie movie theaters that still appeals to me. It's like pretentious in ways that I can get down with, I guess. You didn't know about this? You'll watch it soon? It's okay. I'm not going to say it's great. It's not great. It is a B-movie-ass B-movie without the B's and the jazz. But it is definitely a B-movie. So go into it expecting a B-movie and you'll have a good time. If you go into it expecting some sort of, like, modern classic, A force of vile darkness hath arrivedeth, and are seeking the parley. Isn't there a fire-breathing snake in the basement? John Doerr Fortress has been missing for... Oh. I think John Doerr Fortress got turned into a brick. Hold on a second, chat. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that. It's a Cage B movie. Yes, no, it's a Nicolas Cage B movie. All right. Well, I need to memorialize John Dwarf Fortress, unfortunately. He'll go right next to John Cena. I may actually give the dwarves a little bit of time before we deal with this siege. Mostly because I need to check if the burning chamber is actually sealed or not. I can just use my hotkeys to get somewhere when I don't know where they are. Although there is kind of part of me here that's tempted to just release the Forgotten Beast. Where is it? Let's see. There's this guy over here, which is a gigantic three-eyed oxpecker with a short trunk, and it is slavering. Its sepia feathers are long and narrow. Beware its fire. And the other one that we have is this thing. I address chat as chat, and chat is a group individual. Skull Eye, I don't know why you're telling me to address chat as something or another. I will address specific people I know, but I'm not sure why that's a relevant thing to state. Ask John Black Ops why John Dwarf Fortress is a meme thing. No, John Fortress was his dad. Meanwhile, a forgotten beast named Wara has come. A towering eyeless Dimetrodon. It has a square shell and it is ravening. Its lime scales are jagged and overlapping. Beware its poison sting. Where is it? Oh, you fucking vey. I've always heard of it as John Black Ops, but if John Dark Souls is also a thing, then it wouldn't surprise me. It's always John video game franchise. And Sigmar is John Warhammer. Yeah, I feel like that's one of those things where you'd have to probably do some internet archaeology to find the actual origins of the jokes, but it's definitely an internetism. Oops. Drawbridge is closed. Let's bring in the siegers. The name of the OG guy who makes primitive technology is a legit John Plant. That's funny. It's like Robert Plant. My favorite are people who live in non-Polish speaking countries with Polish last names who can't pronounce their last name. Wool headscarf. Oz the Weaver has created Origdados, a bulky sheep's wool headscarf, and offers it to the enjoyable knowledge. I might give that to the queen. It's a bulky sheep's wood headscarf. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with tapered cut baguette cut blue diamonds, and it is made from sheep wool. The thread is midnight blue with dimpled dye. The object is adorned with hanging rings of dacite brass and gabbro and menaces with spikes of giant rat bone. And dacite. On the item is an image of an oval cabochon in sheep's wool. And the item is an image of a fungi wood in diorite. Well, does John Metroid become a Joanna Metroid when John Metroid takes armor off? Or is John Metroid the actual Metroid? Because just like the little blob being John Metroid's kind of funny in its own way. What's the value of it? 31,000? That makes it easier to spot. I mean, first, if that's not a joke, I'm shocked, Gumbo the Great. They say, wait, Metroid is a girl. Second, this is a Zelda situation where Samus is the character, not Metroid. Although the Metroids are kind of just amorphous blobs, so they're probably like slugs. I don't actually know how their mating process works. And quite frankly, I don't want to know. Presume it's a lot like the Flood. So speaking of all this John, like, Call of Duty and John Black Ops and, like, John Dwarf Fortress memes, I watched Mandalore Gaming's video of Singularity last night while I was doing other things, getting ready for bed. And just, I got really confused for a bit because he was referring to the main character as Mr. Call of Duty for the entirety of that game. He's like, yeah, so no, and then Call of Duty did this. And it took me a minute to realize that he was talking about the character, not actually Call of Duty. Because the people who made Singularity ended up just working on Call of Duty forever. Like, they're just, like, stuck in that infinite development pit and not allowed to, you know, do anything else. They just make Call of Duty. You know, he works for Hooded Horse. Disco. What's the longest you've done? Is this the longest I've done a fort in a while? Yep. And I'm kind of regretting it. I'm trying to pretend that I'm not regretting it. It's been not the greatest for the stream, but I just really want to get into hell and do that, and that takes time to do successfully. Yeah, I don't know how much work he actually does for Hooded Horse, but he's like basically like a talent hunter for them. So he finds games for them. Go to hell. I'm trying! It's a slow process though. People shout that thing so willingly. If they only knew exactly how difficult it was to get down to hell, then maybe they wouldn't tell people to go to hell so much. Like, go to hell! I've tried, it takes forever, man. Go till you see something you forgot about then. Yeah. But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to starting a new fort. It'll be nice, but I've also been enjoying this fort, and even though I've like abandoned most of the original goals of it, like I think the last time I'm trying to think like when I last kept a fort alive this long. And I honestly don't know. I mean, this fort's 30 years in 2 years. Like we're 29 years in. Like it's yeah, it's been a long time since I played this long. It was a lot faster. So if speed of being able to access hell is what you refer to as fun, then yes. I have no idea why there's a bunch of beak dogs retreating right now, but what are you fighting with? Okay, so a bolt hit them. They got hit by a bolt. Somebody shot a bolt at them, and they're like, some of them are fleeing. No, I'm gonna make a new world after this fort. I've played like the last 4 forts in this world. Although actually I did keep another fort in this world alive for quite a while. I played Head Punch for quite some time. Not as long as this one, but... Yeah, no, that's my issue. And I couldn't agree more. It is very much an unnecessarily slow, sluggish process to get to hell. Well, you can, for whatever it's worth, I don't know if this is a positive thing, though. You can blame RimWorld for it, because Tarn wanted to add some more endgame challenges for people that thought that were saying that the game was potentially too easy. So yeah, you can blame RimWorld. You'll ever just have laggy worlds? I mean, the saving process of this world lags. And when there's armies on the screen, it lags, but it's not so bad. Why? Made a world with dozens of civs and literally started at 10 FPS? Huh. Yeah, I think like the overarching world itself doesn't generally affect my frame rate all that much. There's a bunny rabbit that they're trying to kill. This bunny rabbit just went running out that way. It's dead, actually. It was Eurist. Just staring at my blood sugar and hoping it doesn't go low. That's why I got up a minute ago, was to go eat a boiled egg. It was high when I woke up this morning, and now I'm trying to stop myself from going low. Life. Fun. An emerging meta somewhat? I fucking hope not, because metas ruin games. Well, okay, when I say metas ruin games, I'm talking about from the streamer perspective. I'm not talking about the audience perspective. I fucking hope not. The reason metas ruin games is it stops wide-ranging creativity. So the question that Audra said in YouTube chat is, do you think that the Siege update will shift the creativity of fort structure towards an emerging meta somewhat? Okay, so 2 things. 1, there are people who claim that there's a Dwarf Fortress meta. They're stupid and don't listen to them. That's the first thing. And they don't like fun. The second thing is, I really, really hope not. I mean, a lot of what Tarn has talked about as he's been developing the Siege update is he seems to be trying to avoid that. I think it's inevitable somewhat, but I do think that that kind of playstyle is insufferable. What is meta in this context? Meta is when you play the optimal strategy, the optimal defense route. Dwarf Fortress is a game that is not benefited by playing the optimal defense, because if you play perfectly optimally, the game gets boring. Like right now, this is a pretty optimal defense that I'm using to destroy the siege. This is the least interesting way I could do this, but I'm doing it so that I can focus on other things. I think that's fine in games. But if things become too precise and specific, and the only way to survive is by cheesing or playing the quote-unquote meta, I think that ruins video games almost entirely. So I hope not. I won't support it if it does. Yeah, but here's the thing about Miasma, right? So, like, in YouTube chat, Killjoy points out that Miasma doesn't move diagonally, so if you build, like, diagonals, you can stop it from going through walls. Yeah, you could do that, or you could just put a door there. Or build a chimney above it to let it disperse naturally. It's like, I don't know. My biggest concern is RimWorldification of Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress is a sandbox that's benefited by being a sandbox, allowing you to kind of come up to solutions that are creative instead of doing the 3 things that works. I don't want Dwarf Fortress to ever become that kind of game. And I would be very sad if it did. I don't play Minecraft, so your references are kind of lost on me, to be honest with you. Miasma acts like smoke and is trying to go vertically. Killjoy in YouTube chat. So if you just put a chimney one tile above it, it'll just collect one tile up. Chimney and a door. That's all you need. Your kids play it. It's the only reason you know. I mean, I played it at one point in time. But that was a long time ago. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. I think that I think at this point I'm kind of allergic to the term meta because it does two things. It makes the game less fun to stream and it makes the game less creative. I think that frankly I don't care. But if the community goes in that direction, that sucks. I don't know if you guys have more to add to that, but that's all I really got to say. I think finding creative solutions and doing things your own way or intentionally leaving holes in things to keep things interesting is what benefits this game for me. I think not doing that doesn't benefit the game and makes the game worse. You play things the way you want to play them, but I don't know. I don't know why anybody would want to intentionally make the game less fun and not play the game in a way that is consistent and rewarding. I'm just going to talk about this all day unless somebody changes the subject. Send help. You bought some IPA. How's that for a subject? Man. What are they and are they any good? Or what are you cleaning with that isopropyl alcohol? Because that's the two meanings I know for IPA. Isopropyl alcohol and beer. IPAs are not a sour. What? What's my next mountaintop camping trip? I don't have any camping trips planned because I don't drive. And all of my friends don't live on an island that I live on. So nothing's planned currently. So I don't want to think about the hobby that I can't really do. It's kind of a bummer right now. We're in an ad break, so I will wait for a minute. You revealed yourself to be a fake drinker. How dare you be healthy? Just generic Voodoo Ranger. What, like Space Dust? Shaco? Voodoo Ranger's okay. Space Dust is a bit nippy. I don't know. I associate Voodoo Ranger with being like $11 more than I'm willing to spend on a beer. Because it was always the beer that was at the Seattle Convention Center and it was like $20 for a bottle. And I'm like, why would I spend that much money on a beer? How's the invasion prep going? I know you're talking about video games, but sorry, that sounded way too real for a second there. I saw the snowbirds fly over a couple times last night and I saw people literally act like they were going to hit the deck and run. But pretty good. Pretty good. We're just dealing with a small siege, which I'm going to torch. A single chimney is that's the intended fix for miasma. Well, not fix, but like way to disperse it. That's how it's designed to be gotten rid of. Well, a single tile chimney above where the miasma is coming out of. So if you put like a chimney above your, I don't know, your kitchens, if you frequently get miasma in them, that'll deal with it. What's up, DZA? I'm not sure how to say her full name, but... Daza, or whatever. Although, now I need to wait for the lava to get here. Isn't that, like, the only benefit of a low-quality beer is quantity of beer? It's like, is it good? No, but you can get a lot of it. Hot scalding magma. Yeah, it's like piping hot beepus. Can we see the magma in ASCII? When it's spilling in, sure. Once it comes in. Just waiting for this to turn on. Oh, did I not pull the... Well, shit. Yeah, there's also that, Grundick. Yeah. Miasma doesn't spread outdoors at all. Yeah. Turn the numbers off. Although, speaking of drinkable liquids, I have a big problem that I realized this morning. I'm out of coffee, so I have to go source some coffee for tomorrow. It's been like 3 weeks since you last. What's going on in the fort? Gonna try and finish this fort tonight. We'll see, either tonight or tomorrow. I am in the process of being very, very, very close to digging too deeply and invading hell. Filthy surface builders? You mean, like, the primary majority of most Dwarven factions? Why are you insulting your people like that, Quogger? Don't you know that the good helixes are what provide food sources for all of the Dwarven mountain homes? And the dwarves would simply starve if the brave helix farmers didn't exist? Have some respect for your surface farmers. They're what keeps the backbone of Dwarven society alive. Such disrespect. That's some goblin propaganda that you've been spreading. Trying to divide us. Split us from supporting our own kind. It's also interesting, this is a goblin faction and it's like all humans that are invading me. We check for heat. What devilry is this? Ooh. Getting deeper. Speaking of deeper. Got to check something, which is right here. Right there. Yep, right there. Perfect. Just checking again. Still making sure that, like, there's no hole openings. All the way. Let's jump up to here real quick. Sweet. And then down into here. Stop using rationality against your bigotry. I mean, you put a target on your, like, forehead, so I'm poking it. But if you don't want it, then don't put the target there. Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered treasures of the gods. Okay, that's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. This dwarf is an axe dwarf. Or... at least one of these dwarves is an axe dwarf. You've still got that. Can I give you this? Oh, it's not assigned to us yet. Well, that's pretty dope. That's pretty cool. I'm a fan of that. That's neat. Big cool. Big cool. Oh, there's also one over there I gotta go through. Using a Treasure of the Gods axe just casually. Yeah, no, naturally. I mean, that's the most dwarfy thing they could do in such a situation. Of course. Any advice for branding? Make sure that you're unique. Don't use AI-generated stuff for your PNG. And don't ask questions. Go do. Nobody will care, is the other thing that I have to say. And I don't mean that in a mean way. It's just the reality. Make sure you have a friend or two to hang out in your chat. Focus on that. Don't worry about branding. Goblin Snatchers, what? Humans taking over? Humans occupying goblin places, goblin snatchers, various things. But yeah, that's my advice, is don't worry about branding, because this isn't a job. I got lucky, and I've been doing this for almost 12 years. Don't worry too much. The branding comes naturally. That's it. Good luck. Oh yeah, and also erase every single instance of you appearing on the internet that you can. Make sure your phone number is not on the internet anywhere. Don't let anybody get any of your social media. Make new social media if you insist on trying to do this in any frequent fashion. Don't use personal social media for anything. Don't use personal emails for anything. Don't ask me for advice. I don't know. Using the, I'm not familiar with that meme, so it must be obscure. Actually, it's probably not that obscure. Let's start using bronze and adamantine and iron picks now. It's better than the copper ones they had before. I would just say don't get a P.O. box, actually. Don't spend money is my other piece of advice for people who want to get into streaming. Because what I see a lot of fucking dumb people doing is they go, oh, I want to get into streaming. And then they spend a bunch of money on cameras and stuff, and then they do it for 6 weeks and realize they don't like it very much. And then they do it occasionally as a hobby, and then you've wasted a shit ton of money on something that you're just going to do as a hobby. If you're just going to do it as a hobby, just do it as a hobby. Don't fucking, like, try and do this for a living at any point. If you start making money, okay, reinvest that. Sure. But the reason I am a terrible fucking person to ask people to ask about branding in this industry is because when I got into this industry, this wasn't an industry. This was a thing that people did as a hobby. Do it as a hobby is always going to be my advice. Fucking don't worry about anything. Don't even like turn on affiliates so you don't have ads on your stream. Just do it as a hobby. Because it's really, really, really difficult to get people to care. Nobody's going to care in the grand scheme of things. And the most that you can hope for is that 1 or 2 people tune in. And if you're spending money on that, you're just wasting your fucking time. I mean, Claiborne's a good example of this, right? Like, dude puts fuck tons of time into his stream. He streams like 10 plus hours per stream when he streams, and it's most days of the week. And barely has emotes. Because, like, you know, he's doing it for fun because he's just playing games anyway. So might as well turn the stream on so your friends can watch. From family and exes? Wait, hold on. You have exes that are still subscribed to you? That's impressive. I had somebody back when I first got Twitch Partner. I think somebody died there. Yeah, somebody definitely died there. Who I think I had somebody who had given a lifetime subscription to, because you get lifetime memberships to give out to people on Twitch when you get Twitch Partner. Not that many, but you get a couple. You don't get paid for them, but they get sub bonuses for life. And I had somebody cancel one of those, and I can never get another one. So. They deadly exes? No, not that cool, unfortunately. Admittedly, I'm kind of happy he did. Like, he was somebody that I worked on a YouTube channel with for a bit. I mean, he's kind of a dick, so I'm kind of okay that he did, but I'm also just kind of mad that I gave him one of them. But... few things are Scott Pilgrim, though, let's be fair. Okay, let's go down here and just do this. Let's also go up a wee bit, because I gotta go chuck something over here. So there's some Gabbro coffers in here. That's a lot of bolts. Adamantine bolts are virtually identical. Holy shit, those are expensive. Fucking 9,000 Dorf bucks per... Wow. That's expensive, guys. Shit's pricey. Too rich for my Dorf. Deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. We've also found a bunch of water. Where is it, though? Oh, there it is. It's a sleek, slick metal crossbow. Sleek and slick. Devilon, thanks for the 5-pack. Greatly appreciate that. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. I trust every internet memer. They're memeing with the utmost of truth and least irony. Right? 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 Ah, Sanic has been missing for a week. Sorry, Sanic. He went too fast. He went too fast and fell in the lava, unfortunately. Necro, thanks for the 5-pack as well. Appreciate you, man. Yes, that is a good piece of advice. Hegemon in YouTube chat. Since nobody asks, piece of advice. Don't delete saves tagged as active even if you saved manually. Yes, don't delete saves tagged as active even if you saved manually. You will lose stuff. Trust me. Vary the truth much. Is there anything they can't really kill in your experience? Giant zombie whale. Giant undead sperm whale. Or probably a giant undead sea monster, but because they're similar in size, but is there anything they can't kill? Enough dwarves with enough determination can kill almost anything. Some dust-related things are much harder to kill. But assuming they can cut or dent whatever they're fighting, in theory, with enough dwarves and enough determination, almost anything can be killed in Dwarfort. Or rather, anything can be killed in Dwarfort. The key there is to just have enough determination. Yeah, well, we're not talking about ancient versions. We're talking about current versions. Like, there are things that are bugged or need redesigns that can be unkillable in certain circumstances, like echidnas were a problem for a while, and same with armadillos. And giant zombie turtles is another one. But, like, it's not really worth mentioning in the discussion of is there anything they really can't kill. Metal Colossuses are tough until you have steel or even high-quality iron gear. I hate this. See ya, light test. This really looks like there's lava behind it. Let's actually just remove these real quick. Go up here and just dig through that. Also looks like there's water underneath this. It's a lot like playing Minesweeper. Yeah, playing Minesweeper, but mostly by enemy. Or enemy? Memory. Memory. I've run into Magnetite Forgotten Beasts, Joe Lamar. I'm not positive you can get Steel Forgotten Beasts. But I once encountered a Magnetite horse. Essentially, it was like a four-legged hoofed creature. And it shot webs, and it killed my whole fort. All 150 dwarves in like a couple of minutes. How many miners are left? I don't know. I can always add more. Plenty. Plenty of miners are left. Some of them are even majors. I don't think I have any chromatic miners, though. But yeah, plenty. They're just far away. The fort's big. Kind of want to dig through this. So maybe once this has been dug out. Okay, who's coming to dig this channel? It's you? Wow, you're so far away. You know, I'm just going to say go get metal armor. And you... keep using that spear. I'm just going to make Adda spears. Addy spears. New searches? You mean like the stuff they just added to Legends, or is there something that you're referring to in specific? Because it's been a minute since they added any other new searches. I wouldn't call the menu stuff new at this point. It's been like a year. Oh, and here I thought there would be water beneath that. I guess it's beneath that. Or lava beneath that, not water. Well, there's water. Which means actually I can just dig through all this. Same with this. Probably just dig through this as well. It's a bit of a risk, but whatever. What is risk without dwarfs? Speaking of risk, let's go over to here. Oh. Oh, that's a little burny. Shit. Where are you connected? Over here? Well, at least you can get around it. Thought I left something running. I was like, did I leave this running? I guess this can be turned off. And, whoops. Bit crispy, yeah. That might have been where people burned, actually. Because I did lose 2 dwarves suddenly. What's your last name? I thought I turned that off, but unfortunately I didn't. Welp. Happens to the best of us dwarfs, I guess. At least it is draining. That's the one benefit that area has. Not so much the lava. Well, I mean, you can set wood on fire by spinning it really quickly. Hegemon in YouTube chat says, Blind, you're the reason my dwarves know how to read. They learned from you how to make paper, etc. I think the dwarves knew how to read, but they learned how to make books. You know, actually, let's just pause these. Instead, get them digging out this. And then let's go down here and do this. And that. Okay, this is safe. Can dig through this. We've unleashed an echo of forgotten divine retribution. Crud. It is Orakbin's soldier crossbowman. It's a small humanoid composed of water. Oh. It has an enormous shell and it leaves water wherever it goes. It was created by the human goddess Rakbin Lionpine and is part with agriculture, depravity, lust, and the rain. Yeah, but it might become a brick of obsidian, though. It's got jagged, crashing metal bolts. Oh. Hold on. No, not you, Han Solo. You know. Why are they not fighting? Oh, now they are. It's like, oh god, I should be fighting with this. Smidley is shooting. This is kind of funny watching them dodge around it. Jumping up. I mean, it is definitely going for my dwarves. It's just, it's doing such different things because it's a Marksdwarf, right? I think what I need to do is just tell the squads to kill it, now that they're all in the vicinity. Oh no, it has bolts. It shot a couple of bolts. Or, sorry, no, it shot all of the bolts, actually. It's out of bolts. What? It had bolts. Huh. A dwarf piece? Nope. His shell is gone. So no, he just unloaded them really quickly. Although, ironically... Okay, he is a talented archer. I mean... This guy just doesn't seem like that big of a threat. Just trying to find my bolts, maybe. Just kind of running around, a little bit lost. Or is it trying to catch him? Pieces are flying off, I presume? Yep, he's got his leg water's been cut off. Well, I think these dwarves deserve a round of beers for this great crushing of a rather pathetic creature. Well done, dwarves. Well done. All right, onwards we go. Downwards we go. That's not the tool I wanted. This is. All right. Was his corpse just a puddle? Yeah, because he's made of water. Needs some Benny Hill music, kind of, yeah. Very much so. Feel like watching my stream is best done with your own soundboard that doesn't get my VODs muted. Because Benny Hill, oh, that's one of the fastest ways to get all of your content, like, deleted from the algorithm. I think that's Insulina's blood. I think Insulina got bled by that thing quite a bit. Let's also go down here again. See what's down there. If adamantine is right there, that's probably the tunnel that we're looking for. 10 troglodytes ran in the fort quickly as they do, and one went to the tavern and were interested in watching a performance. And enjoying other tavern staff. It was weird. Check for heat. What Diller is this? We're in an ad break. I'm going to go eat half of a banana because my blood sugar's teetering really low.
Sandwich!
This is my favorite roguelike on the Citadel.
You fucking donkey!
Heal, damn it!
I'm trying deep sea fishing. I'm trying. Got 20 seconds left on the ad. It's not too bad. I do really hope we can get too deep today. Because, like, I'm trying to think, what do I still need to do for the defensive structure? If I'm just, like, sealing it off, basically, I think the only thing left that I need to do is get a drawbridge here. A drawbridge here. And a drawbridge here, and a drawbridge here. But I also need to build roofing on top of them. So we're almost there. 'Cause I kind of didn't think that half through, but... So I guess probably the way to do this is to just... place just like a ramp. Yeah, the way to do this would be to go here. Go here. Go here. Go here. Go here. I know that there's ramps here already, but... And go up here. Build a small metal hell settlement? I mean, yeah, obviously, but I can't do that until I'm in hell. But that's what I want to do. I want to put that statue of Ozzy Osbourne that I made into hell. That's my actual goal. Is to send Ozzy to hell. You know, something he'd truly appreciate, right? So let's see how many wafers we're up to. 86 wafers. Now we're talking. Now we are talking. Let's make 50 adamantine bolts and also some more adamantine picks. Maybe not 50 bolts. Let's make 30. That is likeliest to die horribly. Lock Arts. Somebody that's a miner are the highest likelihood of death currently. She can be very busy and very happy and optimistic. She generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. Sorry, dwarf. She sometimes acts without deliberation. She can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. She does not go out of her way to help others, and she likes to brawl. She doesn't focus on material goods, and she can occasionally overindulge. She's a friendly individual, and she is hardened, and she's burdened by this, as she is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She skips over others. She skips over to others when she meets them. Okay. So she's very, like, uppity, I guess. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless. Finds friendship to be burdensome and doesn't feel strongly about the law. She likes horn silver, sterling silver, warthog leather, goat hoof, rhinoceros parchment, and the color cream. Figurines and blue peafowls for their coloration. And the hares for their fluffy tails, and prefers to consume giant bobcats, herring, and she also likes the sound of the velvety incenses, and when possible prefers to consume giant bobcat, herring, and sheep's cheese, and raspberry wine, and absolutely hates fire snake. Absolutely hates fire snakes. Can't stand them. I mean, who can, really? I don't believe I've seen one. At least not in premium. I've seen bobcats before in Dwarfort, though. Ah, of course I find more lava. Just trying to get around the edge of the lava so that... And also the water. Let's just channel this down over here. Let's just dig through this because that's probably safe. Just trying to get rid of some of this water. As this dwarf falls into here. Good job. They don't even need to go that far. They just need to dig. Okay, so there's a rope. There's a sock on fire there. Nobody burned yet. If it's just this, that should be fine. It's not going to go too far. Just some smoke. It's fine. Everything's fine. Here's sock. It was damaged. It's fine. I'm also just very happy it's not a diamond, it's just a sock. It's my happy feeling right now is it's not a diamond, it's just a sock. Let's jump back up to this construction. Okay, this one over here doesn't need it. This one do. Slow process. So you... Gonna dig up into that again. We've unleashed an echo of Forgotten Divine Retribution. This one's probably behind a wall. Yes, it is. Let's see if I can smooth this. What is it? It's a Enforcer Pikeman. Let's bring a squad here. Which is a humanoid composed of ash. Oh, we've seen these ones before. They have mandibles and it utters to itself about death. It was created by the human god Uja and is part with death, murder, and suicide. And it's got rotted fabric stuff. It's got rusted metal pikes. Yeah, we've killed a couple of these. Utters to itself about death. Yeah, it's a surly teenager. Are you running away screaming? Let's actually get these dwarves stationed over here. Maybe they can shoot it at an angle. I don't think they see it. I could just channel through the floor. We can wait. Cheer up, emo forgotten beast. Well, this little emo angel here maybe makes it better that it's an angel. Got at least one dwarf here with a adamantine crossbow. Yeah, right there. Look at that. I also like the preloaded bolts. That part's really cool. Ouija boards or whatever. Don't Fisher Price like own the rights to the word Ouija board? I remember reading something like some toy company owns like that as a property, and so other people can't use the term. With your screaming outside the window with your crossbow. Oh, Jesus. Please be flammable. Oh, shit. It used the fortification to get out. Well, the dwarves are firing bolts at it, and it's dead. I think you got it. Did you get it, Inslina? No. No. Nope. 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 No, you killed the other one. One of them did. Maybe it, like, didn't even get recognized as notable. Yeah, no, this one got it. Yuvesh got it. Just shot it and it died. I mean, this dwarf's already killed, like, 2 unnotable demons. Flying Iron Bolt strikes it in the right paw, chipping the bone. Flying Bolt strikes it in the upper body, breaking away half the tissue. Hasbro owns it, right. I always think it's Fisher Price, but... It's always wild when that happens, hey? I just kill it so quick you barely even see it. I think these dwarves are going to be able to defeat hell. I'm getting more confident as time goes on. Obviously, you know, like, not perfectly confident, but I'm getting more confident as we progress. I wasn't super confident about it initially, but, like, yeah, I don't know. At this point, I'm certainly getting there. And then YouTube chat adds, like how Band-Aids are called adhesive bandages, Ouija boards are called spirit messaging boards. Spirit messaging boards. I know that that's not just supposed to sound like a forum to me, but it does. They has it all, bro. Obviously. Deep sea fishing. You know that you are at the high end of the military when you don't consider killing a literal child of a god as particularly noteworthy. Speaking of. Oh, that's already on display. Why don't you put on a little makeup? Or whatever the second line is in that song, which now I'm questioning. Yeah, there we go. The blistered metal great axe. Wait, so what your mom is saying then, if your mommy is saying that you're a child of God, that means that your mommy is self-identifying as God. Just say it. Is the game for sinking hours into, you'll become a recluse. This is true. You're looking to sink many hours. I'm looking for a game to sink many hours into. You've been thinking about Dwarf Fortress for a while, but I'd love to hear your opinion on it as well. So person in YouTube chat, Twitch chat, you guys can weigh in on this as well. Is Dwarf Fortress a good game to sink hours into? It's like, oops, my life gone. All I have now is hours spent in Dwarf. Look at that, we got more faceted metal. Although I am maybe the most biased person in the world when I say you should get into Dwarf Fortress. I'm gonna make some faceted metal picks. Let's make 3 of those. Green pickaxes. I got 3 faceted metal bars. Install DF, retire from society, build a home lab, become neckbeard, never speak to humans again. Pipeline. Also, I love the fact that this shield sitting on this is like, this tunnel tube shield is like the same color as this quartzite smelter. It's kind of funny. But yeah, Dwarf Fortress is very much a pretty insidious time sink, if that's something that you are worried about. But if that's something that you're seeking, it can be a pretty good use for that. That's for sure. The other thing I need is I need these 2 gems going, and then I need to channel through this. Right there. That... Olin. Well... Did you slip down this... Whoa. Can someone clip that? That dwarf was entirely engulfed in flame. And is, like, you know, kind of bleeding a lot. May still die. Yep. Wow. You don't find much appeal in mainstream games? This game is an exceptionally good value for money. Because you get everything. And there is shit tons to do. But it is one of those games where you kind of need to accept some weird rough edges. So if you have a moderate to high tolerance for weird rough edges in video games, Dwarf Fortress is extremely easy to recommend. Because it is a game that you can just keep playing. Each dollar you spend equals to, I guess it depends on the currency you're spending then. Because in Canada, that's not quite true. We're not... Chat, you don't see anything. Just don't look. Just look away for a second. I've been playing this for too long. They ran away really quickly. It was crazy. If you're really into dwarves, it's the best game aside from Deep Rock Galactic and Vermintide. Sure. I don't really understand the if you're really into dwarves, because they're just kind of short humanoid characters in most video games, but I guess they're a good, like, theming thing, but the rough edges may in fact be your favorite part. It's certainly, like, part of the appeal, you know. Short humanoid characters that love beer. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess, like, I'll put it this way. As somebody who loves Dwarf Fortress, I don't understand the crossover between Dwarf Fortress and Deep Rock Galactic. I think it might just be like a, yeah, dwarf brother, and that's kind of where they end. Because there's, like, really no similarities between the two games. Outside of the fact that there's pickaxes and beer located in both of the video games and burly men with beards. Did they live? The dwarf that got themselves out? No. No. They died, unfortunately. They bled to death. But they did get their corpse rescued, so they will be able to be buried properly. Am I close to invading hell? I've been close to invading hell for about 3 streams now, but closer than I've been before. I don't know exactly where it is. It could be on this level, it could be 2 levels down, it could be 5 levels down. I think it's on layer 73. I would actually bet money on that. But I don't know for certain. But the goal is to invade hell today. Because today is the only day I don't really have a strict end time, so if I need to go a little late, I can. Because then we can start a new fort tomorrow. Wouldn't that be fun? And go and capture some forgotten beasts. Because that's what I want to do next. I want to build a big arena on the surface and catch forgotten beasts and trap them. That's my goal for the next fort. There's a couple of layers of tube through semi-molten rock with no lava on that Z level. For me, it's often a couple of layers of tube of semi-molten rock. Yeah, no. When semi-molten rock and adamantine starts to collide, that's usually where you find the deeps. That would keep that inside Fort economy thing and max it out to giga capitalism dystopia. So what you're saying is Deep Rock Galactic is an alternate universe where Dwarf Fortress never patched out the economy and instead just accepted that 90% of the dwarves are going to be homeless and not have anything but one pair of socks and starving to death? I can see it. YouTube, can you please stop sending me emails asking me to stream on YouTube? I do. Just not on my VOD channel. You dumb website. Blind extras. Should consider streaming to your audience. They're waiting to see you live. Yeah. That's my VOD channel, Google. You know I'm streaming right now to your same platform, right? That, or maybe Deep Rock Galactic is just a cult. Now that I'm looking at my chat again. I think Deep Rock Galactic may just be a cult. Slight suspicion, but it is. Yeah, well, hashtag not a cult. Actually, it wasn't algorithms that made me need multiple channels. It was my own subscriber base. I initially uploading VODs to the main channel seemed fine when Premium released, but within 4 months, people made it clear between the dislikes, the subscription drops, and people leaving comments saying, please put these on a second channel. That I just said, fuck it, and then I lost money for a year. So... But I figured it out. I figured out a direction for the main YouTube channel, so it's fine. I've played a couple pretty bad dwarf games. You know, fun fact, Oster player. There was a game on itch.io that I noticed around the time Dwarf Fortress was releasing. Oh, okay. The nanny goat and a turkey have died. So, Pixa, the nanny goat, and Mural, the turkey gobbler, have both been found dead because it is early spring. Animals are dying of old age. Anyway. How do I word this? There was a game on itch.io that was out and available for 99 cents around the same time that Dwarf Fortress was releasing. And it was called Dwarf Fortress. And it's the only time I've ever actually like reported a game on itch. They changed the name of it in their defense. But it was a fantasy / Moria themed, basically like Mafia game, like, you know, Among Us or one of those. Not where you like are following Among Us little critters around or anything, like there's no spaceman. But it was a game about like trying to discern who the killer was. So it was one of those. And I did like let Kit Fox know and report it. But yeah. If you're talking about the game DORF, are you talking about the RTS? Because DORF actually looks really cool. I don't know if it'll ever actually exist as a video game, though. Yeah. This game. DORF, real-time strategic conflict. It's just like, yo, that looks like Command and Conquer, motherfucker. Like, wow. Hey, kids, so I heard you like CNC. It's got a good look to it. I don't know if it'll, soundtrack's pretty baller, too. It straight up just sounds like CNC music. But I don't think there's actually any dwarves in Dorf. Have you missed the breach? No, you has not. I'm hoping that'll happen today, but you have not missed it. Okay, all of this has been dealt with. I can now dig through that mostly. Yeah, I think that hell is right here. So I think what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to go into the corner here. Once they can get down here, dig this down, let them hollow this out, let all this lava out, then go one more layer down, and then just chisel into the side here. Because if it's not there, then it's here. So we're like 1, 2, 3, potentially 4 layers away. I think hell is right. No. That's 4chan. Come on. I'm not going to give Reddit that much credit, but I'm going to give it more credit than that. That or maybe Twitter at this point. You can still find useful shit on Reddit. Reddit still has its uses. More than just, air quotes, comedy. Okay. What's my plan on combating the swarm? Oh, if only I had a StarCraft reference on the surface of the tongue. Up here, I've got this, and I want to see if I can use Mark Dwarves to down it. That's how I'm planning on combating the swarm. And a lot of levers. Cannon rushes. Pylons! Yes, that's how I'm going to combat the swarm. Got it. Thank you. Because I don't know anything about them, but I do know that we must construct additional pylons. I think somebody just died. Anybody on fire? Just going to throw some other dwarves into squatties. I'm going to go use the washroom really quick. 2 seconds. Oh, absolutely. Well, I'll go over the maze in a sec. In regards to bar is your RTS of choice these days, I played a little bit of that. That was fun. Not on stream though. In regards to storage, over here I got this, which is full of, you know, a couple of bolts. Just a few. Just a few. I mean, we've got copper, we got iron. Copper, iron, silver. More copper and iron. I should actually expand this stockpile. But I've also got adamantine. Right there. And if I jump to this squad, they've got steel and iron. You know, what have you got? Iron mostly, and then copper. And you've got nothing. Why do you have no bolts equipped? What? Do you not have a quiver? No, you have a quiver. Weird. I don't know why that dwarf doesn't have a quiver. Hold on, I'm just gonna make some leather quivers. Let's make Forgotten Beast quivers. Material for bolts? Yes, it matters. I mean, the difference between a wooden sword and a steel sword is pretty dramatic. It's the same for bolts. If quality of bolts matters, it matters for other weapons. You get increased sharpness, so I would assume it's similar. Like, you get basically increased effectiveness for higher quality weapons. So I presume that would transfer pretty flat. This dwarf must be honored, you know? Running around with a adamantine pickaxe. Badass. An elven caravan has arrived. I wonder how they feel about us at this point. I'm amazed they're still trading with me, actually. What was I doing? I was gonna go up to here. Grab this. Let's go here. Actually, you know what? That's not where I wanted to put that. That is the wrong link. Down here is where I wanted to put this. One there. One there. One there. One there. One there. No. Progress is being made slowly. Wait. Okay. But I didn't actually build a wall on that one. Alright. Slowly, slowly, slowly. Do they get happy thoughts from equipping Masterwork ones? I don't know. If they do, I've never looked. Possibly? I mean, usually, like, they get happy thoughts from just picking up a high-quality item, so I would presume so. I don't actually know if I'm going to trade with the elves. I might just let them chill. Just not worry about it too much. UGDPY, what up? We are trying to finish this fort off. A lot of those goals are kind of moot at this point. But we are in the process of constantly going deeper, so hopefully it's far from boring at this point. Oh, it's a melted sapphire. It's always fun. How's the new range combat? You couldn't try it yourself yet? Oh, it's great. I mean, they were strong and effective before, but very finicky. And they've basically removed all of the finickiness and made them stronger in regards to the ranged combat reworks. So they were strong before, they're stronger now, they're less fiddly and easier to use efficiently now. I really like them, if it's not clear. Maybe it's full? No. Is that an open space? No. Did blind open hell yet? Nope. I think I got 2 more levels to go. At least. It's either this one, but I think it's the one below it. It's either this one or the one below it. It's one of those two. Why are you full? Oh. Okay, well. Gonna have to rebuild a bunch of stuff down here. Oh well. Yeah, it's fine. This needs to get drained though. Same with this. Skeletons and zombies locked in eternal combat. This probably doesn't look quite right because my name is so friggin' long. I mean, it looks right on my screen. I think it looks great. Like, actually, I think it looks pretty great. I think Cooler did a phenomenal job on that emote. I don't ever really get new emotes anymore because, like, emotes used to kind of be like, oh my god, we unlocked a new emote! And I've been lucky enough and fortunate enough that I've had a high enough sub count that it's very unlikely I'll ever actually unlock another proper emote. Also, unlocking emotes now is kind of redundant because, like, I have, like, 20-something open slots for animated emotes, and I just slowly add them in as I get ideas. But, like, there's just so many, like, it's almost silly to try and keep track of it now. Whereas, like, back in the day when I got a new emote, it was like a, oh my god, we got new emotes kind of deal. I don't think 7TV and Better Twitch ever really changed that. I think what changed it was them just giving everybody 20 emotes like for free one day. It was like, oh, okay. I think the 7TV and Better Twitch emotes are kind of their own thing, where like they kind of don't matter. But everybody who's a Twitch partner just having so many open slots. Like, I used up all my static slots. Because those are, like, not super expensive to make. But the second you're, like, talking about animated emotes for everything, stuff gets expensive if you want to make nice ones. Assuming you're compensating your artists well, which I try to. So it's a slow process, you know? It's just a slow process. Yeah, I don't think it's on this layer, so I guess it's probably this one. It's probably layer 74. Could just dig down to it. Try and go sideways into it, but you gave a couple to a friend? You can't give emote slots to a friend. What do you mean? You just let your friend design a few of your emotes? It took years for me to figure out how to use, just because YouTube chat's talking about Mark Dwarves. It took me years to figure out how to use Mark Dwarves before the update in a way that was consistent. But when I finally figured it out, I was very happy I took the time to learn it. But since the update, it's like, yeah, they're kind of not a mandatory part of the game yet. Like, I'm sure you could still play without them. But I think you are definitely putting your dwarves in unnecessary risk if you're not using them at this point. Oh, so you just let them design an emote that they wanted to use? Oh, that's fair. That's totally fair. Like, that's just kind of nice of you, you know? Let's just chuck it over there. Make the lava a little shorter. Less deep. A trapper that's giving birth to a boy! Whoa, 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 whoa. Bunch of lava over there. Does kind of seem like everybody got away from it, though. A little sketchy for a moment there. Certainly touch and go for a sec. Thankfully, they got an extra way out. Also, shoutouts to this dwarf for the faceted metal pick. Like, that looks like something from Caves of Cud. Like, straight up. Oh, you got the name redeemed? Sure. Dwarven Baby says, Bama! Disco Dwarf Dork is dour as a rule, and he's conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He cracks easily under pressure, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He's slow to trust others. He finds obligations confining. He's conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he can occasionally overindulge. He's brave in the face of imminent danger, and he prefers to present himself modestly. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He is stubborn, though he is conflicted by this part of himself, and he does not often feel lustful. He finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and he's not particularly interested in what others think of him. Dreams of raising a family, and personally respects the development of a skill, values nature, and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish. He must have just had a beer. That's why he's all happy. He likes satin spar and bismuth and white chalcedony and crystal glass, as well as black tip reef shark. The color purple, bracelets, and cats for their aloofness, in the words of the Northway, and the sight of the diamond mines, when possible he prefers to consume potato plants and rye beer, and absolutely hates scorpions of bark. And your mom and dad are both in the fort, and they're both alive, although your mom's a miner, so good luck! What kind of kid? Eh. I'm sure he'll do great things if he survives the next 2 years. If not, well, I mean... Alright, let's go up to here. Go down to here. Let's see if we can get down to here. I actually wonder. Got 10 adamantine wafers. How much adamantine stuff are we currently making? I'm going to make another metal crossbow squad. And again, as always, I'm not going to be too picky about who joins the squad. Maybe not the bookkeeper, though. Maybe not the zombie. Not the zombie, the vampire. Maybe not the vampire. Because, like, their movement's kind of restricted. I'm going to set this squad to train. Let's just go up a wee bit. And this is going to be where I'm going to get them training. Now, the thing that you need to know about me getting dwarves to train is they are just going to be training as wrestlers, because all I want them to train is dodging. They can learn to shoot pretty quick. I just want them to be able to dodge successfully. You hope their mom isn't a minor? Yeah, same feels, man. I'm really tempted to make adamantine bins, but that's maybe a bit too much of a waste even for me. You know, I could probably just raise these. Because most of this work here is done. Although that needs to be fixed. Oh, shit. I could work to make this look prettier. Chat, how much is aesthetics here worth to you guys? Like, if you were building this, would you be caring about how it looks? Seven out of 10? Well, no, how much do you care about aesthetics? Do you care 7 out of 10? Or would you be, like, trying to beautify this whole thing if you were making it? That's, I guess, what I'm asking. Because I know this thing's ugly, trust me. Well aware of this. It's also, like, you know, not symmetrical, so. It's around the corners a little bit, yeah. Let's go down to here. See where we're at. Let's just watch. See what happens. For military buildings? The thing that I'm not happy with for aesthetics is the roof of this. I really wanted the roof of this to be nicer looking, but it's just not. Like, I think that the roof of this looks kind of atrocious, actually. Like, there's part of me right now that's really tempted to go in and spend, like, 3 or 4 streams, like, beautying up this area, but that's just, like, not worth the time, I don't think. It's just not worth the time. And up here, let's just do this, 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 this. Once that's all accessible, which it should be, but dwarves are pretty busy at the moment doing a lot of construction. You're making a full mudstone block canal from river to wall cistern. You had to choose mudstone, though? Like, why'd you have to choose mudstone? Not gonna say that I don't like mudstone. Mudstone's fine, it's just like, there's prettier rocks in the video game. It's maybe one of the plainer aesthetics you could go for, I guess. That's what I'd say. That is kind of funny. It's really funny when different languages have, like, words that overlap and have very different meanings. I'm looking at you, French, and the word for slow, which makes me jump every single time I hear it. Just look up what the word is. I'm not going to say it. Or it's not directly translated to the word for slow, but hold on. Delay is the word I'm looking for. That's what Tibe said, yes. Uh-oh. I realize I'm kind of cheating, but, like, If you bleed out, dwarf, that's fine. Oh, no, you didn't. I just really, really, really don't want to have to memorialize these dwarves. It's like, die if you want, just please don't burn yourself. It's annoying. Pit pond right there, dump water. Oh, great. There's one tile of water right there. Or lava, not water. I wonder how much water's back there. It just makes me jump whenever I hear it, because it's a word that's used pretty commonly on like the news and stuff, right? So when you're like thinking in English and walking around in a place as somebody who speaks English, and then suddenly you hear a word that's considered a slur yelled by some guy on TV, and you go, what? It's a bit jarring. Or when it's shouted by a commentator during a race over like, you know, a grandstand of thousands of people, and you just see people kind of look at each other and like, what? The fuck? I am, in fact, doing that, yes. I'm just trimming around the edges, but smoothing doesn't protect you from lava. What? Oh. Did an artifact just start? Why am I up here now? Oh, artifact just started. It's just this one. I did not hear this start. Cool. No, I am still doing that. It's just, that doesn't, like... Uh-oh. Are you... Lockharts, are you about to get your wish? Huh! That dwarf just, like, skated over top of some lava and water and, like, didn't even care. What a champion. No, I'm being cautious for areas where I know I need to be cautious, but there's a lot of areas here where I don't really need to be cautious. Got some migrants, which is good. Welcome to the fort, dwarfs. Why? Okay, you're just taking your sweet time there. See what the population gets up to now. It's a truly innocuous word for you. Oh, no, totally. Like, it's absolutely fair. Like, it's not the fault of the French or the French language. It's, you know, probably more the fault of the English language, actually. But anyway, whatever. I wonder. Eh, no, it's probably not worth it. Whatever. Sure, but that's a word that, like, the word con, what's the word? The word con, translating to, like, cunt, at least that's not a slur, right? Like, someone gets offended when you say that, maybe, but, like, most people just kind of glare at you. Anyway, there's lots of words in lots of languages that are curse words in other languages, like Esso gas stations. Like, there's plenty of brand names and stuff over the years that I've seen that have, like, changed their name at one point because, like, they're a curse word. Or, like, the band Electric Callboy used to have a different name, which is a very not cool term. It was something else Callboy. And they intentionally changed their name of their own band. Because they were like, well, we're not here to, like, be shitty people. We're just Germans who don't speak English. Okay, so right here is magma flow. So it could be right here. could be right there. Literally means shit in French? That's funny. That's really funny. I'm not sure what you mean, Portran. I was saying that the word delayed in French is the R word in English. Is all I was saying. Emeralds and diamonds, these may burn or catch fire, so let's channel through that real quick if I can. Yep, there they go. But I can maybe put this out by channeling into this from up top, which is happening right now. Deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. Ooga. This is a bright metal flail. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. Ain't that swanky? Man, like 5 stacks of water, not enough to put out these 2 fires. That's disappointing. Could just go underneath it. Like, just say fuck it. Well, actually, maybe what I could do is this. I'm just gonna dig right here, and then channel up into this, and then channel down into this, and just see if this can do it. But currently we're in an ad, so I'll let it run through. Flails are a blunt weapon, aren't they? Pavloid, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. The brand new Prime subscription. I'm a little scared to look, but what am I doing on the daily minimum today? Chat, do you guys want to know the number? I could just say it's bad. We're far off of the daily minimum, but flail equals blunt. Okay, yeah, no, I often mix them up with the they're not a nine tails, but they're that other whip that looks kind of similar to a flail that isn't a flail. Yeah, no, for today on the daily minimum, I'm about $110 off, US dollars. Which means I'm about a bit over a third of the way there. You barely played this game, but you've watched a lot of videos. It's a game that I think a lot of people fall into that category for sure. I mean, back in the day when Dwarf Fortress was, this is a thing from YouTube chat, but they said that they've watched a lot of the videos but haven't played the game. Back in the day, Zach and Tarn used to refer to people who played Dwarf Fortress as the beta testers, and the people who wrote stories or watched videos about Dwarf Fortress were the people who were playing it. And there's certainly some truth to that. Or I guess maybe at the very least some relatability to that for a lot of people. Tarn stated the last time I talked to him that he doesn't really play the game, like, period. No, Tarn has said in the past that he really likes playing fort mode and like going through animal husbandry, but doesn't play the game very much these days because he spends so much time like fixing it. And whenever he tries to play it, he just ends up fixing it and adding stuff and changing things and updating stuff instead of, I guess, fixing it proper. I'm gonna block this number. I've gotten 2 calls from the same scam caller today, and I'm going to block it. Meanwhile, Piprin on YouTube chat says, I tried it once a million years ago when it wasn't on Steam. I think that was 11 years ago. Yeah, I mean, the game's changed really dramatically. Like, it's basically a different game since then. Nope. Got another artifact starting up. A Stoneworker Guild, really? Dwarves want a Stoneworkers Guild. It's been a while since I made a guild, although, yeah, just a normal guild hall. Most of the stonework is happening down here in the first cavern layer. So I could just put it out here. Let's throw some statues in here, maybe some chests in here. Let's throw some statues in here. Let's place a bookshelf in there and call this the Stoneworkers Guild. That's Stone Crafter. Probably gone too far. I almost always go too far the first time. Yep, I did. Nice and engraver. Stoneworker, there it is. Crystalline Mines. Yeah, I always scroll past things a half dozen times before I find the one I'm looking for. Because this is looking like there's a bunch of water behind it, I'm just going to go just dig straight into it. Let's let that dwarf dig that out and see what happens. Meanwhile, down here, let's take these out. Dig through these. Put Aussie statues in the Metalsmith Guild? No, that's going in hell. Which, maybe, I could put a Metalsmith Guild down there. It's coloring for the guild hall section to be green rather than them all being yellow. What do you mean by all being yellow versus green? Jolamar? And yes, that does answer your question, Stonecode. I mean, I do kind of have an Aussie shrine up here. Literally right there. It's my black bronze statue of a human. But we could put one deeper, which is kind of something I'd like to do. So a lot of dwarves coming down here to dig. Is add coloring for the Guildhall section screen rather than them all being yellow. But how are they yellow, though? Oh, I see. Wait, but what do you mean by them all being yellow, though? They're... So Dwarf's standing here, and I'm very concerned. Are you burning to death here, Dwarf? I mean, there is, like... Hold on, let's just dig through that real quick. This dwarf's literally standing on fire. I'm a little worried they just can't path out. Can you not do what you're doing, dwarf? I mean... I guess not. I don't know. I don't know. Like at all. Really? Well, shit. Latibe, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Hey, look, you got Scrumpet. Shout out to Scrumpet. The Forgotten Beast, Siga, has come. He wants to smoke a cigarette. He is a Hideosaurid. He has a round shell and it belches and croaks. His accrue scales are blocky and overlapping, and beware his poison vapors. And a shearer has created a Gabbro mechanism and offers it to the enjoyable knowledge. That's cool. Where's this beast, though? Well, good luck there, beastie. Let's go over here. And then let's go read this. It's a Gabbro mechanism. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval Gabbro cabochons and decorated with rope reed and dog leather, and encircled with bands of oval microcline cabochons and cow leather. This object menaces with spikes of nice. On the item is an image of Nethe Wex Urged, the elf, and Rimul Cult Lobster, the cult lobster, the human in clear diamond. Rimul Cult Lobster is striking down Waxergid. The artwork relates to the killing of the elf, damned corpse Nethe Waxergid by the human in the early autumn of 957. On the item is an image of Zathan the dwarf in bismuth bronze. Okay, let's stay in the depths. I don't really have an easy way of going around this, so we're just gonna be risky, and if we end up in the depths, then we end up in the depths. If we end up in the underworld, well, so be it. So be it. Oh. Did your corpse not burn? I guess not. Well, maybe you will now. Great. Let's just dig through this level instead. It's less hostile to my existence, mostly. Although it does look like all of the water got put out. Oh my god, that's amazing. So, the corpse is burning. It's fine. I thought that already happened. But the lava pushed the diamonds outside of where they were burning into water enough to put them out and didn't reignite them. I've got several artifact chains in this fort, since we're talking about artifact chains. I've got this one. It's a green glass chain, in fact. This one. 30,300. Yeah, lava doing something useful. Wild. You don't really see that very often now, do you? Okay, let's just go to this level. See what I've done. I do have to be a little careful, though, because if I do, like, smooth and fortify right where hell is, there is a non-zero chance that it will just make my life harder. So it's definitely on this level, though. Being a lot less cautious now, actually, I think, is probably actually the play here. Well, that's because it got pushed through by lava, the angel, in regards to that fortification. But no, what fortifying into hell does, usually, is it completely stops them from pathing into the fortress in one big whoosh, and then you have to go, like, basically re-aggro them, which is kind of a pain. Like, it's kind of a massive pain to go back and re-aggro them after the fact, and I kind of hate doing it. So I'm really kind of hopeful I can get away without having to do anything like that. Just kind of looking for open space, though. Because I don't want there to be any ways out. You know, I'm gonna do something for safety here. This ain't gonna look the prettiest, but it's probably the safest solution I have. Oh, I was wondering why a dwarf died there. Well, that's awkward. I'm a bad person. I'm a really bad person. All right, we'll dig through that. I'm gonna just like basically seal this area in a chunk. That's what I'm gonna do. How late am I? Well, it's 2 p.m. Chat, may I ask, what time of day is it for most of you? Both chats. I don't think you have to be late for people to be saying bye. I think that's more just like that's the time of the day it is. Some people go to sleep around now. Especially a lot of people in Europe. $6 p.m. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are like getting ready for evening times. It's Miller. Yeah, huh? Sure it is. It's marketing time. Okay, it's just unpause game. You know, that's only true on the hour, right? Deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. That notification has been popping up, but it hasn't actually been giving me the information half the time. It's a little odd. It's got to be down here. Ooh. It's a large translucent dagger. All right, I'm giving that to the Temple of Ozzy. That's too cool. It's a Shrek dagger. Shrek is like insane and upset and sad all the time, so yeah, that ain't happening. You can find weapons underground. Yeah, it's called a loot box. It's surprise mechanics. Same with this. This is another one. This is a blistered metal blowgun. They're in specific places. It's the god loot. From places long dead. We also found this, a large crashing metal turban. Doesn't sound good to put on one's head, though. Here comes more. Would have loved a blowgun. I don't know, man. Or get set aflame and your guts moved outside of your inside. Absolutely, yes. You either get punched so hard you lose your internals, or check the stone for heat. What devilry is this? So a lot of construct buildings still happening. Everybody's constructing this, amongst other things. Let's actually just go to floors. Unforbid all this stuff that got forbidden. Deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be treasures of the gods. This is a bright metal amulet. Discovered another one. Which this one I'm not even seeing. Unless it was something I just exposed that was higher up, like up here maybe. I guess it could theoretically be up at the top area, but that would be actually kind of odd. Yeah, I guess they are just stumbling on some out here, maybe. Certainly possible. I'm already the mountain home. But yeah, that's how those items work. If you have to assign 7 of them to your monarch in order to become the mountain home. Not win, but become the mountain home. Oh, true. Yeah, I could just look at the objects menu. Oh. Oh, I was going to say, is it in the lava? No, this is a dark metal. This is a thin, dark metal hailbrid. That's what it is. I'm more of a fan of rainbrids, but... Okay, let's just go up to the top of this and put that dagger up here. Yeah, it's a hailbrid, but I'm calling it a rainbrid because that's what happens when it's warmer. No, that's when you become the capital. That used to be the way. In version 50, you became the mountain home when the monarch moved in. But in post-version 50, you become the capital when the monarch moves in. You become the mountain home when you complete this mini-game of playing Minesweeper and finding items and then making the True Throne. 7 items in the True Throne. I wonder if you're actually making those. No, you're just carrying them. That's fine. Oh, there's also a rusted metal bow over here. Way more than 7 up here. There's way more than 7 in every one of these, so you don't have to, like, dig the whole thing out. Like, I've got, like, dozens at this point. In a week, in a civ, and in a week, a civilian became the queen? Is that what you're trying to say? Yeah, I mean, I love it when that happens. It kind of doesn't happen to me as much as I wish it would. Kind of wish it would happen more, I guess. Because I adore it when that happens. I think I think it's just super silly, and it amuses me. Could be in here. Nope. Let's just dig this out. And Queenie McQueenie. Like all these ones worth 40,300 are all the god items. There it is. See, these are all of the god items that I have. It's kind of a lot. I'm also like kind of hoping that we can get as much of the adamantine out as possible. $39. Adamantine bolt. 30. Let's make sure that these dwarves all have bolts equipped, actually. We check the stone for heat. What devilry is this? Do you all have bolts? Almost all of you have bolts. Let's be brave. One wafer makes a stack of 25, yeah. I mean, actually, now that now you got me curious, how many do I have right now? I've got 1,000 adamantine bolts, which actually is pretty good. Like, that's enough to take out a whole siege, so... Deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods and actually dwarf with child. Please don't let Disco Dwarf Dork burn. Okay, she would have been fine even if she stayed, but still. I don't need Disco Dwarfy Dork to die that way. That's a bit grim. And I know that people are saying I'm kind of throwing the caution to the wind, but that's the point of today. Like right now, we're just like, anything I can gather at this point is kind of a bonus. You finding heat? Okay. What does smoothing the walls do? If I smooth them and fortify them, it lets me see what's behind them, which gives me like a few seconds to defend the dwarves if there's a threat or a monster in there. Digging through them doesn't. You can also place like this. You can also place glass on the ground, which lets you see what's underneath it. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. Okay, so what is it? It's a winged phantom, which is a large quadruped composed of ash. It has wings and it squirms and fidgets. I'm going to pause all this, pause that, pause that. And I'm going to go to right here and tell all of the military to station. And immediately, Phycot is dead. Tosid is making a run for it. Turns on the creature, and Deller and Tosid died. Newbegin is climbing pretty rapidly. Run, Bim. Run, Bim. Uh-oh. So Lockhart's wanted to die. May get their wish, or maybe they're going to get away again. We've got several dwarves fighting. We got a spear dwarf here, who, oddly enough, doesn't have an adamantine spear equipped, which I feel like you should have. We've got this dwarf back here firing iron bolts directly at the creature, which is now flown to pieces, and Lockhart's gets, once again, another chance at life. This dwarf almost melted in lava, was straight face-to-face with a demon, and now just got, like, swiped at and injured, but somehow didn't die. Did you get a hit in on it? That would be cool. No, you didn't. We didn't get the kill. Did you get a hit in on it? No, just had to withdraw. Can you breathe? Yes, you can. Why do I always station instead of kill order? Because station tells them to go somewhere and stand there. Kill order tells them to go where the monster is and kill it where it is. But they don't know if it's moving. I don't like using kill orders ever. Stations are just like a more effective kill order as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, I almost never use kill orders for anything. No, that dwarf's already named. I'm not giving them a new name. Well, I mean, I guess I could give them a custom role. I don't know why. But I could do that. But no, they're named Lockhart's because Lockhart's wanted to be a dwarf who was likely to die. So if you want the irony, we could do that. All right, well, let's check in on this dwarf then. I mean, she's still very happy and optimistic. If she had much, Okay, well, she did see Sanik's dead body. Oh, no, she saw Sanik die. That would make me happy. But I guess nobody's perfect. Currently, her injuries are not too bad. Her head's she's just pretty bruised. Her left ribs are mangled. Her lung is mangled. Only one of them, though, so the other one's fine. Her upper body's bruised, stomach bruised. Basically, she got like a huge bludgeoned hit. She got punched so hard it mangled her ribs. She's got some shattered ribs and a punctured lung, basically. But, you know, I think she'll survive. She does have a friend who's a pump operator, so he can go operate that pump. That's what he does. I should have at least 3 tombs, right? I hope. Sounds rough. They'll be fine. Looks like it. But yeah, basically it's just like a pretty severe, like, chest injury. I should unpause the game. It's like, why is it going so slow? It would be funny if that dwarf just died toast the Craftsdwarf's dead. I mean, we already knew that. Or I did, they didn't. As we continue to dig through the adamantine. I'll actually be kind of surprised if it's not on this level. But it's 100% on the one below it, if it's not on this one. Well, we need some new miners. I need dwarves that are not in the military in any way to enter the mines. Do have to check the tombs, though. Because the bodies are just going to get put up here. Yeah, we're good. Why do you have bins and barrels in you again? You're not supposed to. Actually, I know why. Because I edited it and forgot to change it. That only one of your worlds is playable, and that's the one with the portable tag? Oh, that's interesting. Something evil is emerging from this newly exposed pocket. We got another Warthog Brute. The Warthog Brute, we've killed several of these before. It's also pretty injured. This dwarf got some hits in, but is going to die. Because she's unconscious now. But the Warthog Brute is... Nelson, thank you very much for the second month. Jack, can I get a big round of beers? Thanks for keeping that subscription alive for a second month. Right hoof is cut open. Well, you are going to kill that dwarf, but it does have shots that are pretty effective. This is a large noseless warthog twisted into humanoid form. It has a bloated body, and its midnight blue hair is patchy. Beware its deadly spittle. And this dwarf here has an adamantine crossbow and is shooting iron bolts at the creature. Kubak was spotted dead. Watching a sniper battle, and it has unlimited ammo, whereas my dwarves don't. Question is, where's the rest of the Mark dwarves at? Okay, well, you're on your way down. Do you have a... You don't have an adamantine spear? What? Seems like a waste. Well, Smidley here is dead, because the creature got up to it. And it seems like it was swiftly killed by the Spear Dwarf Etur upon arrival. I need to upgrade the weapons of, because I betcha they all have what they need now. Let's also get some new dwarves in here. Not you, though. Jack, can I get some S for that dwarf? That was a pretty talented Marks dwarf, actually, who just died. It's a bit of a shame. But it's the truth.
Bring out your dead!
Got several dwarves that need to go pick up ammo, but aside from that, everything seems pretty clean. Two more dwarves in that instance. I think I'm gonna do a bunch of this real quick. Let's turn that off, turn this off. It's fine, yeah, we'll leave that on. Basically, I'm gonna turn off some of these, the like, basically stoneworkers, which will free up a lot of tasks. And let's just get these bodies hauled out of here. Get stuff cleaned up. So I just need to get all these gems and adamantine stuff mined out and removed. Also, just like, you know, a lot of forging and such is going on currently. So it turns out we actually have quite a bit. Also, I can... Actually, how much... do I have? 7 strands. Okay, well, a bunch of them are swapped over to adamantine spears, so I guess that's technically an improvement. Let's do, adamantine shields. Let's do 20 of those. Let's do 20 of those. Could also pretty easily mine out all this, but what I'm actually going to do, I think, is wait for this to get mined up a little bit. Oh, cool, the bodies are going. That's what we want. And I'm just going to channel down through here and just let this lava out. That's, I think, what I'm going to do. Although, I could do it right here. I just want to get this lava out of here, and I want to do as little damage to the surrounding gems as possible. Also going to go through here and get rid of non-mission critical tasks. Like encrusting furniture as an example, cutting gems as an example. Clothing we don't need right now. We're pretty good on clothing currently. also very okay on mechanisms. Those we can keep up. Okay. You have to redeem one, Nelson. And they have a 25-minute cooldown, so I'm not just sitting here naming stuff constantly. That's mostly all it is. It's kind of a lot of pickaxes we've got running around. Something else evil is emerging from this pocket, which is a Rove Beetle Fiend. It has deadly blood. It is a Rove Beetle. It has large mandibles and it belches and croaks. Beware its deadly blood. Chat, wish my dwarfs luck, eh? I'm just going to go down to the bottom here and forbid everything up to here. I'm going to go down to here. Pause that. Go up to here and see if I can get them better grouped up. Run, dwarves. Run away. Maybe I want to try and save these dwarves, but it's like kind of a waste. Go up the stairs, dwarf. Okay, it's standing on top of this body. Was hell breached? No. Trust me, I'll put a ping out on Discord when hell is breached. There is was a spear dwarf that this dwarf was fighting. It was Etor. Another mace dwarf dead. But trust me, you'll know if hell was breached when you tune it back in if you've been out for a moment. I should have just let them wait at the top. Why did I go down and try to save these dwarves? Big sad, man. Spazdig, thanks for gifting some memberships. Grumble. Critter is dead. Waste of dwarfen life. But that's fine. More can be added. Oopsies. I do need to be a little bit more cautious, I think. I'm also going to go here. Let's go gold, cough, sarcophagus. Let's make 20. Got piles of gold that I don't know what to do with. I mean, being the bookkeeper is the way to get out of being conscripted. Because I need them not conscripted and doing other things. Not too bad of the losses, though. Bookkeeper is the appraiser, is the fortress appraiser, yeah. That's what the bookkeeper's task is. Okay, so everything should be reclaimed now. That should be fine. You get to take that out. Get that lava out of there. I'm gonna go pick up equipment. Got a bunch of dwarves Taking care of other dwarves. You're going down to dig a channel. We'll follow you. Very dense and probably very heavy. You need to put it on a lot of wheels to, like, roll it around. Yeah, I'll probably update my stream title, too, when I breach hell. But at the very least, there will be a ping on Discord. This is also going faster today than I was expecting. I feel like every time I'm like, I'm breaching hell today, guys, what actually ends up happening is I spend 8 hours trying to breach hell and failing to breach hell, and then the following stream I breach hell. I think it's what's happened every time I've done it recently. So much of a bummer, man. So much of a bummer. Such death. Much dwarf. Bruh. No, that wasn't... Okay, well, someone's just been missing for a week. Never mind. I presume somebody caught fire, but... I was like, how are you standing right there? There was nothing to pick up, but... I don't think that's what just happened. I do have a... Chief Medical Dwarf, yeah? Yeah, I do.
Closing parenthesis.
Thank you, Valium, for the 4th month. Welcome back, dude. Appreciate you. %90 of blind streams stop before breaching hell? I don't normally try to breach hell, though. Because I find this portion to be really slow and tedious. For watching and playing. But, guess it doesn't matter so much, does it? I do have to say, moods are shockingly good, all things considered. It's a good cliffhanger, at least, I guess. I don't know. Probably from a viewing perspective, but, like, I don't know. I've been digging through this spire for, like, 2 weeks now. Like, real time. So I kind of done with it. I'm ready to finish it. So for me, it might be a good, like, cliffhanger for the audience, but it's usually just kind of a for me, or whatever that's worth. I'm going to build a very gaudy gate. Let's go gold bar. Go up to here. Go lever. Sure, we'll use the artifact one. Why not? Let's also go here and... Thought I saw somebody burning. How old is this fort? 30 years in 1 year. No, not 49. I did 2 other forts before this one in this world. I think it was 2. Might have been 3, actually. There was a few I did in this world. Before I ended up on this one specifically. Hello, Kaliak. What's up, dude? It's been a while. And also, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. That's the first raid I've had in multiple streams. People don't raid these parts these much currently, so I appreciate it. I hope that your stream was good. What were you up to? What were you playing? What are you exploring at the moment? And mods, if there's any of you lurking, can I get a shout out? Lovely raid. From Kaliak. That's a lot of burning. A lot of burning. Wonder if they can even get past that. Why don't I just do this? Since we're going full risk, might as well continue with the risk. What's fun without a little bit of risk? Heh! Good timing, game. Hard mode? What do you mean? No, I'm trying to breach hell. I have to take risks in order to breach hell. I could use a Fist of Armok, but that also threatens allowing hell into the Magma Sea, and if they get into the Magma Sea, then we're dead. So, I kind of need to not let them into the Magma Sea. The game wants me to save scum? There's no such thing as save scumming in a single player game? There's just saving and trying again, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'll have you know. Fist of Armok is when you take a heavy object and drop it on a thing in order to kill a thing below a thing. Or to break floors. Or Hammer of Armok. Fist of Armok. Rock of Armok. Break shit with Boulder. The Indiana Jones method. You know. Yeah, and if you drop a pillar of boulders down directly into the hell chute, it usually kills like 30 to 40% of the initial wave, which maybe I should do that actually now that I'm thinking about it. The Monty Python weight. Yeah, sure. Exactly, Cooler. Exactly. Cooler gets it. By the way, if you guys like the emotes around these parts, Cooler's at fault for most of them existing. But how is Helldivers, Kayak? I hope things are good in the land of democracy. And Super Earth or whatever the fuck. But yes, break stuff with bricks is definitely the outcome of using one of those hammers, if you will. Here we go again. Here we go. Again. Hey, some water. That's useful. Lots of water, actually. That's very useful. Lovely. Don't know if I'll need it or get the opportunity to use much of it, but... Oh, shit. This actually shows me quite a bit further down. You know, I'm very convinced that it's on this layer. I could also be completely wrong. I may be, like, 20 layers off. You know, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try something. We'll get to it in a second. We're just gonna let them dig down next to it, and then I'm gonna dig horizontally into it. So I wasn't really looking at the other half of the of this underground section all that much. But I just looked at it and it's like, I'm actually not entirely positive this could be as positive of a situation as I thought it might be for me. Something evil is exposing from some pocket, one thus newly exposed. This is a demon of brine. Let's hope this goes better than the last one. The demon of brine is a very large lizard composed of salt. It squirms and fidgets. It has antenna. This recruit has already dropped their adamantine spear and is now fighting with another miner who's now dead. I think it also killed the spear dwarf. Question is where? Okay, there's a bunch of dwarves right here. Let's find this thing. It's fighting with Owl. No! I love this dwarf. Man, I'm bummed out. I like that dwarf. That was a good military dwarf. God damn it. We need adamantine mops. Yeah, fighting these things in melee is a dumb idea. Ah, shit. Dwarves are coming down to collect the clothing and such. Where'd it go? There it is. To shreds indeed. The Unseen is their name. I mean, I saw it. It's dead now. I just about had a heart attack. A fucking, like, dump truck or something just, like, turned its backup signal on, and I thought that was my fire alarm. It's like, God damn it, was my brain. But no, we're fine. It's just a truck. Two dwarves found dead. Well, it's about to be a lot worse. I'm just gonna jump to right about here. Jump up here and just place some more of these. Let's get some more of these dwarves buried. That's the one that makes me annoyed. Just running down there to gather the clothing. The dwarves do that. Okay, well, I can dig all this out now. That's the one benefit I have here. Instead, let's go over here. Should be fine. About 60% of my population is in the military. Jolamar? Well, actually, not quite 60%. It's about 40% of my population is in the military. They're all hauling shit. They're everywhere all the time. If they were just in the barracks training all the time, they'd be bored and depressed. Could I make them stand closer? Certainly. I'd rather they're not cave adapted, because then they're more useful to me in an alternative style of emergency. I'm doing it the way I'm doing it. If you don't like it, that's fine. But this is how we're doing it. That doesn't mean anything to me, Nelson. Please tell me what job you would like and whether or not you would like a beard. Also, what's that username? Or what's that name that you want? I don't know what that is. But you gotta tell me what kind of thing you want. Otherwise, I will name something unexpected that. No, it doesn't matter what the name is. I need to know what kind of dwarf you want. Yeah, you skipped to step 4 from step 1. Step 1 is redeem. Step 2 is tell me what kind of thing you would like. And then step 3 is if you would like a custom name, just let me know. Otherwise, I just name them after you. Usually. That's how that goes. He wanted you to go crazy. I don't need to give you a dwarf then. And if you wanted me to go crazy, why are you watching? This is like the opposite of that, of a stream. Go watch like some nonsense on Just Chatting if you want that. I will give you Nelson. That's what I'm gonna name this dwarf. Because you didn't give me a reason for why you wanted that name. He is inattentive to detail in his own work and takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance, dislikes helping others, is not driven, and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. Does not generally think before acting and is trusting. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He likes a little excitement now and then, and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Takes offered helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and stomps his feet when he's angry. I'm good. You can have your name Nelson. Personally thinks that that the entire concept of sacrifice is truly disgusting. His power over others is something to strive for, and somewhat put off by trade and commerce. It's like a schizophrenia situation. As someone who's had auditory hallucinations, not even remotely close. Not even remotely close. What? Maybe, like, if someone just sees you in public and doesn't know what you're doing, but... Do you remember when Bluetooth headsets first came out and people thought that people were going nuts because they were talking to themselves in the street? This dwarf's like Serpentine and Iron and Blue Jade and Coyote Leather and Sperm Whale Tooth, the giant brown recluse spider silk, the color golden yellow, and gems, bolts, shields, and cats for their aloofness. The words of the North Way and the sound of the tressed lilac and the sight of the velvet meadows and when possible prefer to consume carrot wine and maize flour. Welcome to the fort. I'm really bloody annoyed that the enemies attacked me again. I was really hoping I didn't have to do this again, but... Especially because, like, I can't even let them in right now because this is still in the process of being reset. It's the main issue here. That should be everything, though. Okay, I need to reconnect this. We were in a restaurant the other day and you were convinced this dude was talking on a Bluetooth earpiece, saying some pretty vulgar stuff too, but then the manager and a few waiters all came out and asked him to leave because he was talking to himself. Oh. Well. Yeah, no, now people just talk to things that nobody can see constantly. I know, I mutter to myself. I tend to think out loud. I mean, one of the reasons I decided to start doing this was, regardless of what game I would play, I would loosely, like, mutter under my breath my thought out loud. I do that just in anything. But yeah, I think in some ways I'm just like a painfully boring streamer because like I kind of refuse to just be like, yeah, I'm just gonna name this dwarf penis. But like, it highly depends on the day and what kind of a mood I'm in. I'm not really in a silly dwarf name mood today in the slightest. Like that's just, yeah, it's just not happening today. Maybe another day, but not today. Fuck it. That's what I was gonna search for him. Natural born streamer? Not really. I don't know. I think I was in early enough that I got lucky. I don't think I would have ever made it if I had to start now. There's water behind this. Appreciate it, Drew. I do still maintain that I was lucky and got in early. Although I still feel like I started streaming late, but... Uh-oh. See ya, dwarf! That dwarf is gone! It's quite a lot of lava, too. Let's actually get rid of this corner here. Just let that drain out. Rubies will melt. Same with the emeralds, I think. Oh. Found some more water. Just look at that. Sudden and unexpected, I guess. Let's just get rid of this and hope that some of this gets sealed up. That did. Something. Wolf has won re-election. I heard somebody say something recently which really stuck with me, and I think still sticks with me, and I think is going to stick with me until somebody else says something equally sticky, I guess. Sorry for the roundabout sentence. Which is, I don't think, and this was a YouTuber who said this, I don't think, and I tend to agree with this, that kids want to be YouTubers, influencers, or streamers. However, they like the concept of it. But there's a specific part of the concept of being a streamer that I think people are enticed with. And the reason I don't think they want it is because when you look at all of the things that you need to do to be successful in this industry, running a business, doing accounting, all the behind the scenes shit, I work way more than 40 hours a week, and make way less than I would if I worked 40 hours a week at any blue collar job. I think what people want is they want the ability to do something creative that's self-driven. Because we don't live in a society where you're allowed to do that, really. You go get a desk job, you go get a corporate job, or maybe you get lucky and you can start a business depending on where you live. People in the Western world don't get to just, or at least this part of the Western world, like the US and Canada specifically, if you want to go review books for a living, there is no job where you can do that. You have to become an influencer. If you want to, like, review movies for a living, there is no way to do that. You have to go become an influencer. If you want to review clothing, if you want to get into any kind of critical or creative job like that, none of those jobs exist anymore. You have to go become an influencer. If you want to be a musician, you have to be an influencer. I think kids want freedom to do something they like that they can get good at. I don't think they necessarily want to be an influencer. But when you're little, you don't really have the vocabulary to say anything other than I want to be like Markiplier. What they actually mean is I want to be creative and not have to work at McDonald's. Are you going to make it out, Dwarf? Holy shit, you did. I love it when they make it out. That's great. Swerve just handlebars along the ceiling and climbed out. What a monkey. I mean, that's not even the point, GBE. Like, kids who say, I want to do this for a job, aren't thinking about jobs becoming obsolete because it gets automated. They're not thinking about that. They think, what looks cool that seems inaccessible? Or what looks cool that they want to do? They're not thinking about whether or not it goes away, right? Like, with a little cynicism, some salt, and a shitty attitude, any job in existence could be replaced by a half-assed bullshit AI bot. It's besides the fucking point. It's more of a societal issue. You know, we don't have universal basic income. We don't have anything that lets kids just go be creative and do something. That's what I said for years, Enemy. What I actually meant is I wanted to go into game design. What I didn't realize was how hard it was to go into game design, and how expensive it would be, and that I couldn't afford it. The Forgotten Beast, do it tags, has come. A huge feathered... And no, before somebody starts it, no, I'm not going to go be an indie dev now. I'm good. A huge feathered slug. It has wings and it squirms and fidgets. Its black feathers are long and narrow. Beware its poison bite. Where is it? Well, that's fine. It can live there. Where creative jobs are the viable options are more corporate driven. No, absolutely. I mean, I wouldn't say corporate creativity, like going to work for Hallmark as a, as a card designer isn't exactly the idealized corporate gig. It's not. Pretty far from it even. Let's get these dwarves training right here. But technically that would be considered a creative job. Okay, so Sortok. It says, I don't know, I seen a dude circumvent the influencer thing as a musician, started by asking to make soundtracks for games, and now he does music for Universal Studios. Certainly. How many people have you heard of do that? How many exactly? One. Yes. Okay, one guy. That's like saying, anybody can be a race car driver. There's like 20 people in Formula One. I don't think most people who think they want to be an influencer actually want to do this job. People win the lottery all the time. Doesn't mean it's a viable business plan. Also that, yeah. Because creative, like, you get the Blizzard problem where it's like creatives are maltreated and misused and basically tortured because, like, oh, you do a job that lots of people want to do, meaning we can pay you less. Cooler makes a good point as well. Yeah, I don't know. I think kids just see very successful YouTubers and go, they get to do whatever they want and be creative. And I want to do that. And I think that's what people... I think that's a lot of people's connective tissue for what streamers are. It's a creative industry where you can kind of just do whatever you want. That's what people see anyway. Because, like, I mean, even I get that. Like, you know, I've been doing this for a long time, but I have people asking me, like, how much do you really work and shit? Like, adults. Like, people don't realize the everything else that you have to do in this industry. Anyway. Some C-suite asset wants their dick sucked instead of making a better product. Hey, there's lots of people that want their dick sucked that are not a C-suite asshat, okay? I'll have you know. Wink. No, me just trying to make a joke out of the French. Also, the other thing is, like, yeah, you're basically selling your privacy when you go into this. A lot of people go into this kind of casually, like, without realizing just how much of your privacy you lose, but it's hard to fully describe, to be honest. Just how much of your privacy you lose. It's not worth 20 bucks. Too straight for that, sorry. But that is a good old t-shirt. That much is true. Oh, game's paused again, of course. Beekeeper's been missing for a week. Tisk. Okay, so let's close this. Let's turn on Infort. All right, we're good up to there. And I'm gonna go to here. Get rid of this middle bit. It's almost empty enough. Then your contract got cut and you got let go and that sucked. Yeah, that blows. But yeah, I do think that's why you see a lot of kids saying that they want to be creative. Because I think that's what I wanted when I was a kid. And I mean, like, I said all the dumb shit that every kid says. I, at one point, said I wanted to be an inventor. I wanted to, Wanted to be a rock star at one point because I was a kid, you know. I think kids see rich and famous and they just associate that with creativity. At least that's my read on it. I'm not a kid anymore, so what do I know? Well, actually, I know what I wanted when I was a kid. And if somebody told me when I was a kid the types of work and the amount of work that this job is, I don't know if I would have done it. Or I also wouldn't have believed them, so it's irrelevant. But I don't know if I would have done it. Like, I like to think that I would have. But I don't know. You'd kill to do something creative in your own time and on your own terms to get a paid livable wage? Yeah. Well, I mean, let me tell you this. A very, very small fraction of people barely make a living doing this. At least from my world. You wanted to be a dog when you were a kid? I respect that. Did I want to be a dinosaur? No, but I loved dinosaurs. I also loved the animated movies Dinosaurs. Same thing. What, wanting to be a dinosaur? You want to be you want to be an architect and you want to I read like I wanted to be an architect that like is being the same thing as wanting to be a dinosaur, but you're a Stegosaurus? IRL? Holy shit. There's got to be okay. I'm going to be very generous to the concept of being a dinosaur for a living. Just like there are people who are professional Disney princesses, there have to be people that are professional dinosaurs, right? Thankfully, no, I've never played that laggy mess, The Isle. I watched some people play it for a bit once. Like, there's got to be somebody who's a professional. Like, there's at least 3 sports teams I can think of off the top of my head that, like, have a dinosaur-related mascot. So, like, somebody somewhere is a professional dinosaur. There can't be many, but isn't that called being a comedian? Being a professional silly boy? Like stand-up or, oof. Alright, dig through all this. Dig down. See how this goes. We heat the stone for check. What devilry is that? All right, let's go down. Let's go down. Oh, well. Uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. Surely it must be. Large dark metal mitten. Large bulky dark metal left mitten. I missed the bulky first time through. I'm just avoiding the wet and dark, dirty walls. Professional mermaid? I knew somebody who got paid to be a professional mermaid once, but like wasn't a full-time professional mermaid or anything. For reference, those people who just like do like basically performance swimming. Yeah, somebody I knew through sports. Let's just dig this way. Also this way. I just need somewhere to put liquids if suddenly there's liquids everywhere. Rather, I need the liquids to go away if suddenly there's liquids everywhere. Although I don't have that much space because there's so many molten rock everywhere. As opposed to all the amateur mermaids out there. Finally. Fucking finally. Problem is that there is a siege on the surface still, so may just have to ignore them. Letterin, thanks for the $10.
Letterin cheered. X1000. Congrats on the hell.
Thank you. I'll be here for the rest of the day. And my Twitch dashboard doesn't want to update. Did it? It did. Yay. Okay. You have discovered an eerie cavern. The air above the Darkstone floor is alive with vortices of purple, light, and vortices of purple, light, and dark. Boiling clouds. Seemingly bottomless pits mark the surface. So who's never seen hell before? Raise your hand. Greedily, sure. Horrifying screams come from the darkness below. So I've got a squad of people in a very, very, very bad spot now. Let's just see, where is it? Okay, it's right there. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's just, because we're in the inn fort, let's just... remove the burrow. All the way up to there, basically. This squad, we're going to delete this. I'm going to go down to the bottom of this. Oh, okay. I thought they were locked in there. They're not. I'm just going to go here and forbid. Ah, fun. I said forbid, not unforbid. It'll take them a while to get up here, though, thankfully. Okay, let's do all the way up to here. Let's pull this lever, like, right the hell away. Let's grab these dwarves. Create a, we'll call this Hell Wars. I don't know. Let's be a little bit more specific here. Okay, and then don't think anything's screwed up here. Not that I'm seeing. Let's fly all the way down through here. Let's erase that. Erase that. Save? I mean, I can. It's, but like, I'm not gonna jump back. If we die, we die. You had a fire demon burn 100 of 300 dwarves. You know what I do usually when that many dwarves die, Cricket? I often just memorialize them as the ghosts appear. It's almost always what I do, is I memorialize them as the ghosts appear. But yeah, it can be kind of a lot having to engrave 100 dead dwarves. Grease plant covered balloons toting clowns. I mean, sure. Only if half of them are Volkswagen Beetles called clown cars. You know. Just cuz. Also, calling it now, I don't think that's the case, actually. Now we wait. This is kind of why I didn't want to save, because it takes forever. I'm a little curious about what's going to happen to the frame rate. I did update the Twitch one. Let me update the YouTube one. I could put up a YouTube channel post. Hi, Clinodev. I don't know how needed that is, though. We found the shaft. We found the shaft, friends. We found the shaft. God, that is deep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 levels above. I don't know if I want to bug people with it, though. Like, is it worth spamming people just to inflate numbers? I don't know. Oh, no, way deeper than 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Wow, it was like 20 layers deeper than I thought. Okay. Well, let's see what we got. We got Earthworm Brutes. We got Spectre of Steams. Actually, let's scroll through the list instead of clicking through it. We've also got an invading army on the surface, which is lovely. We got White Spectres, Spectre of Steam, Banshees of Fire, Earthworm Brutes. I'm actually not too worried. Towering Feathered Earthworm, it has wings and it knows and intones the names of all it encounters. Its feathers are long and sparse, beware its deadly dust. Not that strong, but the dust is scary. Like, will go down pretty easily. White Spectres are a blob composed of salt. Ah, gamers. Or I guess more realistically, the ocean. Spectres of Steams. I think we've killed a couple of these. Very large theropod composed of steam. It has a knobby shell and undulates rhythmically. Not too big of a threat. Got Banshees of Fire. These ones may be a threat. Quadruped composed of flame, but like bolts will kill that super easily. That's you, Salty? Ah, right. Got Steam Ghosts and Spectres of Steam. Bone Steam. An enormous humanoid composed of steam. This may actually be very doable because of how delicate these creatures all are. Then the white specters, more banshees of fire, more earthworm boots. Winged phantoms. We just killed one of these, didn't we? Yeah. White specters. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this will be that bad. We may have actually lucked out. The reason they're not colored is because this world predates this update, yes. Let's unpause and see how quickly they're coming for us. Oh, here they come. So I've got a lot of dwarves just like running out of here as quickly as they possibly fucking can. Honk indeed, Chestnut. Like, these beasts would probably be quite the threat in melee, but... they're also going to need to take the longer way around because this should be closed. Momentarily. Who's pulling the lever, though? It's one of the kids. Right, kiddo, go pull that lever. Just need to make sure it's been pulled. Heh! There's the gremlin. Okay, well, someone's been caught, one of my recruits. Who has adamantine bolts in their inventory, but is dead. There's also a bunch of water spilling into here. Oh, the other thing I need to do is I need to go over here and close this. Keep going up, dwarf. There goes fire. Several of these dwarves should all be heading up to... Did that thing die? This dwarf is just like making a mad dash out. No, you killed a blind cave ogre. Where did it go? Oh, I see. Breathes fire is catching a lot of dwarves out, which kind of sucks. Ah! I shouldn't have ever... Did you just kill him? I shouldn't have ever put the dwarves in here. That was such a bad idea. Okay, well, this guy just lost a foot. So... the peasant attacks it, he jumps away. The peasant strikes the banshee in the right foot with the iron pick, and the part sails off in an arc. So shoutouts to this kid. Zanang here, this dwarf. We've got a pretty good military dwarf who's fending stuff off. He had an injury, so he's got a crutch. We've got this other dwarf who's falling for the sake of living and continued existence. Ryderin is dying, an absolute hero. Going splat further down. Seeing dwarves dying on the way out. I need to see if any of them have made it up here yet. Nope, but dwarves are continuing to run. Down here we've got one of my militia dwarves who's trying to pick up equipment. I'm just going to go up to here and go to the forbids items button and go all the way down because I guarantee you're trying to get something down in there. There's a gremlin in a bit of a precarious situation. Who no longer exists. Rest in peace, Shrek. Come on, Rakust. Or don't. The dust creatures are definitely the scariest ones at the moment. The gate is shut. Now let's see if I fucked up. I thought I fucked up. No, I fucked up. I fucked up. Because if they can get into this, which they can. I just needed to put a wall there and a wall there. I can't. There is no way to block it. Unless I cheat, there is no way to block it. I mean, like literally, all I can do that I can think of, which I'm gonna try, is I'm gonna go to the top of this. Oh, actually, no, even this won't work. Yeah, no, there's nothing I can do. There's probably nothing I can do. Because they can get in here. Because they can get into here. They can enter the fort through... Not this. I mean, they could enter the fort here because I completely forgot to fix this. So I could tell the dwarves to block this, but I doubt they'll get there in time. It also means that there's like 4 or 5 places in the fort itself that they can enter, most likely, as well. Yeah, no, we're fucked. That's game. Yeah, no, because they can just climb in there. Looking for options. There's a chance. I'm not going to do that, Romanoid. I might Alt F4 and not finish the fort, though. I'm not going to just, like... How do I word this? Like, we're fucked. But I'm not going to let the vampires out. Simply put, they're getting into the Magma Sea down here. Them getting into the Magma Sea means they have like 80 ways into the fort. And they're not going to use my route in. That's what that means. It doesn't matter, really. Because I'm not convinced the dwarves would be able to get there in time. I mean, we could try. That's probably the only real Hail Mary, I guess. Here's something I'm going to do. Real quick, because we're going to need to do this. Fuson and Halling. Forbid other death items. Forbid other non-hunted dead. Forbid non-hunted dead. Yeah, just forbid your death items. Trust me, there is zero quick and dirty solution to this problem. This is a, like, we're basically fucked. I don't really have a way of unfucking it. I can close this gate and dig into here. That's about all I can do that I can really see. Because I need them... Well, actually, no, I can't. Closing that gate actually does nothing because they can just come in here. So they can come in here. I need them to go through here. But they're not going to go through here because there's no reason for them to go through here. So I could, like, station the dwarves, like, back here and just hope that they can shoot enough to kill them as they come in through here. But that's about all I can do. How did they get into the Magma Sea? There's a spot I missed. I scrolled through it a dozen times and I missed a spot. It's right here. There's a hole. I didn't see that hole. I didn't realize that that hole had access to the lava sea, which apparently it did. So they can just walk into the lava sea. So I don't really have any sort of reliable way to fight this. So what I'm going to do is this. Turn off the burrow. We're going to try, because I don't know what else I can do. A lot of dwarves are just going to refuse to move. Also, if I have any mods watching, could you disable the naming of things right now? Because I don't want to have to throw my thoughts out the window to try and name something right now. Sometimes dwarves go down without a fight if they don't see it coming, or if they're sleeping. And some of them still may come up the way I want them to go. But most of them aren't. Most of them are just going off. And going off. Like, where are they headed right now? Alana, what's up? Welcome, Raiders. Mods, can I get a shout out for Alana? How was Shrim today? How was things? Hope day job is good. For anybody wondering, so far the only named dwarf dead is Rydern. We've dug too deep. We am in hell. I guess the one benefit I can really see about this is going to slow them down a shit ton. Oh, also, let's just make this into a tavern. And just get them to smooth it, because it's something to do. It's also going to take them forever to come up here. Where are they headed exactly? There's got to be a hole over here that I'm not seeing. They're definitely going somewhere. Guess they can go under here and then... Oh, nope. Stupid demon. Maybe we will get some of them coming out the way I want. Maybe some of them will go the way I want. Maybe. Just maybe. I don't see any of them going down this way. Because they kind of really roundabout way they need to go. Sparky, thank you very much for the 6 months in advance. And the resub. Doing some RimWorld and the first look at Let Them Trade. Ah, yeah, I've just breached the underworld. So we've made it into hell. And I'm trying to see if it's possible for me to salvage a fuck up. That's what I'm doing. So I'm kind of not mad, just disappointed in me. Really. I'm watching these demons trying to get out and failing horribly and trying every single possible route. I mean, there's some down here. I just need to swim over to here and pop out there. Problem is my dwarves are going to run out of alcohol soon. Like they're doing right now. Okay, so maybe what I have to do is close this. Oh, I can't. Okay. Maybe what I need to do is just hope for the best for a sec. I'm going to tell the dwarves to wall this off with fucking whatever. It's the first thing we need to do. Wall this off with fucking whatever. And jump up to here, go down here. Wall this off. Forbid this. I need to wall this off, which is already set. Let's just see what they do. Because if I do that, then I can just open... Oh. There's one. Ha! I also need to seal this off. The Forgotten Beast Kalur has come, a towering feathered earthworm. It has a shell and a square body, and its downy... its feathers are downy, but where its webs? Where is it? Ah, okay, that's fine. Where's that named one? At least it's just one of the weaker ones. There it is. Well, that's brilliant. There goes one dwarf. If this thing kills the whole fort, I'm going to be very sad. Yeah. Oh, seeing bolts fly. I don't know where this creature's going. Dwarf is trying. Now you're dead. Boy. Chat, I'm sorry that I took you on this trip. This was a mistake. I apologize. It's a waste of everybody's time. No, this was a waste of everybody's time. Like, waste of my time, waste of your time, waste of everybody's time. I can't really make the thing work even if I reload. Because the last save was when the hole had been broken into. It's like... Yes, actually, Elmarin. I'll be honest with you. Losing is fun. Yes. But having spent about a month trying to do this correctly and then fucking it up, isn't. In the slightest bit fun. I know it's a certified... I know this is a Dwarf Fortress moment, and I hope you guys are getting some Schadenfreude out of this, because I'm just mad. Yeah, just fucking mad. No, it's not even me losing to the game mechanics. I fucked up. Like, I failed. It's got nothing to do with losing to the game mechanics or anything. It's just I specifically prepped for a specific outcome, and I failed at achieving that outcome. So it's not a matter of me losing to the game's mechanics, not being fun. It's nothing to do with that. It's literally just, I fucked up. I should have done better. I know how this works, and I know how to do this right. Yet I still don't see... Where is it? Like, now I can't even find it again. This fucking tile. Like, there's learning, and then there's like, I've done this dozens and dozens and dozens of times correctly, Blue Squid. Like, it's... I was talking about this like 2 streams ago or so, where I said the reason I don't like digging too deeply and greedily is because I always get bored shitless before I finish it. And when you're bored, that's when you make mistakes. And that's what happened today. I was bored and not paying enough attention and forgot to fully double check. Like, it's not like there's nothing I can learn here. There's nothing I can improve here. It's just simply I wasn't thorough enough and fucked up. So all of my preparations are null and void. And I realize that might not be clear to some of you, but that's not satisfying. I can learn to accept it? No. I don't have to. You can tell me whatever the fuck you want. There is nothing about that I will ever accept. All right? It just sucks. The reason digging too deeply and greedily used to be fun is you do it accidentally. Now I have to try for 2 weeks to do something that used to take me 90 seconds on a lark, right? Like that. Grumble. Anyway, fuck this shit. I'm gonna cheat my way through it. Gah. Blame Tarn? I don't blame Tarn. I blame external pressure on Tarn. But I just had to get my, like, 10 cents out, okay? Blame John Armok, sure. Wouldn't that be more like shoulder Armok? Because Armok is the check for Armok, so it would be the thing that holds up the arm. Instead of John. Anyway. Let's see if I can make this work. Let's see if I can make this work. Yeah, that also is kind of the thing that is, like, still bugging me about this fort. Anyway. It never happened. It was a weird premonition, all right? And we're all going to agree on this, okay? We're in an ad break. I'm not going to unpause, so I'm stalling. But we're all going to agree on this, okay? What happened? I don't know. I don't know. Although I can't in good faith now make a video called Can I Beat Dwarf Fortress? Because I didn't. But we'll do it in the future. I need this for my own satisfaction at this point. You won't tell anyone. Bullshit. You see nothing. Yes, nothing. What was the name of the, I think he was a private, right? In Hogan's Heroes. I see nothing. Private Schultz? Schultz? I think that was Schultz, right? Yeah, it's Schultz. Sergeant Schultz. That's his name, yes. I see nothing. Nothing. I need an emote of that. Is there a Schultz emote that exists out there? I need him just like shaking his head going, nothing! Anyway, it's a very specific era of humor. So we've already kind of gone through what's down there. It's a lot of specters of steam and stuff. The squads are being sent to go and hide. I'm going to wait a little longer before I lock the doors. Creatures are coming up. And for whatever it's worth, I'm not as mad as I might seem, I think. Mostly just, like, really, really, really annoyed is, I guess, the way I would describe it. Because, like, this is a mechanic that just doesn't need to be this way. That's all. Okay. Right, there's also a siege on the surface, so hold on, let me just, see if I can block this off, or if I have yet. No, I haven't. Mildly infuriated. What's like the significantly higher like 2 tiers higher than mildly? Okay, here they come. Let's follow the one that's at the front. Okay, so dwarves, Ryder's still gonna get caught out probably. Went down much less dramatically than last time. Oh man, this dwarf's having a rough day. The miner just immediately dies. Got a Mark's dwarf up here who's trying to get out and not gonna make it. I did remember to delete this, right? Yes, I did. There goes Rydern. Moderately? Sure. I would actually just... I like the word perturbed, so I'm just going to say significantly perturbed was how I felt. Just Katin and Servesh. And Shrek, of course. Trying to have a meeting with somebody and then exploding. Just getting deleted. Like, this still isn't without mistake. Like, the biggest mistake I made here was not, what are you doing? Oh, right. The biggest mistake I made here was telling that squad to train down there. I shouldn't have done that. But oh well. You should not go down, but instead you do. All right. That's, you know, in like a cartoon. Oh, there he goes. Whee! Splat. You know, in like a cartoon, when like a character goes into a room and then you just see like a bunch of smoke come out from under the door and then they die. That's kind of what that looked like. Very Looney Tunes. Okay, I don't even know how many of the dwarves are going to be able to get here in time. I may actually just lock this. They may break them down, but it'll slow them down for a little bit. And then also up... Yeah, let's just lock the doors briefly. Because they do have the ability to break them down, but... Bomb-Wreck's been found dead. Let's also throw some more dwarves in. Actually, I'm not positive of if they're going to cause us problems, so I'm also going to block that off. Go up to here. I'm going to block this off. Give us a bit more safety here. Is there another one? I don't think so. It's just a tiny little corner. Yeah, no, that's definitely not a way out for them. Kind of looks like it, but... Okay, well, now we just wait for a sec. They seem to be short-circuiting a little bit with the door. Which gives most of these dwarves time to get out. I'm just going to wait until the last dwarf crosses here, and then I'll open them. Because my marks dwarves are now up top. Yeah, let's just... Well, let's wait for them to mostly be right here, and then we'll open the doors back up. I don't want them to be too closed. I'm also, like, not looking at chat at all, so that's why the naming stuff is paused. Because I, believe it or not, need to focus. Let's get some other dwarves into the squads. I guess none of the ones... Usually the ones that can fly can't topple buildings, I find, but... Let's wait until you, right here... You're boiling your skin off? I would recommend acquiring a backup skin. Maybe, like, jump into the Epic Games Store and grab some V-Bucks and grab an extra one. Why does my beard look like it's painted? Have you never seen a person with 5 o'clock shadow before? Person in YouTube chat whose name I can't read because it's not in an alphabet I know? Or because it's not in an alphabet that I know? Have you never, like, seen somebody who shaves irregularly? If your question to me is why does my beard look painted? Why haven't you gotten your eyes checked recently? Is my question to you. 28 Celsius at 2 a.m. Yeah, it's too, we've been over this a couple times. Chat agrees though. It's too fucking hot. Or as obvious. Here they come. The frame's at 4, by the way. I've got individual frames per second. Like a quarter frame a second right now. It's great. Scratch that, 3. I shave like 3 times a week. What? $50C on the dashboard kind of thing? That's too hot. Yeah, this is why the frame rate's like, it's because all of these monsters are currently flying here. Holy shit. You get carded if you don't wear a beard? When you're saying carded, I'm thinking like, another thing I'm actually going to do real quick. I'm just going to pause all tasks that aren't immediately necessary so that they're not trying to acquire things that they can't. Just on the off chance that they are trying to get somewhere that they can't get to. And trying to use a thing that they can't. I do think it's probably the beasts that are hurting the frames, but... it's dramatic slowdown, mostly. Oh, huh. Is it, like, close by, Elmiran, or is it, like, at the very far end of the middle of goddamn nowhere? Goddamn fucking nowhere. I heard the sound effect, but it hasn't popped up yet. There it is. Forgotten Beast, Mommy. Momi? Mome? Mummy. Mame has come. A feathered stegosaurid. It has stegosaurus. It has a curling trunk and it undulates rhythmically. Its slate gray feathers are long and narrow, and beware its hunger for warm blood. Can't you see I'm busy here? I could release it to the surface and let it go kill that siege, but huh. All right. Let's go back to the underworld. Time dilation, yeah, it is kind of like a slow-mo. You know, I've got 50 dwarves ordered to patrol around this. It does not look like 50 dwarves. Let's just pause this and see where they all are. Okay. Also need to see, is there something canceling a trillion times? Oh. That's kind of grim. Let's also just go up through here. Just forbid everything down into here again. Just in case my dwarves are trying to get something that's down there. More like bolt time dwarfs. So the idea here is once they get to like the past halfway point, I seal them in with drawbridges. And then hopefully my dwarves have enough time to shoot them all. That is kind of the hope here. And if the upper area here doesn't work for shooting, which I'm not entirely positive it will, it should, then I'll send them down into these bottom ones. But we'll see. I've seen them shoot through multiple fortifications before, so this shouldn't be an issue. Demons can shoot back? Yes and no. Fireballs are actually pretty easy to dodge for dwarves. It's the dust I'm worried about. But correct, the demons can shoot back. Forgot to leave a bunch of rope dogs? Sure, you could say that. But then I wouldn't be fending them off with Marksdwarf now, would I? I'd be fending them off with Marksdwarves and dogs! Besides, they're delaying themselves plenty. The 2 levels high is actually helping quite a bit. Yeah, no, they're not seeing it, so I guess what I'm going to do is instead, I will position these squads well, actually, let's just make another patrol. Hell Wars lower zone. Why is it telling? Oh, I see. All right, let's just send them onto this instead. That's what we're trying to find out, Derek Blake. That's what we're trying to find out. Although, the frames are saying other things. Seeing if there's any other beasts down here that are stuck. You know, maybe right now is actually a good time to just literally cancel every task. Oh. Saw an injured thing. You know. Strikes at the Marksdorf, but it was blocked by a shield. I guess they fought with the Marksdorf before they got in here. That was one of the melee fights from earlier. It takes so many bolts in the older versions? Oh, it's always been that. It's always going to be that way. That's not going to be changed at all by this. The dwarves will just be more accurate about it. Basically, it'll always take a lot of bolts to kill demons, is what I'm trying to say. I have no control over the camera. It's 2 frames a second. There we go. I just have to use the mouse, basically. I'm really hoping the frame rate's going to recover soon. Although I am up to 5 frames a second, allegedly. Although holy shit, what was that? Suddenly jumped at a not horrid frame rate. Bizarre. Okay. We're flicking between 1 FPS and 35. I mean, I'll take it. ASCII's not going to change the frame rate in the slightest. Don't worry about it. Trust me. You just gotta have to trust me on that one. It is entirely the demons. I'm very hopeful I can trap a good number of them in here, though. Which will give us a great advantage here, actually. Saving and reloading. I'm just going to state this. You can suggest all the things you want. If there was something I knew that would fix this, I would do it. I've tried everything before. I've tried enabling and disabling temperatures. I find that your best bet is to just let it run. And then pause when you need to move the camera, and it'll eventually sort itself out. So this dwarf here is the first one shooting bolts. Just endure, exactly, yeah. We just have to deal with it. You taking anything out? Yeah, okay, here comes dust. That's the problem. That's the concern. That's the big scary. Got 19 adamantine bolts. How have you done? Strikes the phantom in the upper body, breaking away a piece of the tissue. One of them jumps away. But let's see what this does. It would be kind of funny if it ends up collateral damaging them. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes that happens. Especially because a lot of these are made out of delicate materials. That dwarf's in midair. Dunk. Let me just pause real quick. Try to pause. There is no smoke. What smoke are you talking about? I think back here is probably our best bet, actually. That's dust, not smoke, so. The real good question, though, is what's the effect of that dust going to be? Dust bomb demons, yep. Not to be dumb, I don't kill coyotes. Who says in YouTube chat, so this is tower defense now? What is a castle? I'll take more medieval factoids for $3.50. Like, what do you do in Dorfort? You build a fort. What is a fort? A thing with towers. Thus, tower defense. But yeah, I guess kind of. This is definitely whatever Kingdom Rush Dorfers. Jurist edition. Legend of the Adamantine Crossbolt. That dwarf's about to have a rock land on their head. Sucks to be them. Remember when dust didn't propel dwarves backwards? I do. Dust was kind of mid back then. Now dust is pretty terrifying. Oh, wow, that dwarf was actually able to fire another bolt. So, credit where credit's dwarfy, I guess. Rock on top of dwarf. Well, it's kind of doing like a ping pong bouncing thing right now. Building destroyers have been working as they always did for the last 6 months to a year now. I think people just misremember how many things actually got toppled by building destroyers. The thing that's changed really is goblins don't bring a lot of creatures that have building destroyers anymore. Because I don't see as many trolls. Like, even since they made trolls appear again. Trolls are one of the few building destroyers that show up as part of sieges. Maybe 20% of Forgotten Beasts are building destroyers. And not all of them are even as good as like trolls at being building destroyers. Seeing bolts flying here. It's a shame this is so laggy. It's been a while since I've had one of these this laggy. Let's bid these. I was gonna say none of these are really made of snow though, so like it's not like even a temperature difference. So what I could do is I could just try locking this and seeing how many of them are actually in here, because it looks like a lot of them are. I mean, I still got these Spectres of Steam like down here on the stairs, but they can't climb, so. Oh, how much you want to bet? It's okay. I'm gonna give these Spectres of Steam here a hand. Let's see. I doubt it's them, but like, if it is, thumbs up. Let's find out. It's not them. I just wanted to find it. I wanted to know, okay? I saw a maybe, so I took a maybe. I was always thinking it's more like a giant cloud of cinnamon than vacuum cleaner dust. Also, I looked down at YouTube chat and it said, the horror consumes me. I read that as Homer. Like, as in Homer Simpson. That's where my brain went with that. All right, well, let's poise again. I think this dwarf's gonna go get a snack, which is very funny. Oh, one of them's dead. Did you just get him? Look at that. Olin here fired an adamantine bolt, shot it in the head, and broke away the tissue. It begins. And then more dust. More dust. And then up into the air. And then back down. What FPS? It's more like FPM. It's like frames per minute at this point. Yeah, it's more like SPF, yeah. It's like an SPF 5 right now. Okay, well we did take out 1. Okay, so we're now at a 1 to like 70 KDA with the we're at 0 FPS by the way with the demons. I'm actually sitting here. I'll move my head so you guys can see. I'm actually sitting at 0 FPS, but the game isn't paused, so I guess my jokes were taken literally by the game. A dwarven fan. What do you mean a dwarven fan? What's a dwarven fan? Just looking to see, is there any chance there's something in here somebody's trying to grab, or something in here that's stuck? Like this guy. These two banshees of, like, is there something burning down here maybe? I realize I'm actually, okay, I don't feel bad about this because I'm just quite literally giving them help. Like, I'm helping them get to me, so, like, the only person this hurts is me, in case this is the problem with the frames. Well, it's certainly not. But, like, you know. I'm trying to think the last time I had frames this low. When I invaded Hell. Can't remember the name of the fortress, but... It wasn't Sunbirths. It was one that I did... No, my GPU is, like, not overloading or anything. Or CPU, rather, not GPU. CPU is actually fine. It's got plenty of space to spare, and it's running at fine temps, but... It's just... The game is throwing everything at me. Lock arts. Oh, shit. What if I turn this on? And actually, no, don't turn that on. Certainly don't turn that on. Dwarves need to be in a different burrow, which dwarves need to be in fights. Put everybody in this. I don't know why there's an elephant down here, by the way. Most of the game is single thread. Like, the order of events for the deterministic nature of the game is single thread. Line of sight is multi-threaded. So the dwarves seeing things is multi-threaded, but everything else is single-threaded. So like what the game is capable of doing with more than one thread is very limited. It's better than nothing though. Also, we've got 100% more frames per second than I had a minute ago. The elephant in the room, the one that they're trying to remove from said room. So I have to pee. Should I let the game run? Or should I pause it? Although there is a df hack command I can use when I get back. That might speed things up a little bit. I'll be quick. Oh boy. It would be like, whatever, yeah. It's kind of where I'm at. Let's pause for a second. So I'm going to run 2df cat commands. That I'm going to try. The first one is spot clean. So spot clean all. Oh, did that did unpause the game. Come on. Have I eaten anything today? Why is it any of your business? Yes, I had breakfast. Spot clean all. Let's fix stable temp. All right. Doubt that'll do anything, but Yeah, no, it's just pathing. All right, we wait. Chat, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness for good luck? Because we need it. Because we need it. Is the queen still alive? Yeah. Queen has not died. Well, the frame rate's 1, Shrimp Scampy, so I guess it depends on your definition of hell. But I found the Underworld, which is where these things came from. The dust doesn't block their pathing, no. Because this happened before the dust started, but the dust has nothing to do with it. There's just like 250 units that are all trying to path somewhere very specific all at the same time, simultaneously. Is me, the baby, still alive? I cannot tell you because I do not know. Please understand, the game is running at 0 frames a second. I haven't seen a notification that you died, but I don't know. Do you have hacked the surface siege and disappear it? I kind of don't want to do that, but I don't think that'll help much. Kinda don't think it'll help much. But we'll try it. Sorry, goblins. Some of them are faster than others, some of them are bigger than others. I only need it to run at about 5 frames a second, which I don't actually think is unreasonable, all things considered. Creatures use, this will be okay if it stays where it is right now, which is like 5 to 7 FPS. That is totally fine. Although maybe getting rid of the siege on the outside actually is helping, because I'm suddenly up to like 7 FPS, which is actually like kind of playable. Although now I paused it. Curious if you're still firing bolts. So you're shooting at an Earthworm Brute right now. One of these Earthworm Brutes is getting shot at. Did break the skin. These things are doing God knows what. Geez, what are we jeezing Oz about, Giraffe? Heartworm Jim? More like brain rot, Jim. Oof. I see that Marksdorf down there get hit by a boulder. That looks painful. Although I'm seeing bits of monsters fly everywhere, and I'm also seeing some more bolts. Although I think there's still bolts being fired by this character. Now you're getting hit by your shield. Ow. And this is actually significantly better. Let's see. Yeah, it's these worms that are going to be a big threat for the future. Also went too far. Let's go up to about here. Not sure where this dwarf's headed, but Kib is an elite Marks dwarf, so ideally they know what they're doing. Had to take a quick nap. How's health? Terrible. How was the nap? Could be worse. We could be on Earth, but... More like Dust Mike Jim. Shouts to this dwarf who's still firing bolts. Like, it works from down here on this level. Quite well. So I do think we're going to be able to do some damage. I need the rest of my Marks dwarfs to get down here. Actually, where the hell are most of them? Is my current question. Like, most of them are probably just, like, in this stairway somewhere. Yeah, a lot of them are. Like, a lot of them are. Yeah, like, they're all still popping down. Like, when you look at this dwarf, it's like, you know, you're running with your bolts. You don't have bolts yet, because you're picking them up. You're running with bolts. And you got your adamant. Like, they're all on their way down, slowly. One at a time. So it's a slow process, but... there's more bolts than they'll ever need right there. Get a cuppa, feed the doggos, and come back, and then very little has changed. Yeah, that is the one good thing. That's how I was able to use the washroom, right? You know, honestly, this is Dwarf Fortress, so I don't think it would be Earthworm Jim. I think those demons, the Earthworm demons, would be called Earthworm Bim. Because that's a much more dwarfy name, and much more appropriate of something that dwarves would name. So I figured out what the monster do. It makes them rot. So it makes their whole body rot. It's like the worst kind of body rock. They body rot. The dust, yeah. It's making them rot. I'm not moving the camera. I just moved it too far, apparently. Leprosy, yeah. The dwarves are gonna give off miasma. Although, thankfully, it's usually not fatal when they have that. It usually just makes them rot for a bit and then get upset, and then they grow back, usually. Or rather, not grow back. They, let's just do this. I'm getting brief senses of hope as they speed up. True. It could have, like, made them fall asleep. But it will kill them with infections pretty quickly. Another thing I can do, if all else fails, is I can just drop the ceiling in on them. I mean, it'll take years, but... They don't seem to be too... Okay. I may be misunderstanding how Dwarven pathing works. So I'm trying to get them to path to up here, but I guess they can see the demons through these walls. So because they can see them, they're, like, not moving when they should be. They need to be, like, right here, though. That's the problem. So I'm not entirely positive what the best course of action here is. Because previously the way they would work is they would move, but because they can see them, but they don't seem to be able to fire through the secondary set of fortifications, I need them to move to the lower level. We're past the midpoint, time to close the doors? Yes. But I'm trying to figure out how to get these dwarves to where I need them. Or if there is a way to get them where I need them. Well, let's get that lever pulled. Okay, someone's coming to get it. This is very similar to when I kited a whole bunch of demons into a giant glass ball, which was Fire Orb. I think Fire Orb was maybe the last time I would say that I defeated Hell. It's been quite some time since those days. Although I did willingly die to Hell at the end. I was able to catch the entirety of the initial wave. Disco Dork, you are still alive. Oh my gosh, that is far away. Why are you so far away? Okay. Alright, Ryder, you're dead. You died in the Gem Spire as the demons released from Hell. Okay, no, they are moving. Well, it's half of what I need. Need this siege gone. Just get rid of it. Just go away. Okay, it's gone. I don't think that's going to help much, but if it does, yay. Oh, it is. A little bit. Oh, maybe I jumped too soon. Okay. Seems a little bit more steady. Seems a little bit more steady. Okay, so the dwarves seem to be actually going where they need to be now, which is good. It's interesting. They'll go to a patrol route, but they don't seem super interested in stationing. They just kind of stand stationary when I tell them to station. And not where I need them to be. Dude, I'll take 8 FPS. Maybe even like 6 or 5. I say that as it goes back down to 5. 7? Ooh. It's definitely not 7 FPS. There's no way in hell it's 7 FPS. That is a lie. Exactly, game. It's 0. See, I told you. You want to see the demonic standoff? It's not really going to be a standoff. It's going to be a slow, we pick off fish in a fishbowl. Can't tell if any of them have fired any bolts. I don't think they are, really. You do have bolts, right? No, you do. Just need them to stick to this and start shooting. Oh, that is what happens. It depends on how quick and good the dwarves are at following orders. But they're sealed in. So it doesn't actually matter so much at this point. Also, look at that. I think that's 60 FPS, chat. I think that is 60 frames per suckers. See, this dwarf gets it. Look at that. Look at you. Motherfucker. What the hell? This dwarf understands how to do. Let's see if this thingy works. Like, this guy's just like firing directly through here at stuff over here. Are you landing anything though? See, he's hitting them. She's hitting them. Meanwhile, the rest of them are like, derp, derp, derp. Her darby dooby doo. Tibbly dump. See, like, this is what I was hoping for. Let's go gadget frame rate. Is that where we're at? See, like, hit this thing multiple times and it fell apart. The demon brine of salt is now downed. Adil is gonna start rotting. Same with you, Kib. Although Kib's having a rough day. Sorry, Kib. This dwarf is having a rough boulder day. Thunk. Where'd that elite Marksdwarf go? Let's follow Badger Demon. Heat up the cast iron. We got salt. We got tons of it, dude. Oof. Well, this dwarf is just very brave and becoming skilled, and also taking chunks off of them. There are definitely bits of them that have died. This earthworm brute here is also taking hits. Are you firing bolts? This is my fight too, is all you really have to say, is it though? I feel like you're just kind of getting stunned. But this dwarf over here, I think, may be rotting. Yep. But still firing bolts, or was firing bolts a second ago. Let's go back to stationing them just up here. Because this seems to be like the most effective spot. Yeah, now this is what I was kind of hoping for, see? Them standing back here and just shooting. This stuff comes at them and then they fall to pieces down in there. That's what I was hoping to see. So we've got like this dwarf here, who's killed a white specter, as well as a specter of steam right next to you. We've got one that killed a winged phantom. You've also got another specter of steam, although those are practically just air balloons. This dwarf is stressed. How about wounded? I think what I need... No, I don't need to maybe let the dwarves come care for wounded, but I have to let these dwarves out to go get tended to at some point. If I click on a couple random dwarves, where are most of them, though? The squad's all the way up here. Like, where's this dwarf? Rove Beetle. Okay, well, you're taking a nap. Great. What about you? You over here, having the best day of your life. Oh, very drowsy. That's also not good. For aim, anyway. You were just firing from there. This dwarf down here is also firing. At things over here, which is kind of nuts, actually. Oh, this poor dwarf. Oh, now you're unconscious. Well, that's rough days. I'm continuing to fight. Should have put more time into getting these boulders out of there, but hey, at least we're fighting. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these two bottom squads off. And just let them go get tended to in the hospital, and we'll start to work this in shifts. Like, you are in a rough state there, dwarf. But I've also got dwarves up here that are just, like, chilling, completely unrelated. So what I'm going to do, I think, is turn the burrow off. And then see if wounded is something they need to recover. Let's just go down to here. How many of you got dwarf? None? Those things going up here. Aside from the fact that they're all turning into baubles of miasma and probably having the worst day of their lives, they're firing pretty effectively. I don't know how recoverable this will be. For the dwarves, that is. But this job is getting done slowly. I mean, most of them are at the very least injured. I did lose at least a singular elite Marks dwarf. I don't know where you're running off to, but this dwarf's running away from something. Coward, I guess. It's a work in progress, I suppose. You could say that. Where are you, dwarf? Okay, I've actually got dwarves that are going to go rest now. That's what I need to see. But it could be going a lot worse, I'll say that. I kind of want to watch how this dwarf gets the edge, because like they're not able to shoot the way I hoped they would. Like, are you gonna go get more stuff right now? You've got a rectangular metal shield, oh, that's kind of cool. Let's just give everybody here a break. Let's see if they can even leave. Yeah, this is gonna be a problem. The other thing I'm gonna do is just dig over to here and dig over there. Round this. Deselect that, give them a way in and out. There's a lot of things I think I should have, like, or I should account for if and when there's a next time. But currently there isn't, so. So hopefully my dwarves can dig quickly. I'm just gonna set these to train. Train is the only thing I feel like I can tell them to do. Because hopefully they'll just keep shooting whatever bolts they have left. Some of them even have quite a few bolts. I'm very worried about the drowsy thing, though. Let's just get that erased. That dwarf came back and got more ammo. Heading back out. It's kind of crazy. Unless they start dying of infections. Okay, let's just keep them on Hell Wars. Like, this dwarf is probably the closest we have to dying right now. I don't have a body count or anything, but we've definitely killed more than one. A good couple of them have died. Yeah, this is my bad. I shouldn't have, Okay, let's try and settle them, like, station them, like, right there. See if I can do that. If I can get them down here, then I can get them around the corner. And if I can get them around the side, then there's a pretty good chance I can do something with it. Something. Okay, so all these dwarves are trying to rescue people, but can't because they can't get in there to rescue them. So I will go back to this and turn in fort back on. Because these dwarves are all stuck. Like they see the demons and they go, oh god! And then they try and run away. So what I'm gonna do is just save everybody's sanity. Move them all over there. Just to reset their pathing. And they're all trying to haul stuff. Well. Euphoric due to inebriation. Terrified while in combat. How will you filled your family? You've lost it all? I mean, plump helmets, I think. Probably. They don't cost much to grow, and they grow pretty cheaply. Yeah, so stationing them doesn't work. So I have to go back to patrolling. But at the very least, this seems to work. I think the problem is just going to be bringing these dwarves back to some semblance of sanity. What? Where are those bolts coming from? Seeing bolts flying from over here. Hey, excuse me? What the fuck are you shooting at, Badger Demon? Like, holy shit, man. That dwarf is something. That is something fucking funny, man. Alright, let's see if I can get these dwarves into the hospital for a bit. Let's see if I can save them. Doesn't look like it. They don't seem to want to be saved. How about if I station them over here? Or if I set up a patrol route over here? Aside from the elite Marks dwarves, these dwarves are just kind of a bunch of basket cases. So I don't really see myself as really having a way to get these dwarves out of here, really. But I'm going to try and build in some doors for things that I didn't account for. Because they really do seem very disinterested in, like, their own self-preservation. Let's see if I can station them in here, perhaps. The problem that you were having were beasties? What kind of beasties? Yeah, I think if I were to build this again, which I'm not going to, I think I would have left every other one, or like these centerpieces not, and then just focused on the middle here, instead of trying to do the all the way around thing. Because the way they just kind of stick to these makes this not work. And what's funny is I've made similar setups to this work before they changed how the AI for Marksdorf's works. So I've definitely like been able to make things like this function. just kind of... not as easily now, that's for sure. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this a priority zone. Go that way. Turn off duty. Some migrants have arrived, great, but like... shutters or curtains could have helped. Yeah, drawbridges in some way. I didn't want to extend the distance any more than I needed to, though. That's the problem. Question is, what are they trying to do? Okay, hold on. Let's see. Just gonna turn that on. I think, like, actually, this is me just learning a lot about how Marksdorf pathing works now. Because I've done stuff like this before where I've had them shoot through multiple fortifications and it's never been an issue. But now they're, like, in combat and stuck here. Okay, so here's something I'm going to try and do. I realize this is cheating, but I need to know what the fuck I can do here. Like, if there's anything I can do here to save these dwarves, because they used to always drop their stuff and run when you'd take them off duty, but they're not doing that now. So that's, like, new to me. I'm not used to that, and that's weird. Oh, there's one. Although they might just be like completely knocked out because of the dust and need to be rescued. Oh, you shouldn't be able to go there. But like, I'm also seeing these dwarves do this. Say fix... Stuck merchants, fix MC wheelbarrows, corrupt jobs maybe? No, there's nothing corrupt. Strange. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about, Zimwadir. See, this guy's able to move now. Does it just take a while? It's like, these guys should just run away, is what they should do. But instead they're not. And why is that? Are you hauling something? No. Like how this dwarf is just running around with adamantine items. Why do I have hunters? We're claiming adamantine stuff. That's not cool. Oh shit, I think I have a possible idea. Hold on. Nope. Okay, well then where would they be trying to train if it's inaccessible? Oh, I've got another idea maybe. Nope. Nope. Nope, nope. I have to go and attend a meeting. Well, I'm just gonna get these words fucking out of here because I have no idea, man. I have no idea what the fuck they're just standing there for. Normally it's pretty clear when FPS is busted, but... And you're going to try and go this way. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do to fix this. I've broken the no cheating room rule too many times. There you go. And then let's also just do 2 here. I could fix this manually, but it would take forever. So now they'll use this way. Let's see who's in hospital. Everybody is. Let's get a second bone doctor who has functioning legs. Because currently my bone doctor doesn't have functioning legs. Yeah, no, they do definitely have to cut the root of the problem out. Let's also set everybody does this. Speed up the surgery. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to basically here. And set everybody to train right there. Which squad are you in? The knowledge of bolts. Oh, you have no ability to grasp or stand. What? Well, let's swap you up for somebody. Somebody who can, at the very least, grasp their surroundings. Let's throw this animal trainer into here. This isn't going as smoothly as I'd hoped, but it could be going worse. And that bookkeeper, once again, god damn it. I've accidentally conscripted that bookkeeper more times than I can count chat. Same with you. You have no more ability to stand or grasp. Well, good news is... got a lot of dwarves that are recovering slowly. And a lot of dwarves in hospital. So if I just like check this screen and scroll down, I can see that we've got patients being cleaned, diagnosed, surgeries being done actively, even the queen's doing surgery. Not a big fan of the miasma, but she is satisfied after improving surgery. Bad news as hell. Well, I don't know. It could be worse. Like, I know that's kind of seems like a joke at this point, but, like, seriously, it could be worse. Like, Bismuth here, this dwarf has a mangled finger. And aside from the dizziness from seeing the sun, this dwarf's actually recovered. So I think we're actually okay. It's just a matter of giving it a little bit of time for the dwarves to tend to a lot of these injuries. The dwarves are not really happy about all this. Would you be? Like, seriously, would you be? I mean, I wouldn't be. There's a turtle. You see it? Turtle. Right there. See? Turtle. This is actually a really good way to train surgery. The Sienna Creed. Hey guys, we need religion. Yeah, probably. Ironically, the moods have been worse, though. You know, the really funny thing is, I could probably just ignore this. I could probably just wall this whole thing off and just largely ignore it. Like, this dwarf is stuck here. Just gonna move you over there. Give you a chance to get out. But, like, I do think there is a world where we could win. So what I'm going to do, set all these dwarves back to being on duty. And station them right here. Understand the Marksdorf was found dead. Oh no! Okay, well, we lost somebody to infections. It's a very brave dwarf. Did a lot of good. Edom here, the militia captain of the Righteous Inks, has no ability to grasp. I'll swap you out with the trader. No, Ficot also can't grasp, can't you? Nomol, you can have that task. And, this dwarf can have the other job. What do you have lined up? Let's see. Need setting on your foot, a mobilization. This dwarf's about to no longer be a rusty Marksdorf. Last I checked, I had a ton of panda soap. I don't know what it's like these days. I've seen soap lying around, though, so I do have soap. Not sure how much. Alms for the ex-leper, pennies for the poor. Have them, leave them and build a tavern on top of the glass floor? No, I want to kill them. Because, like, the goal here is to build something in hell. So if I can't kill these, then I can't populate hell. So it's kind of a... I kind of need to complete this thing that I'm trying to do in order to complete step 2 of the process here, right? I got all these Marksdwarves in here now, and they're all clustered up in one spot, right where I need them. I should be able to just pop them around this corner. Let's see how this goes. Now they're all somewhere where they can shoot. And they're all close together and bunched up. Most of them have bolts. Except for the ones I just assigned. And now they start shooting, which is what we need to see. And then we'll just need to periodically bring them in and out. They seem to, a lot of them seem to be targeting this one. The earthworm is actually screaming there's no need to feel vengeful, so that earthworm can speak. Shouts to this dwarf who's smart and standing back. Got bits of something flying out. Seeing some bleeding here from one. Oh, no, not you. This thing, see? Iron Bolt hits it, tearing the skin. We do really just need some dwarves to get good hits in. This is quite the back and forth here. I wish these boulders weren't here. They're kind of a pain in the ass. Causing a bit of a ricochet threat here. You've got such cool armor. It's just copper, but it looks so nice with the adamantine shield there. Okay, we've got White Spectre down. At least one. We've got another salt critter down. Where did those dusters go? Not seeing them all of a sudden. Not seeing anywhere near as much dust. Did the noodles die? I mean, wouldn't that be grand? Let's move the dwarves down here. I mean, they seem to be backing up, actually, is what's happening. Are we all out of ammo? Not really. There we go. Start opening fire. Take out this corner. That's one. Oopsies. This white specter's flying. Yeah, it's breaking away tissue constantly. Dwarves still want to find religion, and frankly, I don't blame them, but... Let's try and move the dwarves up here if we can. There's also dead ones in the middle. So we've been able to do some work on that in that regard. Some dwarves are also coming over here and grabbing more ammo. This is all just full of adamantine bolts. But there's way less of them now. Like, all of these are bits and pieces of demons. There's even dead ones in the middle. I mean, there's still tons, but there's way less than there was. Well, I guess lesson learned. Give them more cover than I did. Because they can see them all the time, they just stick to the window and go, there's a demon there, I have to fight it. Because they're a Marksdwarf, right? But I've never, like, had to worry about militia dwarves behaving that way before, so this is all very new behaviors for me. This dwarf's got adamantine bolts, though. What about you? You're a novice? Well, so do you. Maybe you'll get to where I need you to go. And do some of Armok's work up here. Good luck there, dwarf. Standing right where you were ordered to. What a good dwarf. What if I issue an order to tell you to go stand here? A little further this way. I hope that this is entertaining. This has been a little bit less straightforward than I'd hoped it would be, but it isn't the worst outcome, I'll say. I've been able to shoot them through these corners before, so let's see. Also seeing new dwarves coming in, which is what we need. You are appeased. It's a funny way to put it. Because if I can whittle this down to nothing, we can open it up and try again. There they go. It's also the kind of funny thing. You need one of them to start shooting, and then they all kind of start shooting. Which is super interesting. Like, I don't know why that is, but... Like, I really don't, but... See? I got hit a couple times, finally. There's also bolts landing all the way down here from there. Like, they're shooting all the way along this, which is wild. These dwarves down here are all rotting now, which is great. It's great. Healthy for everybody. It's good for the soul, you know? Still shooting. Let's just click on a random dwarf. Have you killed any? Yeah, he killed not sneak. He did not sneak. Confirmed. Very smelly, trust me. These dwarves haven't washed any of their cuts, nor have they showered in a very long time. Are you gonna shoot bolts up? No, you're out of ammo. Yeah, you really need them to, like, literally run out of ammunition to turn around. Nope, this guy's getting hit by all sorts of bolts now. Let's follow him until he goes down. This corner's kind of a danger like a nightmare area for them. There's also bits of them stuck in the wall. Oh, you lost something. Yeah, so if I were to do this again, the upper layer, I would just remove all the barriers. So if we can kill all these guys, I could actually remove those barriers and rebuild it. Make this thing more useful. Although there are fire beasts that we haven't fought with yet that could potentially still cause us some grief. Because none of the fire beasts seem to have made it in. I don't think they can fly, so... With the respect to the Washington soap... Oh. I mean, if you said that your teenage son was a spirit of the underworld, I wouldn't be too shocked. I think I was when I was a teenager. Like, let's just grab a random dwarf. No kills. What about you? You've killed a winged phantom, but you've lost your ability to stand and grasp. Well, that's good. Give all the orders then, dwarf. You got no kills. How about you? You got no kills? Well... You too get a lot of your clothes from Hot Topic? I don't think I've ever gotten clothes from Hot Topic. You guys out of bolts? Nope, not out of bolts. Stop shooting for... Oh, there you go! This one just got one. The recruit got one. Did you? Oh, one of them did. Was it you, maybe? Regardless, it went down. Yeah, this one just got it, I think. Are these the White Spectres? Yeah! Get him, dwarf. Here come the dusty ones once again. One sock, two sock. The clother withdraws from society. The clother withdraws from society. Also continuing to shoot. Another one's going down, or went down, I think. It's just these worms that are the concern, really. Just because they can do that. The worm is the word. Something, something, something about I have a gun that shoots worms. It's even made of worms. Or is it... Got a gun that's made of worms that even shoots worms? Something, something, system shock. Anyway, we got this guy over here, the Steam Ghost. He's missing his right upper arm. Fancy hat time? Here's hoping. Wait, what's fancy hat time? Oh, the dwarf claiming the clothes shop for one sock, two sock? Yeah, hopefully. Fancy hood? It's time. Just wake up for your 16-hour shift of shooting demons in the pit, yeah, pretty much. Okay, well... Eurus, is there a reason you forgot to bring your crossbow to work? I mean, like... It is kind of a shift requirement. What if I tell them to go stand down here? Got a lot of dwarves also that, like, can't... Okay, actually, I think I should tell them to back up a little bit. Because a lot of these dwarves can't fight currently, although the copper bolts seem okay. Let's get the copper bolt and the mindful bolts heading down here, maybe. Well, you're trying to keep shooting, I guess. They do back up when they run out of bolts. I still have that benefit. Why are you bleeding? You shouldn't be bleeding. Okay, well, maybe not. Copper bolt, you guys go too. Okay, this squad is actually a little bit more wrecked than I thought. Okay, let's just get them all into the hospital then. Unconscious, faint, very drowsy. Hold on, let me check something. Let me take a huge risk here. How far up does this go? All the way up to there? Okay. We're going to take a gigantic risk. Wish us luck, chat. Let's see if I can get them somewhere a little bit more secluded. I'm opening the door. This go. But we're in an ad break, so I'm not going to open it until the ad break is done. But I'm opening the door. And the reason I'm opening the door is I could theoretically get them somewhere where the dwarves have a harder time seeing them. Okay, let's wait. Open sesame, as I tends to say. I need a lot of bit of luck, let me tell you, Necro. But the little bit I'm sure will add itself onto the total and be very helpful. Let's get this pulled. Wait, is this the wrong one? It's the wrong one, isn't it? Oh, crud. Crap! Hold. Please hold. Must close door. Again. Jump down here. And this one I gotta open. That's the one we gotta open first. Oh, well, that's a waste. I was like, why aren't you coming to go get this other lever and I need you to pull? Because you're sleeping. Salty, just let me play the game. If you want to redeem your things and waste your points, go nuts, but I'm just going to ignore them until this is over. The game's not going to crash. I'm on the 22nd of Galena. It's going to take 3 minutes to save. I'm not going to save a second time for you. It's fine. If the fort falls at this point, the fort falls. Saving at this point is more of an annoyance than continuing to play. Okay, so you right here need to get opened again. They're all going to be legendary after this battle. Legendary and missing most of their limbs. Actually, now I'm wondering. I wonder how is my soap industry. Oh, I have none. Yeah, I guess soap probably all got used up. Oh no, we have soap. I guess it's just a matter of them bringing it down. Not a ton though. Okay, so the gate's open. Meaning they have access to the fort now, once this gets opened. So as soon as this lever gets pulled right here, which it just did, they have access to the fort. Granted, my dwarves have access to them, so it's a two-way street. But we're going to see how this goes. And the frame rate just went back down to 3. So we don't need to worry about the game getting away from us here. You're stuck in here with me. I mean, that's how we've been for a while, isn't it? They're all pretty battered, too. They're all pretty beaten up. I'm just going to keep these dwarves training. Set them to train. If they can get out, they can get out. If they can't, they can't. And they can just keep shooting while they can. Are these demons? These are demons, yes. These are denizens of the underworld. This is what these are. Although I need to be cautious because one of them's almost out already. This guy's almost out already. Although this I could probably fight. We got two of the noodles out, which are the main problem. Let's pause again. It's now what, these three up here that are trying to come through. Let's also just claim these doors real quick. I'm having those forbidden. Oh, also, should I just forbid everything down and in here just in case somebody's being dumb. Just in case. You never really know. Let's just move up a level so I can see where they are. You really wanted to get that side. It's more likely a bolt, actually, but... most likely a bolt, if I had to bet. Socks the competition, you mean? Okay, so... this isn't the riskiest thing I've done. But it's up there. Because this guy's really fucking weak. Like, if this thing comes through, 2 Mark Swords could kill it. Same with this Winged Phantom. Same with this guy. Like, the first big threats are back here. And I need as many of them through as possible. So, chat, I need a round of beers or something for good luck. Okay, well, I got dwarves stationing. Why are you moving so slow, dwarf? Or is the game moving slow? Game's moving slow. Got adamantine bolts. Still, well, that's good. Let's see what happens. Remember one time I decided to fight hell, and I paved the entire thing in obsidian and I couldn't see any of them? They were all basically invisible. Basically invisible. So we're going to fight this first demon of brine. Or try to. You headed to bed, Disco? Well, best of luck. Is there not? Okay, some of them are in here already. I'm gonna seal this off. Or try to. Fingers crossed we can get it sealed. Whoa! Here comes the first one. The dwarf fighting it is Bim. Bim already cut its foot off. Bim is wielding an obsidian short sword. Bim is not very smart. But Bim did manage to cut its foot off. And now Bim's bleeding very badly. But Bim also managed to cut it again, and it's also bleeding badly. But it can fly. And Bim can't. So Bim is no longer alive. Neither is Atir. However, some other dwarves are. Is anybody pulling that lever? That's my next question. Don't fail me, kiddo. You've only got like a bunch of stairs to run up. Get it locked, please. Oh, we're in trouble, aren't we? Maybe not fucked, but we are in trouble, aren't we? All right, well. Wish us luck, chat. Although, actually, I'm going to issue a new order, which is stand back here. Here comes 2. Oh, this is fucked. I screwed up again. Well, let's see if we can kill these. They moved way faster than I hoped they would. Where's the kids at? The lever's been pulled from what I can tell, or the job got canceled. Lever's been pulled. Okay, one final one made it in. Who's dead? The cook. Monarch's still alive, by the way. Now, this is what I'm talking about when I'm saying look for an exciting end. At the very least, this is badass. Shoutouts to Abba on here, who I don't think can use his hands or legs. Good luck, dwarf. May your best hand save you. Speaking of saving. Also going to lock this door. This dwarf is like just way back, like hiding from everything right now. Not even witnessing what's going on. Okay, so we've got a spear dwarf up at the front with an adamantine spear, who's a trained hammer dwarf. We've got what is about to no longer be a mace dwarf. Die valiantly, dwarves. Die valiantly. Got dust coming towards them. The Marks dwarves can kill dust. We should be able to fend off this fight. The keyword here is should. But a lot of dwarves are about to die. A lot of dwarves are about to die. But if we can win this fight, we can do a lot of upgrades to the whole setup. Come on, dwarves. I don't actually know where the noodle went. Okay, the noodle's going into these stairs over here. Shoutouts to this very dumb Lolar here. I don't even know if Hippo's still alive. Hippo's still alive, yeah. Hippo do indeed still be alive. Now there ain't really much I can do at this point. You're sleeping, you're resting, you're injured, you're trying to help. You're having a rough day. The good news is, though, this is almost empty, and they are sealed in there now. Also got a bunch that are stuck in there. Several on this side. Yeah, no, this was good. The question is, can I fend them off now? If we can, we can begin the slow process of continuing this tomorrow. All right, let's set everybody to hide. If they're not in the military. If they are in the military, I'm gonna tell them to station right. Maybe like right here? No, this also ain't a great spot. Probably just like right there. But let's see. A lot of dwarves is about to die. Badger Demon. Fell. Okay, so we've lost... Badger Demon, I think, is the only named dwarf in this fight so far to die. The elephants are coming? Yes. It's weird way to refer to demons, but... I found some soap. One sock, two socks dead. It's a shame that it's in the center stairwell. Oh, there's a dwarf. Gonna shoot any bolts? Let's see you shooting any bolts. Oops, was that a artifact spear? Nope. No, it wasn't. Is Queen still alive? Queen's still alive. We've lost our oh, nope, never mind. Sorry, Queen's dead. We've lost our mayor. Duffman died. Hippo's been elected mayor. Congratulations, Hippo, on your promotion. Yeah. I don't want to say it, chat, but I don't think we'll make it. I'm really bummed out, but I hope that, oh, what a time to save. I really hope that you guys enjoyed this fort. I cannot airdrop Ozzy into hell, no. There is no way for me to do that. We've lost. Just, period. We've lost. I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually, like, kind of about to cry right now. I'm that, like, kind of devastated. It's, like, it's been a long time since I've gotten emotional when I've lost a fort, but, like, mate, I'm so fucking sad right now. Because, like, in hindsight, looking at how the new Marksdorf behaviors work, there's a bunch of ways I could have made that so that it didn't happen this way, but that's done. Considering, like, it's also already done because I had to cheat to get it this far. The only reason that, like, I'm kind of devastated here is because, like, my plan or hope was that I'd be able to defeat Hell finally on footage. And then be able to make a video about it. And now I think this fort's kind of a wash. Like, I don't really know what I can do with it. Least fun loss so far? No. I mean, it's the me missing a hole in the wall was the least fun loss. I think if anything, I'm making this into a bummer, but like, honestly, yeah, I don't know. I wish I didn't dedicate so much time to this fort. That's my big regret. Because this fort was a blast. I had a lot of fun running it. I had a lot of fun playing this fort. I had a lot of fun going through this fort. I really enjoyed this fort. But like, I wish that I didn't put so much time into it, because then I would have, you know, not been upset like this when the fort falls. Because I had a great time running this fort, but now that it's like just collapsing, it's like, well, I can't actually use it for the thing I wanted to use it for, which is a big bummer to me. This dwarf just sleeping. Great. No, that's the problem, is I, for fact, know that I can. I've done it before, Grundig. I've done it before with less defenses than this. Like, I've done it multiple times. So, is it possible? Yes. But if I just say no, then there's no point in making the video. So, they're, like, literally not even going to bother. Literally not even going to bother. But we did learn a lot about Mark's dwarves. Yeah. It would completely defeat the purpose of spending weeks making a video if I can't even do the one thing that I need to do, which is defeat hell to be able to make said video. I swear to God, if a goat kills this thing, I will laugh so fucking hard. So yeah, I apologize for the being a bummer, but no, this fortress is not going to get a video. I'm just not going to do it because there's just no point. Anon 4, and to anybody else who's thinking of like, oh, well, you could do it like this. Just don't even bother. Please do me a favor and just don't even bother. Believe it or not, when I'm streaming, I'm pointing at particular things. I'm aiming the camera at specific things. I'm following certain characters with an idea in my head. Come on, Mark's dwarves. If they have bolts, maybe they could get off a shot. And if it doesn't work, or if it's like whelming, there's really no reason to try and salvage it. The best thing I can do is just move on to the next thing. I got other forts I have ideas that could turn into something. I was just really hopeful this one would turn into something that I could use. Reclaim candidate? Fuck that. I'm deleting this world when I'm done. Maybe not deleting it, but I'm putting it in the archives. No, this fortress is getting like abandoned. It's getting defeated. And I'm going to make a new world tomorrow. The only thing that's happening is this stuff's going to be put in the archive, and I'm going to make a new fort tomorrow. It's the only thing that's going to happen, because it's over. Yep, Grundig. Maybe we'll defeat hell with the next fort, but it's not going to happen with this one. Kill rate is slowed a bit? Yeah, because there's way less dwarves. I mean, if you want me to put that in there, sure. I don't actually find being super legendary in adventure mode to be particularly fun. I find it to be very underwhelming. Gonna release the vampires. Where is the siege? I deleted it so that the frame rate would get usable again. Let's see what you're able to do here, dwarf. Probably not much. Oh, there he goes. Oh, new siege? Yeah, it's too soon. We might get a Traders from the mountain home, though. Which would be kind of funny, actually. How many things has this killed? 31? 31 plus 4? I like how the person who wanted their dwarf to die soon is still alive. That's actually really funny. That's actually really funny. But yeah, I think like the only real regret that I have with this fort at this point is I wish that I was a better loser. I'm just being a really fucking sore loser, so. No, at this point it's just, I can see the thing that I was trying to do is not going to work. And I'm not willing to go back to the save and then spend another 2 weeks to fix it. So I think we tried, and my prophecy happened again, which is it took too long for me to get too deep and greedy, and I got lazy and didn't do enough prep. I should have done some test runs, tried running a Forgotten Beast through it, etc., to see how effective it would be. I could have done better. I didn't. Try again next time. Pour one out, chat. For Skull Ponders. This was a fun fort. Well, it lasted anyway. Killed with style is the mayor. You know things are bad when the only vampire left who's currently chained to the wall is the one becoming a mayor. That's funny. That's funny. Toasted's pretty far away. Landslide victory for Vampire Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I should forbid his floors and maybe he'll be the last thing left alive. He is chained to the wall, like, and it can also fly up there and kill him. Just hasn't yet. Creature's fighting with a baby elephant and not winning. Maybe I should have put the war elephants in there first. Didn't stop playing until 5 a.m.? Wow. That's impressive. Alright, so the last dwarf left is the vampire. Those traders should run. And it doesn't seem like they are. Oh. They do appear to be skulking up the tower now. Well, he's proud being elected. He's now getting haunted. Who's he getting haunted by? Kubak relic patterns. Duchess of Skull Ponders, hey? This is our new leader. Unrelated to me. Also, our king has showed up. Probably kind of unimpressed if I were to bet. It's a goblin even. Now the question is, where are these demons? See how long until you find them. gonna go speak with the vampire at the top of the tower. Yeah, that's definitely what you're gonna go do. Who's currently getting haunted by a ghost. Wow. Am I using any mods? No. No, this is all vanilla con. Oh, there it is. It's over here killing my livestock. The failed, well, that's, now you're just... Now I just feel called out. Jesus. You know, you want to know the good news, chat? Frame rate's great. Like, seriously. Frame rate's fantastic at this point. Is it just, like, pushing that elephant around? It's nuts. Did you just kill Bobby Kotick? Is that what that was? Yeah, you just killed Bobby Kotick. Well, that is kind of funny. Trying to figure out what happened here, maybe? Telling him he's fired is probably what the vampire's discussing with the new Baron. Yeah, I'm starting to think maybe having all the elephants in there wouldn't really have done me much good anyway. So let's see what these traders can do. Oh, there's dust. A few levels down, because they're killing the rest of the elephants. The other piece of good news, chat, is I can start a new world tomorrow. And a new fort. Well, the first thing moves towards them. Doesn't seem to be hitting much. I mean, this thing does have 54 kills. And an additional 4. Oh, here they come. Seems like the traders are able to kill the first one. Question is, what about the other one? Where's the big old worm? Where's Herbie Wormface? Conducting a meeting with the ghost and the other dwarf. G7 happening up there. Traders are getting back into place. Somebody just died over there. I'm not sure what to or why. Spiridor of Kruvok is fighting. Oh, I see. Here it comes. Comes the Earthworm Fiend, flying towards the traders. They're seeing now why the fortress fell, and, well, at least the story will live on. Within this world, at the very least. The Jetstone does still look real nice. I'll chuck this save file up on the Discord this evening if anybody wants to mess with the last few saves or try and do this more efficiently. You know, it's funny. Before I lost progress on this save, Bobby Kotick was killed another way. I think this death was better for Bobby. No, I mean, like, I'm over the salt at this point. I was definitely salty earlier. Like, very salty, but mostly because I feel like I wasted a lot of time, and I probably should have just generated a new fort when the update came out, but, like, I don't know. If you guys are having a good time, I'm through the salt now, and such things are somewhat inevitable when you put a lot of time into a thing, you know? Anyway, it's going for the wagons now. The few remaining traders. I've also had to snooze the ads twice, chat, so I'll have you know that you're welcome. I only get 3 snoozes, like, and then I have to run two ads consecutively to get a snooze back. So currently I only have 3 snoozes, and I'm trying to, like, let you guys see this whole fight concurrently without me having to run an ad. Okay, it's going for the last of my actually, how much of my livestock is left? Basically nothing. It's just a bunch of jaguar pups. Bobby dies in every universe. Should we make that a thing where I just always name something Bobby Kotick that I know will die horribly? It's also up to a legendary fighter now. And a master biter. Which is kind of terrifying. The fact that demons can, like, learn skills is scary as hell, man. What am I waiting for? I mean, you said wait, Oliak, in the YouTube chat, right as the frame rate went down to 3. So I think the game heard you. It's waiting. What do you need? Still, oh, you're around 20 minutes behind. Ah, okay. Well, then they can't hear me anyway. Oy. Trying to think where the fort was at about 20 minutes ago. Will it find the last dwarf? You mean the vampire? Who's trying to conduct a meeting? My mayor, I mean. I like how the Duchess of Skull Ponders... Oh, no. Well, despite the danger, eh? I feel like I should just expel them. Like, run away, dwarves. This was a mistake. Go away. Like, escape while you still can. This place is cursed. Absolutely cursed. You have no chance. Do not come here. Read the fucking... God damn it. Sign! Okay, well, this guy refuses to listen. This guy doesn't like following directions or orders. You can go away, though. Skull Ponders and the Moronic Determination. More like. Actually, what I could do, I could go to the top of this. Tell him to unchain the vampire mayor. See if we can save them. Let's see if we can save the vampire. I doubt we can. But I can call that my goal here. I'm just like, what the fuck happened here? Why can't you expel this one? I mean, I could expel any of them. I'm just kind of choosing not to, I guess. I mean, I can expel everybody but the mayor. It's the only one I can't expel. Like, I can expel all these. I'm just kind of letting them walk in because it's kind of funny. And just, like, walk inside. There's just immediately deadly dust, just, like, fucking killing them. Is there more than one? No, it's literally just the one. Well, there goes another dwarf. Flying into pieces. All right, that's my last 5-minute ad snooze, chat. So in 5 minutes, there will be ads, and I can't stop them this time. He just walking by just as if there's nothing? No, totally. Yeah, it's just trying as he might. I think that was a traitor. These poor baby jaguars. Killing all the jaguar pittons. No, you're not allowed to expel nobles. That's intended. It's not a bug. It's always been that way. What injuries does the earthworm have? Probably the answer is yes. A lot of scars. It's very dented. But it's legendary in basically everything. Doesn't feel anything near a waterfall? Well, obviously they're not human. Clearly has no soul. Okay, let's see who's exploring the foray now. Oh. Nappy Boo McTreestuck. He's also injured. It's more like kittens, plural. This might be the most time I've sat watching one monster destroy a fort, like maybe in the Steam version. Why isn't it leaving the fortress? Because this is its home. It's here to kill us all. It can't leave the fortress. Well, it can't leave the maps, and all of the things to kill are in the fortress, so it's just hanging around and killing everything in the map, because what else would it do? Demons and beasts are friends? Oh, fuck no. You know, fun fact, Forgotten Beasts can actually appear in hell. And the demons just, like, raffle stomp them immediately when they arrive. Which forever will be one of the funniest things you can see in Dwarf Fort, in my opinion. Oh, some random visitor going, what the fuck is happening here? You know, I'm actually kind of bummed out I wasn't able to get this open again. I'm going to give Snoozy McStupid a second chance. Just to see if you can make things interesting. Why are you injured again immediately? What? Why can't I fully heal you? You just immediately get injured again. See? Healed. Injured. Is it the dust? You must be covered in dust. Oh well. I won't heal you then. Just have to get rid of the hospital. Because there ain't no healing for you. And there ain't no west for the wicked. I do really like Pony Rider. It's a good musics. But, pull the lever. Excellent. It's exactly what I needed you to do, Dwarf. Go let the rest of the demons out. Which, theoretically... Oh. Shut up. Now I just need to open this. Get back upstairs, go pull the other lever. Katy Perry? Well, I don't know. I never had much love for Katy Perry, and let me tell you, as an adult, I have none. Oh, hold on. Where is this failed brute going? He's fully healed up now, by the way. Oh, he's chasing a cat. Of course it is. Fun fact, killed with style. I need a yes or no question. Do you think your dwarf is dead? Because guess what? Against all odds, you're one of 2 dwarfs left. It's the vampire locked at the top of the tower. Demons would be wandering the region in adventure mode, yes. Like, they're like little dots on the overworld and they'll travel around. You know. What? There's a command to just summon a siege, isn't there? Because that would be fun. No, the risk super duper didn't pay off. I'm just kind of trying not to worry about it. We're in an ad break. I will pause until the ads are done. It's just the funny moments like this. Fair enough. I mean, actually, if Fight Song started playing right now, I'd hastily mute my microphone so you guys couldn't hear it, so that it wouldn't mute the VOD. That's where I'd be right now. Chat, what do you guys want to see from the next fort? Let's talk about that. There goes a minecart. Was in midair briefly. Is it Force Siege? What is it? Name of Civ? I don't know what Civ ID means. It's the Watchful Poison. Shrug. Don't know. Want to see colorful monsters and Pokeballs? I mean, I don't want Pokeballs. I don't play children's video games. I'm not going to do a seaside fort. Just going to say that right now. I'm good. Next fort with a waterfall tavern. Waterfalls could be fun. I don't want to do anything in the ocean though. Oceans have too many weird oddities to them. I could do a bunch of water features though. It's been a while. How do you feel about above ground forts? Not to be like Captain Obvious, but mate, you realize this is an above ground fort, right? That's not possible without cheating though, or like adventure mode shenanigans. Killed with style. I'm currently looking forward to not playing this fortress anymore, Bahruz. No, because there's no mods that I'm interested that have come out of the new stuff yet. Quite literally, like there's nothing on the workshop that I've seen, and I haven't deep dove into the forums or anything, but there's one mod that I think is neat that I'm happy exists now, but it's got nothing to do with the new update. It's purely just a new tile set exists, which is cool. Go the opposite of a deep cavern fort. That's what this fort was. Tiny hippo. Like quite literally, that is what this fort was. We built on the surface primarily. It became a deep cavern fort towards the end, but oh shit, there's 2 of them out now. Yeah, no, there's more coming up. A volcano glacier? I would get to the first cavern layer where I could farm and then seal it off. I'm not going to do it. I give up. Brambles. It's like 2 steps more than I'm willing to do. I'm also hungry and I've been streaming for 9 hours. So, no, I'm not going to do it. One layer only fort? I would rather not play this video game. Go play RimWorld if you want to do that. I do kind of want to do something in a savage biome, though. Because, like, Mark's Dwarves and Patrols make savage biomes interesting. Savage biomes have been a pain in the ass since they added the Untamed Wild stuffs. Let's just get you out of this fort. Go away, dwarf. You should just leave, because you know this place is cursed. But, I don't know. I mean, I was thinking 2 things, primarily. The first thing I was thinking was, I want to catch Forgotten Beasts because I want to see the new sprites more often. And I really would like to, let's just open this as well. And I really would like to, what's the word? Have words to use. I'd like my brain to work. But it doesn't, so. Big sad. Some weird nightmare stuff going on. That's just normal world gen. You just have to dig into the you just have to dig into the legends to find it. An open fort? You're gonna need to be a bit more specific. Isn't this an open fort? I mean like an open cavern fort? Oh. There we go. Anyway, I'm going to do this. I'm going to stop taking your suggestions now because like I don't really have any ideas on what I'm going to build. Because whenever I say, what do you guys want to see from the fort? People just throw construction ideas, and those are all neat ideas. But they're not really useful without actually seeing the map that I'm going to be playing on, because I don't know what it's going to look like. You need to wait for the inspiration to strike once you see what you're dealing with. So like, I could say, yeah, no, that'd be neat, to like most of those ideas. And most of those are neat ideas. Yes, he was the last to die, Kilda style. But like, I cannot name anything. The game's over. Literally, there's nothing I can do. So no, I cannot name the demon after you because it's dead, or you're dead rather, and the fort's dead. So you guys can post Kogan-san, or you cannot. That's all we can do at this point. The fortress is over. The video I wanted to make out of it is now moot. I might be able to make something out of it. But I kind of don't want to. It's too much footage. Rip Skull Pounders. This was a fun fort. That's what this fort was. Like, that's what I did for the first month of this fort, Salty. It was a surface fort that was only defended from the surface. Mostly with Mark's dwarves. With basically unarmed melee dwarves. The whole front courtyard area was designed around fending off things with my military. So, like, I did that with this fort. That was this fort, mate. Yeah, I've done that before. I last did that with a fortress called Apple Bottom, Hegemon. Sealed off the entirety of the caverns and then lived in the caverns. A dwarf siege? We've never seen a dwarf siege? You just need a lot of factions in a world for that. I mean, when it comes to construction style, because, like, that's not really what I'm thinking. Because, like, I could do another, like, I populate the caverns for, because it's been a while since I do that. It's been a while since I've done that. That would make sense for something like a fortress focused on catching beasts, which is really what I want to do. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm just in a very shitty mood right now. I will spend the night, I think, thinking about what I'm going to do with the new fort tomorrow. But before I start prepping to end the stream, I'm going to show you guys something. Did I delete it? I didn't! I don't think. So chat, if you enjoyed the fort, give it a rating. I think it went on too damn long. I think I should have ended it about a month ago. But I'd like to know what you thought of that fort out of 10. Let's just go settle somewhere random, because that's not the point of this. Take a look at this. This is a mod I'm excited for. This is the first custom tile set I've seen pop up on Steam. Wait, portable saves are the reason for your demise? How so? Like, if you look around, there's some things that aren't completed, but if I type in a reveal, like the mushroom trees don't have custom sprites yet. A lot of other stuff doesn't, but I think it's like still missing the moss. It kind of feels that way. But, no, it doesn't have moss. It just has dirt. I do think this is really cool. Like, really cool. So that's on the workshop already. So you can go take a peek at it if you want. I'll link it again. Yeah, it's Neo Dwarf is the tile set, but I need to grab it to be able to link it. But it dropped on the 28th, I think. And the reason I'm showing it off is because I want people to know about it so that if they're interested, they can go and help them. Because they are looking for people to help. You actually caught up to the live before the stream ended? I tried talking to you once, but then gave up. All right. YouTube chat, I'm shutting you down now. We'll start a new fort tomorrow in a new world. And I'm going to cry every time people ask me what happened to the last one. But we're going to go raid somebody over here on Twitch. If you want to come raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow normal time. Later, YouTube. Take care of yourselves. Cheers, guys.